Chapter 2004. They could travel the world or head to the Empire's army to seek a future. However, there were many of them. Their value far surpassed that of the thundercloud fruit. Sang showed a somewhat relaxed expression as he looked at the propping mulberry tree sapling in his palm. He had no parents. However, no matter what, the propping mulberry tree gave birth to him. Furthermore, Xiaoqin used the 5-element divine lightning to drive the final form of Firmament's rage. Its might would multiply. With a thought, the monstrous rage dissipated above the 9 heavens and froze in the palm. To think that Xiaoqin directly collected it in his palm. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth already formed the basic attributes of a small world. Whoosh! Wind howled behind. The 5-element divine lightning was truly wondrous. To Xiaoqin, this outcome was something he could accept. Right now, what Xiaoqin needed to do was not just subdue the 5-element divine lightning but to infuse it into his palm and use it to cultivate the 3rd layer of Firmament's rage. Sang shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I just want to find a place to continue pursuing the martial Dao and take care of the little mulberry tree while I'm at it." Sang, who had heard the commotion, rushed over and asked after arriving beside Xiaoqin. The divine universe steel was filled with spiritual energy, and no one disturbed it. It was the best place for the propping mulberry tree sapling to grow. Sang denied, that should not be the case. It is already a miracle among miracles that a piece of the divine universe steel remained until now. I don't think there will be another divine tool made of divine universe stone that has survived until now. You don't know how terrifying the calamity brought by the epic's destruction was. Celestial decay, order collapsing. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. The might of the 5-element divine lightning is still too weak. If it were 1% of its original state, what flew out would be dust and not rubble. Right now, Xiaoqin's palm was a small world of lightning. It contained a boundless expanse. Under Sang's guidance, Xiaoqin found a treasure land with an extremely dense lightning-attributed energy in the nearby thundercloud ancient marsh. This stunned Xiaoqin, somewhat at a loss for what to do. Then, he entered closed-door cultivation. Xiaoqin was very satisfied with this new attack method of the Thunder Dao. He casually withdrew the 5-element divine lightning back into his palm. Sang smiled and said, "I know where most of the mutated fruits in the thundercloud ancient marsh are. I've retrieved those that you can refine for you. Take the rest. The beasts guarding them are too terrifying. You won't be able to refine them for now." It was unknown how much stronger this attack was compared to his previous attacks. With a raise of his hand, the heavens trembled, and a dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. However, he had already used the concept of space in another way. 20 days had passed since Xiaoqin left the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiaoqin infused a strand of his will of soul into the spear. In an instant, the 5-element divine lightning condensed into a spear. Xiaoqin said, "I estimate that in 3 months, the 5-element divine lightning will recover to its original state, 1% of its might." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that he had asked a useless question. Xiaoqin's eyes glowed with vigor. He felt somewhat excited even though he had not comprehended the state of space yet. As for the future, he would make plans after the propping mulberry tree's vitality stabilized. "Go!" Rumble. Sang smiled faintly and said, "These natural treasures are rather pure. It looks like they have set their sights on you. Congratulations." Then, they slowly merged in Xiaoqin's palm. However, their auras were weak. The might of the lightning was far from what it was initially. Xiaoqin soared into the air and made a grabbing motion. Something strange happened. The huge rock, which was as large as a mountain, turned into a mountain. After the competition between the 7 outer palaces, some people would go to Ancestor Dragon City, and the unlucky ones would stay behind to continue working hard. Some people would leave the Heaven Dragon Palace due to their limited talent. As great Dao energy infused into Xiaoqin's palm, the 5-element divine lightning glowed with resplendent light, looking like a divine weapon. Xiaoqin was truly surprised. He had already given up on obtaining the 5-element divine lightning. With the help of the 5-element divine lightning, Xiaoqin finally succeeded in cultivating the 3rd layer of Firmament's rage. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon turned solid and spread in the world. Shao Chen sighed. His saber Dao was still stuck at great perfection. However, his thunder Dao was about to surpass great perfection. Firmament's rage. Sang had already decided to reside in the Divine Universe Steel for now and head to the Divine Dragon Empire with Shao Chen. A grave and tense atmosphere spread in the air. Shao Chen's control over rage had already reached the level of rage but not imposing, might but not showing. He could control it as he pleased. You know about the Divine Universe Steel as well? Shao Chen clenched his fist, and the lightning and saber chi instantly shattered the huge rock in it. For example, he could infuse his Thunder Great Dao energy into the 5-element Divine Lightning, using the 5-element Divine Lightning as a vessel to attack. As he refined the rock, Shao Chen vaguely felt like his Thunder Dao was about to make another breakthrough. How is it? Sang's eyes lit up when he saw Shao Chen take out a steel. He exclaimed in some shock, "The Divine Universe Steel." Dust swelled up, looking like a majestic mushroom cloud rising from the ground. Shao Chen's face lit up in joy. Where did you find it? As Sang continuously infused his great Dao energy into it, thunderclouds spread out in the sky. Terrifying, mysterious phenomena of lightning continuously appeared. The 5-element Divine Lightning was incredibly weak. If Shao Chen did not merge it in time, it would be hard to succeed. Sang smiled mysteriously and took out several lightning-attributed fruits. They were only slightly weaker than the thundercloud fruit that he obtained earlier. As Sang looked at the Divine Universe Steel, he marveled at this ancient item. The propping mulberry tree had successfully undergone nirvanic rebirth. Now, only a sapling remained. However, it had already been drained twice. It would be difficult for it to regain such horrifying might in the future. Just as Shao Chen felt somewhat bored, 5 strands of weak light of different colors suddenly came from the surroundings. Shao Chen's eyes lit up as he exclaimed softly, 5-element Divine Lightning. Shao Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked around. The surroundings were filled with rocks and deep pits. That strike from the 5-element Divine Lightning completely destroyed this desolate plain. Days passed one after another. Shao Chen wanted to test the might of the third layer, Firmament's Rage. No matter how nonchalant he appeared, this trace of worry was something that he could not truly forget. Given Sang's understanding of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, it would be easy for him to find these fruits. I'll call you the Thunder Monarch Spear then. Although Shao Chen was interested in the laws of the universe's origin, he did not want to discuss it too much at this moment. Only after a long time did it vanish completely. At the same time, Shao Chen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Without even thinking, he quickly circulated Firmament's Rage's third layer. Resplendent and dazzling electric lights suddenly exploded. In the next moment, boundless dust turned into powder and soared into the air. Everyone knew that this was the last time everyone gathered. Naturally, their destination was the competition between the 7 outer palaces. After the 5-element Divine Lightning successfully formed, it was boundlessly strong. At this moment, the Heaven-class core disciples gathered at the profound dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The 3 palace masters appeared at the same time in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The conversation took a long time. After 2 days, Shao Chen opened his eyes again. Aside from Firmament's Rage, the 5-element Divine Lightning had other uses. Shao Chen rested for a while on the huge rock floating in the air, recovering some of his physical strength and veritable essence energy. The 5-element Divine Lightning would not be able to cause trouble for the next 1,000 years. The 3 palace masters, who rarely showed themselves, also showed up at this rare moment. They shot out countless bolts of lightning, bearing fangs and brandishing claws, spreading in the surroundings. With a thought, Shao Chen continuously infused his Thunder Great Dao energy into the 5-element Divine Lightning. Shao Chen put away these mutated fruits, and a light flashed in his eyes. He said seriously, "This is enough. These 10,000-year-old mutated fruits are sufficient for me to quickly cultivate the 5-element Divine Lightning." Shao Chen stood up and looked around. Then, he fixed his gaze on a huge rock that was as large as a mountain peak. This opportunity could not be missed, It would not come again. Xiao Chen asked softly as he looked at Sang. Even if Sang could leave the propping mulberry tree and survive independently, it would still be hard to avoid some worries. A strong wind blew, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Xiao Chen nodded and opened his palm. A complete strand of the 5-element divine lightning appeared, flickering with 5-colored electric light, looking exceptionally pretty. The third layer of firmament's rage completely brought out the rage of a great, desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. It won't take that long. When he opened his hand again, countless shattered rocks shot out from his palm in all directions. Naturally I do. In the propping mulberry tree's memories, several powerhouses refined the divine universe steel during the Great Desolate Aeon. According to rumor, when the primal chaos broke, many strange divine items were born, including a Cosmos Divine Stone. Later, due to intense competition, the Cosmos Divine Steel exploded into the Divine Universe Steel and the Divine Aeon Steel. The Divine Universe Steel remained intact. The Divine Aeon Steel seems to have shattered into many pieces. It could surpass great perfection at any time and reach peak consummation today. Are you saying that there is something like the Divine Universe Steel in this world? Xiao Chen asked in some shock. It looked like Sang knew more than the blood-soaked emperor did. Who could have imagined that the 5-element divine lightning that scattered again would take the initiative to come back? Sang casually tossed the spear, and it landed on a pile of rubble at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. The 5-element divine lightning experienced the shattering of the great desolate continent, experienced countless epics, and even reappeared in the martial epic. Success. By preserving the seedling, there was hope of passing it down. After Xiao Chen's hard work, he regained the 5-element divine lightning after losing it. It was not like he gained nothing. As for the blood-sucking vines, there was no need to care about them for now. This was already an extremely optimistic view. For the 5-element divine lightning to recover to its original state and regain 1% of its might was already extremely terrifying. Where do you intend to go next? Xiao Chen recovered his wits and quickly executed Firmament's Rage, gathering the 5 beams of light into his palm. As Xiao Chen spoke in a soft voice with Sang, he entered deep thought as he looked at the endless boulders in the surroundings. However, this was no longer a problem for Xiao Chen to consider. Right now, he did not know where the 5-element divine lightning was. It was hard to say whether it had been drained or not. Sang did not remain idle, either. He borrowed Xiao Chen's Divine Universe Steel and collected all sorts of natural treasures in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "Come with me to the Divine Dragon Empire. If you do not want to be disturbed, you can come here." When the 5-element divine lightning grew close to 2 meters with the help of the lightning-attributed energy, Xiao Chen stopped. After thinking for a while, he condensed the somewhat blurry 5-element divine lightning into a spear flickering with lightning. Chapter 2005. At the profound dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace, all the Heaven-class core disciples in the palace were present, a total of 31 people. Standing at the very front were Li Luo, Lu Feng, Bai Yunfeng, and Xiao Jinyu. These 4 had accompanied Xiao Chen to the gathering of the 3 outer palaces. In the last month, they had been heavily nurtured and placed high hopes on them. However, the many Heaven Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples soon discovered something strange. Xiao Chen did not appear. The famous white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, whom the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples regarded as their spiritual leader, did not appear here. These disciples immediately showed somewhat unnatural expressions. "Where's junior brother Xiao Chen? Why do I not see him?" "That's right. This is strange. We are about to depart. Why do I not see him? Could it be that he gave up on this opportunity? In that case, we are in trouble. Without him, there is no leader at all." The Heaven-class core disciples of each of the 7 outer palaces would have their own spiritual leader. The existence of a leader was not just to boost morale. In the actual test, a leader could truly help them. The elders of the various outer palaces would instruct the strongest to take care of the senior brothers and junior brothers behind them. Otherwise, why would the sect give them so many resources? Xiao Jinyu's expression turned somewhat grave. He looked at Li Luo, who was beside him, and whispered, Senior Sister Li, have you seen Xiaoqun recently? I went to look for him 3 days ago. He was not in Cold Moon Cave. I heard from Master that he went out for experiential training. Oh, then why is he not back yet? There are only 10 days left. We are about to depart. Why has he not appeared yet? The others found this strange. At the same time, they felt somewhat worried. Could something have happened to Xiaoqun? Quiet. On the summit of the Heaven Dragon Palace, First Palace Master EXN gestured for silence, and the noisy discussion stopped. The First Palace Master sighed to himself. Up until now, there had been no news of Xiaoqun. He wondered what he had encountered in the fight for the 5-element divine lightning. Fortunately, the life tablet he left in the Heaven Dragon Hall was not broken, and the Heaven Dragon talisman he gave him was useless. This meant that Xiaoqun was not in danger. Since he had not returned for so long, the 5-element divine lightning must have truly appeared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wasted so much time. However, looking at the state of these disciples, their morale had been greatly affected due to Xiaoqun's absence. Although such a scene was within his expectations, the First Palace Master was still somewhat worried. The First Palace Master had to say something. After a pause, he said, "I know what you are thinking. First of all, I can tell you that Xiaoqun is fine. However, I can't be sure if he can make it back in time. However, the competition between the 7 palaces is ultimately your own affair. It has little to do with the existence of others. Bai Yunfeng Lu Feng. Your disciple is here." The two of them stepped forward and cupped their fists in response. "Since Xiaoqun isn't here, the two of you will take up the responsibility of taking care of your fellow disciples. Can you do it?" Bai Yunfeng and Lu Feng said in unison with grave expressions, "We will do our best." "Alright. I won't say anything unnecessary. I am not sure about the rules of this competition between the 7 palaces. I will only know after entering the imperial capital's divine dragon city. No matter what, I hope that you will not feel too much pressure. Even if you cannot enter Ancestor Dragon City, you still have many other options. Heaven Dragon City will always welcome you to stay," the First Palace Master said sincerely. The First Palace Master asked sincerely. He clearly understood what Ancestor Dragon City meant to these mixed-blood dragon cultivators. As long as they entered Ancestor Dragon City, their descendants could remain in Ancestor Dragon City. His own status within the Empire would also be greatly enhanced. The Heaven Dragon Palace also needed sufficient disciples to enter Ancestor Dragon City. That was the dragon race's ancestral temple, the core of the dragon race's authority. The more disciples of the Heaven Dragon bloodline there, the more benefits the mixed-blood dragon cultivators in the Empire would obtain. Conversely, their originally low status would be further exploited. From a certain perspective, the dragon race cultivators could not defy the will of Ancestor Dragon City. Depart. A 4-star hovering warship with the symbol of the Heaven Dragon Palace appeared. Everyone entered the warship one after another. The First Palace Master said softly, "The two of you, stay here. I will personally lead the team this time." The Third Palace Master said, "Big brother, don't feel any pressure. Sending Xiaoqun to search for the 5-element divine lightning is for his own good. He has not returned yet. Clearly, he made a major discovery. Even if he improves this time, he can enter Ancestor Dragon City next year. No one can stop him from rising up in the dragon race." Second Palace Master Zhu Yang sighed. "Third brother, Big brother is not worried about Xiaoqun. I am worried about this batch of Heaven-class core disciples. I feel like I have let them down." The Third Palace Master entered deep thought, not saying anything more. Indeed, even though the competition between the 7 outer palaces was imminent, they still sent Xiaoqun out. This was somewhat unfair to these disciples who hoped that Xiaoqun would lead them to participate in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Xiaoqun promised me that he would rush back. I believe him. After saying that, the First Hall Master turned around and boarded the warship. The Second Palace Master and the Third Palace Master watched the warship leave with heavy hearts. At the same time, the Heaven-class core disciples of the Red Dragon Palace, the Blue Dragon Palace, the White Dragon Palace, the Green Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the Golden Dragon Palace gathered and headed for the imperial capital, Divine Dragon City. For the various outer palaces, the annual competition between the 7 palaces was a major event. How many disciples could they send into Ancestor Dragon City? Who could stand out? Who could enter Ancestor Dragon City as the first among the 7 outer palaces? To the 6 colored divine dragons, this concerned many resources and practical benefits, both overt and covert. The 6 colored divine dragons appeared to be at peace. However, in reality, the competition in secret had already reached an extremely terrifying level. In particular, the selection of the next Dragon Emperor's successor was about to begin. Which divine dragon of the various races did not covet the position of Dragon Emperor? Under such a background, the competition between the 7 palaces this year would definitely be especially important. The Golden Dragon bloodline definitely had to maintain first place and continue the Golden Dragon bloodline's dominance. If he lost, it would not be a good sign. More importantly, it might even affect the bloodline's luck. Be it for their own benefits or the fight for the Dragon Emperor's successor, the other divine dragon bloodlines needed to do their best to push the Golden Dragon bloodline down in the competition between the 7 palaces. Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, on a mountain peak surrounded by thunderclouds and endlessly flashing lightning, Xiaochen opened his eyes, and a Dao disc slowly appeared behind him. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the Dao disc behind him condensed into a point and continuously elongated until it was 93 meters tall. When this Dao disc condensed into a point and elongated to 93 meters, the lightning flickering endlessly in the surroundings suddenly stopped. In this world, Xiaochen was like the sovereign of lightning, able to freely control the lightning in the surroundings. Xiaochen ferociously waved his hand, and the lightning in the surroundings gathered under his control, forming a terrifying bolt of lightning. Thunderclouds for 50 kilometers churned like a vast army behind him. Xiaochen's Thunder Dao surpassed great perfection, reaching peak consummation. "This feeling is really intoxicating," Xiaochen said softly. After Xiaochen broke through to great perfection, his Thunder Dao underwent an overwhelming change. His grasp of lightning reached a level that even Xiaochen had not expected. All of this was due to the 5-element divine lightning. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take for him to break through? "It's time to go. I hope I can make it in time for the competition between the 7 palaces." Absolute confidence flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. Now, he was confident of defeating anyone in the outer palaces without using the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. "Are we leaving?" Sang, who was in closed-door cultivation in the Divine Universe Steel, asked. Xiaochen, who had never left Thundercloud Ancient Marsh before, was somewhat curious about the Divine Dragon Empire. "All right, let's go." The demon blood vulture swooped down from the thunderclouds. Xiaochen gently leaped up and landed on its back. When Xiaochen left Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, many blood-sucking vines flickering with electric light silently emerged from the rubble of the desolate plain. The blood-sucking vines intertwined and formed a somewhat strange physical body. The surface of the stone-like physical body flickered with crackling electric light. Not bad. Although it is not a physical body formed by the 5-element divine lightning, it is still acceptable. I specialize in the Thunder Dao. The fusion of the blood-sucking vine's physical body with the Thunder Dao is simply perfect. It turned out that this person was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Xiaochen smashed into the ground. He had actually occupied the blood-sucking vine's main body and used them to form his own physical body. Just at this moment, a scarlet beam of light flashed in the sky. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows did not have good vision, but he keenly sensed the existence that the scarlet beam of light represented. "Xiaochen, let's meet again another day." Intense hatred flashed in the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows' eyes as he descended from the scarlet beam of light and left Thundercloud Ancient Marsh with his new physical body. Chapter 2006. The demon blood vulture flew at its fastest speed, carrying Xiaochen to Thundercloud City. 2 days later, Xiaochen arrived. Although they were in a rush, they still had to at least show some courtesy. This time, they would be able to obtain the 5-element divine lightning. This time, he obtained the 5-element divine lightning through various coincidences and opportunities, However, no matter what, the 9 Cauldron Pavilions Master Bai and Li Xiuhai had helped. Before Xiaochen left, he needed to thank them. Sir Xiao, you are still here? When Li Xiuhai saw Xiaochen in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, he felt greatly startled. The commotion caused by the propping mulberry tree in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh spread like wildfire. The news spread like wildfire, but outsiders didn't know the specifics of the matter. Li Xiuhai originally thought that Xiaochen was in a rush back to participate in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen had not left yet. I'm leaving. I came here this time to say goodbye to the 2 of you. Li Xiuhai revealed a smile on his face. He liked hearing this. At the very least, Xiaochen still treated the 2 of them as friends. However, a merchant's nature was hard to change. Li Xiuhai asked in a roundabout way, Sir Xiao, what exactly happened in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh? Several sovereign emperors in Thundercloud City went there some time ago. Aside from ruins and rubble, they did not discover anything. Did the 5-element divine lightning really appear? Xiaochen did not explain. He only said, in a few days, there will be news from the White Marsh Beast Empire. You just need to pay some attention. I gained a lot in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh this time. Many thanks to the 2 of you for your help. Master Bai smiled and said, You're welcome, you're welcome. The future is long. In the future, when young Master Xiao travels the northern region, you will not be able to avoid greeting our 9 Cauldron Pavilion. There is no need to thank us. Young Master Xiao, there is no need to say anything more. Quickly return. I heard that the Heaven-class core disciples of the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces arrived at Divine Dragon City 3 days ago. The competition between the 7 outer palaces will start at any moment. Goodbye. Xiaochen's heart sank. Time was more pressing than he thought. As Li Xiuhai watched Xiaochen leave, he entered deep thought. Sir Xiao, what do you mean? Has the 5 elements godly lightning appeared? Master Bai said somewhat helplessly, young Master Xiao already made it clear enough. He did not deny the news of the 5-element divine lightning. Furthermore, he claimed that he gained a lot and even made a special trip to say goodbye to the 2 of us. Is there even a need to think? Li Xiuhai exclaimed, Sir Xiao really obtained the 5-element divine lightning. With a shocked expression, he muttered to himself, This is something that even imperial lords desire. It's truly unexpected. Before long, his name will shake the entire northern region. At this moment, Li Xiuhai also came to a realization. He knew why Senior Bai said that. In the future, Xiaochen would still have dealings with the 9 Cauldron Pavilion in the northern region. It looked like old Bai's foresight was much higher than Xiaochen's. He could already see so far. In the imperial capital, Divine Dragon City, the group from the Heaven Dragon Palace arrived 3 days ago. After that, the people from the other outer palaces arrived in this ancient dragon city, second only to Ancestor Dragon City. However, there was still some time before the competition between the 7 palaces began. The disciples of the 7 outer palaces traveled a long way to get here. They needed some time to rest. As the imperial capital, Divine Dragon City was bustling and bustling. Furthermore, Ancestor Dragon City was not open to the public. Divine Dragon City could be seen as the center of the Divine Dragon Empire, where the various large clans of the empire gathered. Aside from this, there were also the other factions of the northern region. Even the 3 dynasties had branches here, both in the open and in the dark. Even in the entire northern region, Divine Dragon City was one of the few large cities. After arriving in Divine Dragon City, the first palace master and elder Tian Yun started traveling around, trying to find out information about the competition between the 7 outer palaces. The situation in every competition between the 7 outer palaces was different. If they could obtain some information and make some preparations, the results might be very different. As for Bai Yunfeng, Xiao Jinyu, and the other Heaven-class core disciples, they toured this Divine Dragon City together. It was rare for them to come to Divine Dragon City. Naturally, they could not miss out on this opportunity. The competition between the 7 outer palaces would begin soon. There would not be much effect if they entered closed-door cultivation now. They might as well go around and take a look. They could see the world and broaden their horizons. Compared to Heaven Dragon City, the prosperity of the imperial capital was incomparable. Aside from Bai Yunfeng, who came a few times, Xiao Jinyu, Li Luo, Lu Feng, and the others had never been here before. With Bai Yunfeng leading the way, the group started strolling around Divine Dragon City. This is the largest market of Divine Dragon City. There are all kinds of people here. The things they sell here are all sorts of strange things, testing one's vision and vision. Although they are not as trustworthy as the large shops, they often spread news of someone obtaining treasures at an extremely low price. Hence, they are very popular. That lake is Emperor Dragon Lake. Do you see the statues there? They are all sovereign emperors of the various races who contributed to the empire. Only those with outstanding military merits can have their statues erected in Emperor Dragon Lake, receiving the protection of the empire's luck for their descendants. This street is filled with large shops selling Dao tools and Dao tools. If you need them, you can take a look. Clearly, Bai Yunfeng was very familiar with the imperial capital. Along the way, he continuously introduced the place to Li Luo and the others. Just at this moment, a group of cultivators chatting and laughing walked out of a shop. The two groups of people ran into each other on the street. When the group raised their heads and saw the other party's appearance, they were slightly stunned, somewhat stunned. Ha! What a coincidence! Divine Dragon City is so large. Unexpectedly, we ran into a group of mixed blood dragons when we came out for a walk. The leader of the other party was the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Outyin. As for the cultivator beside Qin Outyin, he did not seem to be a Golden Dragon Palace disciple. He was rather old, and his aura was as steady as a mountain. His cultivation was rather high, probably a cultivator of the Qin clan. The divine dragon bloodline in their bodies made this group of people extremely eye-catching on the street. The golden divine dragon aura that Xiao Chen casually exuded would attract attention at any time. Everyone knew that the golden dragon race ruled this empire. The golden dragon bloodline was also the strongest faction in Divine Dragon City. Bai Yunfeng's expression changed slightly. He turned around and said, "Let's go." It was better to avoid trouble. Now that they met this Qin Outyin, they could only blame him for being unlucky. The competition between the 7 outer palaces was about to begin. There was no need to stoop to this person's level. Block them. Qin Outyin's face sank. With a wave of his hand, the cultivators around him immediately formed a circle, surrounding Bai Yunfeng and the others. Impatience flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Bai Yunfeng secretly stopped the other party. This was Divine Dragon City. The other party's faction was much stronger than the Heaven Dragon Royal Palaces. If they attacked rashly, they would suffer too much. Bai Yunfeng said, "Qin Outyin, what are you trying to do? This is Divine Dragon City. Even if you are a royal disciple of the Golden Dragon bloodline, you are not qualified to make a move here." Qin Outyin felt somewhat frustrated. He said sullenly, "It is not your turn to lecture me. I am much clearer about the rules of Divine Dragon City than a mixed blood dragon like you. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Even if we do not meet here, I want to make a trip to the courtyard where the Heaven Dragon Royal Palace is. Since we ran into each other, then I'll say this in advance. My first brother wants to meet Xiao Chen." Qin Mu. Qin Outyin's first brother was the strongest person of the Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Mu. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person of the outer palaces. He was stronger than the other 3 experts of the 4 outer palaces. He was mysterious and rarely showed himself. Bai Yunfeng said calmly, "I will pass the message to you. As for whether junior brother Xiao Chen is willing to meet him or not, that is up to him. Sorry, but please come with me first. I believe the news has already spread. There is no need for you to pass the message. Xiao Chen will come naturally," Qin Outyin said with a somewhat sinister smile. He felt that this plan of his was extremely brilliant. Right now, the various palace masters were all busy with the competition between the 7 outer palaces. They had no time to deal with these minor matters. Qin Outyin could forcibly take these people away. As long as he did not injure the other party, even if the other party pursued the matter, he would not be able to do anything to him. Given Xiao Chen's character, as long as he received the news, He would worry about the safety of these people and rush over without a care for the consequences. The hearts of Bai Yunfeng and the others sank. This time, Xiaochen did not come. If the Qin clan's experts forcibly took them away, the consequences would be dire. Just as the group sent voice projections and prepared to leave in advance, a person suddenly walked out from the railing on the third floor of a nearby restaurant. A person suddenly walked out from the railing of the third floor of a nearby restaurant. He looked down and said, "If you want to see me, just have Qin Mu come here. There is no need to go through so much trouble." This startled Bai Yunfeng and the others. When they looked up, they saw that it was Xiaochen. Bai Yunfeng immediately rejoiced in his heart. At the same time, he found it strange. Why did junior brother Xiaochen suddenly come to Divine Dragon City? Chapter 2007. The person upstairs was Xiaochen. Why did Xiaochen suddenly appear in Divine Dragon City? While it looked sudden in reality, it was not. After learning that the various Outer Palaces teams had already arrived at Divine Dragon City, Xiaochen knew that he had to travel at a normal speed. No matter how fast he rushed, he could not reach Divine Dragon City before the competition between the 7 Outer Palaces started. He could only spend a large amount of resources in Thundercloud City to use the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation to arrive at Divine Dragon City. After arriving at Divine Dragon City, Xiaochen asked around and heaved a sigh of relief. The various Outer Palaces had indeed arrived. However, there were still many details to be discussed in the competition between the 7 Outer Palaces, so it had not started yet. After working for several days, Xiaochen rushed to Divine Dragon City from Thundercloud Ancient Marsh in one go. Seeing that he still had time, he found a restaurant in the city to rest. After drinking, he immediately rushed to the residence of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen heard some familiar voices on the street. When he came over to take a look, he saw the scene before him. After not seeing Qin Outyin for some time, Qin Outyin had become much more arrogant in Divine Dragon City than he had been in the Silver Dragon Palace. To think that Qin Outyin even dared to forcefully abduct people on the street. This Qin clan's people were truly lawless. Xiaochen. When Qin Outyin saw Xiaochen, he first felt stunned. Then he rejoiced. He smiled and said, "Good timing. I thought that you were a coward, hiding in the residence of the Heaven Dragon Palace and not coming out." Xiaochen gently spread his arms and landed firmly beside Bai Yunfeng and the others. "Junior brother Xiaochen, you finally appeared." When Bai Yunfeng and the others saw Xiaochen, they rejoiced. Li Luo's eyes turned slightly moist. She looked at Xiaochen and asked, "Junior brother Xiaochen, where did you go? Why did you not tell us? The elders also did not tell us where you went. All of us were really worried about you." When Li Luo saw Xiaochen, the various unhappiness over meeting Qin Outyin faded significantly. Sensing the concern in everyone's eyes, Xiaochen was somewhat surprised. He had never thought that his disappearance would cause everyone to worry so much. "I'm sorry. I should have told you guys before I left. The first hall master gave me an opportunity to go to Thundercloud Ancient Marsh," Xiaochen said in a soft voice, sounding apologetic. Indeed, he had to apologize. Before he left, no matter what, he should tell these friends. Putting himself in Xiaochen's shoes, if his friend disappeared without a word during the competition between the 7 Outer Palaces, Xiaochen would definitely be shocked. He must also be extremely worried. Bai Yunfeng smiled and said, "It's fine. It's good that you're back. Come follow us back. The first hall master will definitely be very happy to see you. All of you, stop right there." Behind them, Qin Outyin was so angry that his face turned red, and his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. This group of people actually ignored him and did not take him seriously at all. Of course, who was Qin Outyin? Who would dare to be so rude to him in Divine Dragon City? This Xiaochen was truly bold. The dissatisfaction with Xiaochen that Qin Outyin suppressed in his heart for a long time instantly erupted. He said coldly, "Xiaochen, are you going to meet my big brother or not? Come with me now. There is still a chance to ease things. When my big brother really comes to look for you, you will definitely regret it." This is never ending. Xiaochen showed no expression as he turned around to look at Qin Outyin. He held back his overwhelming rage, showing might without showing it. With one look, Qin Aoyan's heart sank for some reason. Horror spread in his heart as he quickly retreated. Protect me! Protect me! The Qin clan experts surrounding Xiao Qin and the others felt slightly stunned. What's wrong with the second young master? Xiao Qin clearly did not reveal any killing intent, but why is he so afraid? Just as the Qin clan experts felt bewildered, Xiao Qin made a move at lightning speed, reaching out and grabbing. Vaguely, they heard a tremor in the sky. By the time these experts came back to their senses, by the time these experts recovered their wits, Xiao Qin had already grabbed Qin Aoyan's neck with one hand as he looked at the other party expressionlessly. The group of Qin clan experts immediately panicked. Xiao Qin, quickly let go of second young master. Do you know who you are capturing? He is the Qin clan's second young master, someone with the Golden Dragon royal bloodline. To dare to offend the Qin clan in Divine Dragon City, you must be tired of living. Bai Yunfeng was startled as well. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin suddenly attacked. Junior brother Xiao Qin, bang! Xiao Qin tossed Qin Aoyan to the ground with one hand. Then he knocked Qin Aoyan unconscious with a kick before slinging him over his shoulder. It is time to end this. There is no point in continuing endlessly like this. If you want his younger brother back, get Qin Mu to come to the Heaven Dragon Palace's residence to look for me. Don't take another step forward. I cannot guarantee that he will survive if I make a move later. The Qin clan experts immediately panicked, not knowing what to do. After all, they had never experienced such a thing before. They had not expected someone to offend the Qin clan in Divine Dragon City. You even dare to offend the Qin clan? You have guts. Let's go. The leader of the Qin clan guards glanced at Xiao Qin. Then, he turned around and led the other guards away. Junior brother Xiao Qin, will you be fine? Bai Yunfeng asked somewhat nervously. The Qin clan was a Golden Dragon royal bloodline. This Qin Aoyan's father seemed to be the younger brother of the current Dragon Emperor. The Qin clan was very powerful. In Divine Dragon City, it was undoubtedly the strongest. Xiao Qin said softly, Senior brother Bai, if there is a kind of person in this world with a deep background and a horrifying backer, you cannot afford to offend them. No matter what, you can't afford to offend him, but this person just has to rely on his backing to cause trouble for you again and again. Not only that, but he even targeted your friend. What do you think we should do? Bai Yunfeng and the other two were stunned when they heard that. Then they thought about what happened. This Qin Aoyan had indeed targeted the three of them, wanting to use them to threaten Xiao Qin. Is it the Qin clan? Bai Yunfeng asked somewhat uncertainly. Ignore the Qin clan. Answer my earlier question. If it were you, what would you do? Xiao Qin continued asking, not letting Bai Yunfeng change the topic. Bai Yunfeng immediately felt somewhat dejected. Aside from enduring, there seemed to be nothing he could do. However, the question that Xiao Qin asked clearly reached the point where he could no longer endure. Beyond endurance? There is no need to continue enduring. Before Bai Yunfeng could say anything, Lu Feng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Qin nodded and said, That's right. Furthermore, it is not the Qin clan's turn to rule over this Divine Dragon City. It is clear who is right and who is wrong. Since that is the case, why worry so much? No matter how much we worry, what will come will come. If we do not teach him a deep lesson, he will never know his mistakes. Bai Yunfeng's eyelids twitched. As he looked at Xiao Qin, although Xiao Qin showed a calm expression, Bai Yunfeng clearly saw an extremely terrifying rage in Xiao Qin's eyes. However, Xiao Qin clearly saw an extremely terrifying rage in the other party's eyes. Clearly, Xiao Qin's tolerance had reached its limit. Li Luo said softly, Junior brother Xiao Qin, you are not wrong in this matter. No matter what, I will stand on your side. Lu Feng did not say anything more. Count me in if the Qin clan wants to pursue this matter. Xiao Jinyu hesitated for a moment before saying firmly, Count me in. No one is wrong in this matter. Count me in as well. The passers-by on the street all felt incredulous when they saw this scene. A group of Heaven Dragon Palace disciples actually kidnapped Qin Aoyan in front of everyone on the street. After being stunned for a long time, everyone recovered their senses. Something major is going to happen. Oh no. How many years has it been since anyone dared to offend the Qin clan's people? Unexpectedly, it is a group of Heaven Dragon Palace disciples. Interesting. To think that we can see such a show before the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Let's go. Let's follow them. The news of Qin Outyin being taken away by Shao Chun spread like wildfire throughout Divine Dragon City, causing a huge commotion. At this moment, in an imposing restaurant beside Emperor Dragon Lake, Qin Mu and the other disciples of the 5-colored divine dragons drank wine and chatted merrily in a private room on the top floor of the restaurant. The people present were the peak heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces. Qin Mu had invited them to this gathering. The purpose of this gathering was to probe each other before the competition between the 7 outer palaces to get a feel for each other. Everyone here would have no problem entering Ancestor Dragon City. However, their goal was not as simple as just entering Ancestor Dragon City. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters during this 1 year. They wanted to see if they could enter Ancestor Dragon City as the top ranker. Many ambitious people's gazes occasionally swept over Qin Mu. Everyone knew that Qin Mu, the strongest person of the Golden Dragon Palace, was an insurmountable hurdle to the top rank. There were several people familiar to Shao Chen at the table. The Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yan, the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei, the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi, and the Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Changfeng were among them. Brother Qin, after not seeing you for 1 year, your strength has become increasingly unfathomable. I wonder if you will give me some face and give me some pointers? The one who spoke was the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun. The Red Dragon Palace's people had always been straightforward and did not hide anything. Ding Jun was the strongest person of the Red Dragon Palace. Like the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi, they were one of the outer palace's 4 great experts. If anyone could make it to the top rank, the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun would be one of them. Qin Mu held his wine cup and smiled coldly in his heart. Just as he was about to answer, a servant pushed open the door and rushed in a fluster. Why are you panicking? What is this? Is the sky collapsing? When Qin Mu saw his servant lose his composure, he immediately showed displeasure on his face and berated him. That servant was so frightened that he quickly knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Young Master Qin, second young master. Second young master was kidnapped on the streets. Bang! Qin Mu instantly crushed the wine cup in his hand. Chapter 2008. The crisp sound of a wine cup shattering echoed in the room. The temperature in the room plummeted. Strands of cold qi poured into the hearts of all the cultivators present. I have some family matters to attend to. Brother Ding, I will exchange pointers with you another day. After being stunned for a moment, Qin Mu's expression recovered. Then he stood up with a cold expression and took his leave. However, no one answered him. Everyone else was stunned by the news that the servant had passed on. Ding Jun smiled and said, Interesting. Shaochen? That mixed-blood dragon disciple who defeated the Golden Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace at the same time? A contemplative look flashed in the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi's eyes. Then, he said indifferently, Who else could it be aside from him? Yuan Shi felt somewhat surprised. He did not know where Shao Chen got the courage to make a move against Qin Outyin in Divine Dragon City. Ha! Junior brother Morong, let's go and take a look. It would be a pity if we do not watch the excitement, Ding Jun called out. When he looked back, he discovered that Murong Yen had already left at some point in time. Feeling somewhat stunned, Ding Jun said, This fellow actually ran faster than me. The strongest disciple of the Blue Dragon Palace, Feng Wuhan, was similarly shocked to discover that Situ Changfeng had left at some point in time as well. Feng Wuhan looked around and asked, Yuan Shi, what do you think of this Shao Qin? Yuan Shi entered deep thought before replying, He is very strong. However, he is just a mixed-blood dragon in the end. I believe that the various seniors must have undergone special training for this competition between the 7 outer palaces. In terms of resources and accumulations, how can the Heaven Dragon Palace compare to our Divine Dragon Palace? With equal talent, the one with more resources can grow stronger. Furthermore, his talent might not be comparable to ours. Feng Wuheng took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. Let's go and take a look. It seems like no one has dared to offend the Qin clan in Divine Dragon City for several centuries already, right? Let's go. The people present were also very curious about this Xiaoqin. They had heard of his fame long ago. Unexpectedly, he caused such a huge commotion right after arriving in Divine Dragon City. In the past few centuries, no one had dared to make a move against the Qin clan in Divine Dragon City. However, this Xiaoqin was an outstanding talent that had not appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace for several centuries. The Heaven Dragon Hall was right before them. However, Qin Outyin suddenly woke up at this moment. What's wrong with me? The somewhat dazed Qin Outyin did not know what was going on. When he figured out his condition, he raged, "Xiaoqin, you are dead for sure. How dare you attack me in the Divine Dragon City? Even your Heaven Dragon Palace master can't save you this time. And all of you, your accomplices, must die. I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Qin clan. Put me down, Xiaoqin." Talk too much. Xiaoqin knocked Qin Outyin unconscious again with a palm strike. Then, Bai Yunfeng stepped forward to report. Immediately, many Heaven Dragon Palace disciples appeared. This is Qin Outyin? When the Heaven Dragon Palace elder in the residence saw Xiaoqin carrying Qin Outyin on his shoulder, his expression changed slightly. Xiaoqin did not answer. He only asked, "Where's the first palace master?" The first palace master and Elder Tian Yun are at the city lord's residence, asking about the competition between the 7 outer palaces tomorrow. I'll send someone to inform him now. Xiaoqin waved his hand and said, "Since that is the case, there is no need to inform him. When the first palace master receives the news, he will naturally rush back." That elder nodded. Then, he brought the topic back to Qin Outyin. "Why did you all bring Qin Outyin back? Furthermore, you even injured him? Don't you know that the Qin clan's faction can cover the sky in this Divine Dragon City?" Bai Yunfeng stepped forward and said, "Elder Yun, Qin Outyin is simply too much of a bully. He wanted the Qin clan's experts to capture us on the streets and force junior brother Xiaoqin to meet his big brother. Junior brother Xiaoqin brought him back because we had no other choice. There is such a thing." Elder Yun, who was in charge of this place, could not help but frown. This time, it was really difficult to handle. He muttered, "With the power of the Qin family, I'm afraid they have already killed their way to our residence." Right after Elder Yun spoke, urgent galloping came from outside. Then a disciple rushed in and said, "Elder Yun, it's not good. A group of people came from outside and surrounded our residence. They want us to hand over Qin Outyin and senior brother Xiaoqin. Trouble is here." Elder Yun sighed and looked somewhat helplessly at Xiaoqin and the others. He said, "Tomorrow is the competition between the 7 outer palaces. You absolutely cannot go out. The Heaven Dragon Royal Palace will help you deal with this. Hand Qin Outyin to me. I'll deal with this." "Thank you for Elder's kind intentions. However, I have to deal with this myself. The Heaven Dragon Royal Palace can help me for now, but it cannot help me forever. I already have a grudge with this Qin Outyin long ago. I purposely caused today's situation to settle this grudge." Elder Yun looked at Xiaoqin and saw that he appeared calm, not flustered at all. Elder Yun could not make up his mind. Before Elder Yun could speak, Xiaoqin turned around and casually carried Qin Outyin out. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoqin walked out of the residence. The lineup before Elder Yun startled him. He saw 3 Qin clan old men riding massive golden beasts giving off a savage aura. The Qin clan cultivators spread out behind them and surrounded the residence. Hundreds of 1-star and 2-star heavens suspending war chariots traveled in the sky, looking very mighty. If not for Divine Dragon City's rules, the Qin clan's people might even bring out 4-star heavens suspending war chariots. Boom, boom. The massive golden beast in the middle took 2 steps forward. Its huge body gave off a strong might and pressure. The old man on the beast glanced at Xiaoqin and asked, "You are that mixed-blood dragon?" Although Xiaoqin asked that question, this person attacked before he could speak. The old man on the massive golden beast soared into the air and sent a palm strike at Xiaoqin. Golden light spread out from the palm, looking like an overwhelming sea hanging in the sky. The pressure was stifling. Then, strands of golden dragon chi shot out. This was the Qin clan's consummate technique, ash-gray sea roaming dragon. Xiaoqin quickly dodged. The Heaven Dragon Palace disciples and Elder Yun, who rushed over later, were startled. This old man was a great perfection sovereign personage. With such a move, unless there was a miracle, Xiaoqin would be severely injured even if he did not die. However, Xiaoqin snorted coldly and stomped heavily on the ground, breaking Qin Outyan's arm on the spot. The pain startled Qin Outyan awake and caused him to scream miserably. Whoosh! When the Qin clan expert saw this scene, his face instantly turned green. He quickly withdrew his hand, and the brilliant dragon might and the golden sea hanging in the sky scattered. Then he landed back on the massive golden beast at lightning speed. Do you want to die? If you harm another hair on Outyan, I will make your entire Heaven Dragon Palace be buried with you. The old man was Qin Outyan's direct elder. When he saw this, he was furious and roared, "Kasi!" Without saying a word, Xiaoqin stomped on Qin Outyan's other arm, breaking it. The pain instantly made Qin Outyan pale, and he howled in pain. The old man in the middle was so angered that he could not speak. He pointed at Xiaoqin, his arm trembling slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin would be so decisive. The Qin clan members behind all became enraged, their killing chi leaking out involuntarily. The heavens suspending war chariots in the air locked onto Xiaoqin. With one order, they could kill Xiaoqin on the spot. Without drawing his saber, Xiaoqin held the lunar shadow saber and landed heavily on the ground. Qin Outyan's palm instantly pierced through. This time, he was in so much pain that he could not even scream. After enduring for a long time, he roared, "You bunch of bastards! Back off! Do you want me to die? Quickly call my big brother over." Scatter! Scatter! The old man with the surging aura, who did not care about Xiaoqin at all, started to sweat on his forehead. Then he waved his hand anxiously to get the others to scatter. The heavens suspending war chariots in the air no longer locked onto Xiaoqin, flying everywhere. When that old man looked at Xiaoqin, he did not underestimate him at all. Without saying a word, he got the Qin clan cultivators to retreat. Despite such a big scene, Xiaoqin's expression did not change. The many cultivators watching from a distance were all startled. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin was such a decisive person. "Little friend, what exactly do you want? Even if Outyan offended you in some way, there is no need to be so cruel," the Qin clan old man on the colossal golden beast said somewhat nervously, not daring to speak loudly. The old man feared angering Xiaoqin, making him unhappy and targeting Qin Outyan again. Now, the old man finally understood that this Xiaoqin had nothing to fear. He did not care about such a big scene at all. In fact, this was within the other party's expectations. "What do I want?" Xiaoqin smiled self-mockingly. He wanted to say something, but he glanced at the three old men. In the end, he did not say anything. "The person I'm waiting for is not here yet. There is no need to say anything to you. Are you waiting for me?" A piercing sonic boom rang out in the air, echoing in all directions. Rumble. This sonic boom shattered the roofs of several nearby buildings. Explosions rang out endlessly. A golden figure hovered in the air. That person stood upright with his hands behind his back, showing a stern expression. He wore golden dragon robes, and Emperor Dragon Qi surrounded him. This was the strongest person of the Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Mu. "Young Master Qin, you finally arrived." When the old men saw Qin Mu, who was much younger than them, they released their bated breath. "Withdraw. I'll deal with this." Qin Mu slowly descended and waved his hand. Although the three old men were worried, they still withdrew. Chapter 2009. Qin Mu's arrival caused the atmosphere of the scene to become somewhat tense. Who was Qin Mu? He was the strongest person in the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. After the Dragon God Crown Prince, Qin Ming, he was the most outstanding descendant of the Qin clan. Although Qin Mu was young, his talent and shrewdness were frighteningly high. The way he conducted himself convinced many of the older generation. Many people treated Qin Mu and the Dragon God Crown Prince as the twin stars of the entire Golden Dragon race, Qin Ming and Qin Mu, one in the light and one in the dark. Right now, Qin Ming's name already shook the Divine Dragon Empire, even the entire northern region. He was a rare existence. Even when considering the entire Central Great Realm, he could compete with the dynasty's outstanding talents without being at a disadvantage. As for Qin Mu, he lived up to his name. Although Qin Mu's name resounded like thunder in the Outer Palace, he was not very famous in the northern region. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as the twin stars of light and dark. The moment Qin Mu appeared, he waved his hand, and the Qin clan experts retreated. This clearly demonstrated his prestige. "Big brother, save me." Seeing Qin Mu appear, Qin Outyin rejoiced in his heart. It was like he saw his savior, so he started shouting. However, Qin Mu ignored Qin Outyin. He looked straight at Xiao Chen and said, "This is a good move. You forced me to show myself and resolve the problem once and for all. You can release him now. I promise you that the Qin clan will not use Qin Outyin's matter to make things difficult for you in the future. As for the dragon-patterned battle suit, I will personally come and collect it from you in the future." The experienced Qin Mu went straight to the point. To everyone's surprise, he did not choose to be forceful. Instead, he directly admitted defeat, not saying any nonsense, promising not to seek trouble for Xiao Chen again. Such a stance surprised Xiao Chen. He had thought that Qin Mu would at least test him out. However, this person's boldness and breadth of mind were much stronger than Qin Outyin's. He exuded strong self-confidence. Indistinctly, one could even see the Emperor Dragon's chi revolving around him. This fellow was a difficult opponent. Whoosh! Xiao Chen casually kicked, sending Qin Outyin flying back to Qin Mu like a sandbag. Qin Mu casually grabbed Qin Outyin and pulled him up. "Big brother, you can't let him go." Before Qin Outyin could finish speaking, a slap knocked him unconscious. Qin Mu tossed Qin Outyin to the Qin clan old man and said casually, "Let the second young master rest well. Don't come out for 1 month. Let's go." The grand scene that many people had expected did not appear. Unexpectedly, Qin Mu did not do anything. He gave in and left with Qin Outyin. Elder Yun and the disciples of the Heaven Dragon Hall heaved a sigh of relief. They had not expected the matter to be resolved so easily. Only Xiao Chen frowned. The others only saw that the matter before them had been resolved, but they didn't know that there was such an opponent. The Heaven Dragon Palace's situation was not good in the battle between the 7 palaces. What a pity! In the nearby buildings, there were many people hiding in the dark. They watched as this huge storm was resolved without a sound. At the same time, they felt a little scared. The Qin clan really had many talents. First, there was the Dragon God Crown Prince, Qin Ming. Now, there was Qin Mu. Any one of the Gemini stars would be a great blessing in any clan. However, both of them appeared in the Qin clan, the Golden Dragon's royal clan. Young Master Qin, just let it go. Our Qin clan's reputation cannot be humiliated by others for nothing. The Qin clan old man felt dissatisfied with Qin Mu's way of doing things. Given the Qin clan's strength in Divine Dragon City, such an outcome was truly sullen. Qin Mu stopped and glanced at the 3 old men. Then he looked at the many Qin clan experts and the heaven-suspending war chariot in the air. Then, his expression suddenly turned sullen as he snorted coldly. "Oh no." The other old men thought to themselves, "This is bad. Young Master Qin is angry." Qin Mu said coldly, "Bunch of pigs. What time is this? The battle between the 7 palaces. How many eyes are watching our Qin clan, watching our Golden Dragon's bloodline? Causing trouble on the streets and causing such a huge commotion is a good reason for others to see our Qin clan as arrogant and unruly. Don't you know how many people from Ancestor Dragon City came to the City Lord's residence?" The 3 Qin clan old men immediately felt somewhat nervous at being reprimanded. Just thinking about it made them tremble in fear. Is there a need to cause such a huge commotion just to deal with one Heaven Dragon Palace? Even if you win, you will appear extremely useless and end up with the reputation of bullying mixed-blood dragons. I think you have been living comfortably for too long. If the next Dragon Emperor changes, Qin Mu suddenly stopped at this point, not saying anything more. However, this person is really bold. Are we going to let him off so easily? A cruel look flashed in Qin Mu's eyes as he retorted coldly, "Did I say that I would let him off? There is no need to do this openly. There will be plenty of opportunities in the battle between the 7 palaces tomorrow. A group of mixed blood dragons is not part of my plans. Since they jumped out, then don't blame me for being ruthless." The cruel look in Qin Mu's eyes made the surrounding old men tremble in fear. In the courtyard of the Heaven Dragon Palace, now that the matter was resolved, everyone relaxed. The disciples started to bask in the joy of Xiao Chen's return. They quickly stepped forward and asked where Xiao Chen had been. Xiao Chen gave a simple explanation, and the group started chatting. Just at this moment, 4 people walked in. They were the Blue Dragon Palace's Sidu Changfeng, the Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yen, the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei, and the Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei. When the other disciples saw Xiao Chen's friends arrive, they politely took their leave. "Ha! Xiao Chen, you are really something. It would have been fine if you did not appear, but the moment you appeared, you caused a huge commotion. To think that you even scared Qin Mu away." Of course, aside from Murong Yen, no one else would laugh so directly. However, Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen somewhat worriedly and said, "Brother Xiao, I understand this Qin Mu's character very well. He will absolutely not leave things at that. Those who offend him do not have a good ending. There is nothing to be afraid of. The scariest thing about him is that even if he messes with you until you are half dead, you will not be able to find any openings for the seniors to judge." Many of the senior brothers who offended him in the Golden Dragon Palace ended up in miserable states. However, those sect elders could not use the sect rules to deal with him. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I can tell. This person is very terrifying. However, it does not matter. It is good that Qin Outyan's problem is dealt with. I look forward to seeing how he will seek trouble for me." Wei Hongfei felt stunned when he heard that. Then he looked at Xiao Chen in shock. He discovered that Xiao Chen's strength was somewhat unfathomable. Right now, Xiao Chen gave Wei Hongfei the impression that he was facing a sovereign personage expert, an unfathomable misconception. Xiao Chen's casual words showed his strong confidence. Although Qin Mu was strong, Xiao Chen did not fear him. He had not cultivated bitterly and fortuitously in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh for nothing. Xiao Chen swept his gaze across the 4 and discovered that they had all improved as well. Situ Changfeng and Murong Yen had improved the most. Situ Changfeng had consumed a medicinal pill containing divine nature and profited from his misfortune. His future potential was boundless. As for this Murong Yen, he seemed to have obtained a pretty good inheritance in the Red Dragon Palace's inheritance hall. Tomorrow is the competition between the 7 outer palaces. We cannot remain here for too long. I hope that you can lead the Heaven Dragon Palace to a record, Sidu Changfeng said softly with a smile as he gave his blessings. Xiao Chen said seriously, "I will definitely do my best." At that time, if everyone is forced into a corner and ends up on the opposite side, do not show mercy. Don't be merciful, just do your best. Murong Yen laughed loudly, "Ha! Who would dare to show mercy to you? However, I still have to thank you. If not for your reminder, I would not have obtained the demonic flame inheritance of the Red Dragon Palace's 7 great inheritances." The demonic flame inheritance. Wei Hongfei and the others were startled. Clearly, they had heard of how terrifying this inheritance was. They quickly said, "Congratulations. Let's go." The group did not linger. After exchanging some pleasantries, they took their leave. As night approached, the first palace master and elder Tian Yun returned to the courtyard. When the 2 saw Xiao Chen, they rejoiced. "Xiao Chen, you returned at the right time. If you were not around for the first stage of the competition between the 7 outer palaces tomorrow, our entire Heaven Dragon Palace would have been at a disadvantage." The first palace master could not hide his excitement when he saw Xiao Chen. At the same time, the first palace master looked around and whispered, "Did you obtain the 5-element divine lightning?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly, indicating that he already obtained it. The first palace master immediately became excited. The gamble paid off. This time, the Heaven Dragon Palace will definitely shock the other outer palaces. Chapter 2010. However, Xiao Chen appeared rather calm. Not to mention the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu, just the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi was already somewhat problematic. Even with the 5-element divine lightning, he could not be careless. He could be confident, but he could not be arrogant. Xiao Chen asked cautiously, "What's the first test?" The first palace master and Elder Tian Yun did not elaborate. They only said, there are only 2 stages in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. The 2 stages are closely connected. Whether one can obtain a good rank in the first stage will directly affect the second stage. Since he couldn't say it, Xiao Chen didn't ask any more. Night quickly fell. This night was destined to not be peaceful. The Golden Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple directly entered the Qin residence. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master, Qin Feng, called Qin Mu over. "Uncle Feng, why have you called me here so late at night?" Qin Mu had already guessed something. It must be about the competition between the 7 palaces. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master, Qin Feng, cut to the chase. "Get straight to the point. Do not hold anything back in the first stage tomorrow. This is different from the past. This first stage directly affects the results of the entire Golden Dragon Palace." Qin Mu raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "It's that serious? Then, don't ask anything else. You must get first place." Qin Mu nodded. "I'll try my best." Although that was what he said, he did not care too much about it. Even if he did not use his trump card, he was confident that he could obtain first place in the first round without any pressure. The same scene was occurring in the various outer palaces' encampments. Every leader of the outer hall conveyed similar requests to their chief disciples. Don't hold back. Fight for first place in the first round. This caused the atmosphere of the competition between the 7 outer palaces to become especially tense. The first stage was about to start an intense slaughter with all their might. It was indeed a little different from the previous contests between the 7 palaces. The next morning, the Heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces set off at the same time. The venue of the competition between the 7 outer palaces was a forbidden area in the ancient Divine Dragon City. By the time the first hall master arrived with Xiao Chen and the others, the people from the other outer palaces had already arrived. At the Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Mu raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Xiao Chen before closing them again. Several of the Heaven-class core disciples in the outer palaces looked over and fixed their gazes on Xiao Chen. They pointed at him and discussed softly. Clearly, this Heaven Dragon Palace's white-clad bladesman had already attracted their attention before the competition between the 7 outer palaces started. Previously, when Xiao Chen fought 2 against 1, he defeated the Golden Dragon Palace and Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had just arrived in Divine Dragon City, and he already faced off with Qin Mu. Everyone had a whole new level of respect for him, feeling quite shocked. However, apart from curiosity, there was also a hint of pity in her gaze when she looked at him. Everyone knew that anyone who offended Qin Mu, no matter who he was, wouldn't have a good ending. Xiao Chen remained calm and ignored their gazes. He curiously looked at the field in front of him, which was a huge circular array disk. The formation plate shone with a colorful brilliance. Boundless heaven and earth's spiritual energy flowed between the runes, and runes pulsated from time to time. The 5-colored radiance formed an energy ball that overlapped and revolved around each other, emitting a gorgeous radiance. Many people whispered among themselves, wondering what this formation was for. Whoosh! Suddenly, dragon roars rang out in the sky. 5 beams of light streaked across the sky from the south to the north. They formed a staircase of light and shadow. A few figures appeared above and stood on the stairs made of light and shadow. It's Ancestor Dragon City's people? When the people below saw the dragon motifs on those figures' clothes, they became somewhat excited. In the end, the core of the Divine Dragon Empire's authority was in the hands of Ancestor Dragon City. Only by entering it could one truly come into contact with the Empire's core. Only then could one truly be qualified to move unhindered in the northern region, to gain a place on the vast stage of the entire Central Great Realm. A white-clad old man on the steps of light exuded a strong might and pressure as he looked down. Then, he said, in the first stage of the competition between the 7 outer palaces, the various outer palaces will send their strongest people into the formation and then come out. According to the order, the first to come out will be the first. The second will be the second, and so on. If one obtains the first rank, all the heaven-class core disciples of the outer palaces will be qualified to enter the second stage. The outer palaces of the second rank will have 40 slots to enter the second stage. The third rank will have 30 slots. The remaining outer palaces will have only 15 slots. Right after the white-clad old man spoke, the disciples of the various outer palaces went into an uproar. To think that the first stage was set up like this. At this moment, Xiaochen understood what the first palace master meant. If he could obtain the first or second rank, he would be able to obtain the second rank. If he obtained the first rank or second rank, all the heaven-class core disciples of the entire Heaven Dragon Palace would be able to enter the second stage. As the resources of the Heaven Dragon Palace were limited, it had far fewer heaven-class core disciples than the other outer palaces. 40 slots were sufficient for all the heaven-class core disciples to enter the outer palaces. Even the third rank would be completely acceptable. No wonder the first palace master could not hide his excitement when he learned that Xiaochen had arrived in time. Various outer palaces, quickly select your candidates. Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Mu. Silver Dragon Palace, Yuan Shi. Red Dragon Palace, Ding Jun. Blue Dragon Palace, Feng Wuheng. Heaven Dragon Palace, Xiao Chen. Every time a person was confirmed, a figure would turn into a streak of light and fly into the 5-colored energy ball in front of the formation plate. Good, the candidates have been confirmed. Next, the various outer palaces will confirm the 2 candidates. Enter the formation and block off the people from the other outer halls. The white-clothed old man glanced at it and said, this sudden appearance stunned the leaders of the various outer palaces. The news he heard last night didn't include this. The expression of the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master sank. This was undoubtedly an enormous blow to the Heaven Dragon Palace, which had the weakest foundation. If the experts of the other halls managed to stop Xiaochen, it would undoubtedly widen the gap between him and the chief disciples of the other outer halls. At that time, if he were to encounter the competitors of the outer hall, he would definitely be able to escape. Xiaochen, who was injured by the sniper, would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. Before the battle even started, the situation had instantly become extremely disadvantageous. As for the other outer palaces with stronger accumulations, the Golden Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace, when they heard of the second rule, they were shocked. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled. To them, this was a great piece of news. The first palace master looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng, Bai Yun Feng, and Xiao Jinyu. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu. These 2 were experts of the sword Dao. If they work together, they should be stronger. It will be the 2 of you then. Do your best to snipe the top disciples of the other outer palaces that you run into. This will reduce some of the pressure on Xiaochen. The first palace master looked at the 2 sincerely. At this moment, Xiaochen was no longer fighting alone. Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu felt immense pressure. They said, this disciple will definitely do his best. I'll leave it to you. The disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace started to feel somewhat anxious. Originally, they already felt somewhat nervous when they let Xiaochen face the top disciples of the other outer palaces. Now, there was this rule. The situation could not help but worsen. The fate of all the heaven-class core disciples of the outer palaces now fell on Xiaochen's group of 3. Everyone watched as Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu entered the energy ball at the same time. Then, the candidates of the various outer palaces were confirmed. The 5-colored energy ball in the center of the formation plate suddenly gave off a dazzling and piercing light. In the next moment, the resplendent light vanished. 3 ancient bronze doors with dragon motifs carved on them appeared in the center of the formation plate. Whoever could push open one of these doors and walk out would be the first. The competition between the 7 outer palaces officially began at this moment. The first palace master sighed softly, man disposes, and heaven disposes. I have already done my best. Tianyun, come with me to meet Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng. The two soared into the air, together with the leaders of the various outer palaces, and went to the light steps that stretched across the sky to greet Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng. At the same time, they paid attention to the battle below. They anticipated the top heaven-class core disciples of their respective outer palaces being the first to push open the bronze doors. The heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces also waited anxiously. After all, this also determined whether they could enter Ancestor Dragon City or not. Everyone silently cheered for the top disciples of their outer palaces. Chapter 2011. The instant Xiao Chen entered the five-colored energy ball, he felt a change in space. After the world spun around, the scene before Xiao Chen changed drastically. What appeared before Xiao Chen was a large path made of rocks. On both sides of the path was a sea of boiling lava. Bang! 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 Occasionally, scorching lava soared into the sky, looking like pillars of water. A scorching aura lingered in the air. When Xiao Chen sensed it, he discovered that the gravity in this place was somewhat abnormal. It was about 10 times that of the outside world. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to walk onto the rock path. He let his physical body adapt to this space first before casting his gaze to the end of the path. At the end of the path was a huge stone door. There was no other path. After Xiao Chen adapted to this space, he took a deep breath. Then, he instantly executed Light of Freedom. Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and flew along the path. Along the way, waves occasionally shot over from the lava on both sides. Xiao Chen had no choice but to slow down and carefully avoid the waves. In his lightning state, he was rather weak. Hence, the lava knocked him over. By the time Xiao Chen recovered his physical body, he might have already been burned to ashes. Even so, Xiao Chen still felt that something was not right. Halfway through, the nearby lightning-attributed spiritual energy was already squeezed out by the dense fire-attributed spiritual energy. Xiao Chen could only exhaust his veritable essence energy to maintain the state of Light of Freedom. Clearly, this was not good. Who knew what danger lay behind the stone door? Exhausting his veritable essence energy like this was not wise. Xiao Chen was forced to reveal himself. He landed gently, and the instant his feet touched the ground, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The instant his feet touched the ground, he thought to himself, "Oh no!" Bang! The seemingly incomparably sturdy Great Tao instantly crumbled. A suction pulled Xiao Chen's body down. Now, huge waves of lava spewed out from both sides, looking like the huge mouth of a ferocious beast, wanting to swallow Xiao Chen up. How troublesome! Xiao Chen spat out 2 words. Then, his veritable essence energy, which contained the holy venerate will, trembled. With a bang, it scattered the lava that was swallowing it down like it was breaking dry branches. With a backhand slap, Xiao Chen borrowed the force and soared into the sky, stepping onto the unbroken path. Then he started running quickly. The path beneath his feet kept collapsing, but his speed was always slightly slower than Xiao Chen's. In this space with 10 times the gravity, Xiao Chen's figure was still light and agile. He remained calm in the face of danger and dealt with it calmly. Despite the daunting experience, Zhang Xian arrived at the end of the path, right before the stone gate. Xiao Chen now understood that there would be various tests along the way to delay their time. From the looks of it, there was not much danger. But every section of the road would be delayed, and by the time they reached the end, they might find that others had already walked out a step ahead of them. He couldn't hold back any longer. Just as Xiao Chen made up his mind, the stone door in front of him suddenly fell, and a shadow enveloped him. This situation was like a mountain suddenly collapsing in front of you. Shatter! Xiao Chen snorted coldly, and 100 cauldron force exploded in his fist light. Xiao Chen's punch blasted the stone door that suddenly collapsed into shards flying everywhere. Whoosh! He gently spread his arms and pierced through the shrapnel filling the air. Then he landed in an extremely spacious hall. The entire hall was made of ancient heavenly mountain stones and carved with ancient dragon motifs, giving off an extremely strong pressure. Xiao Chen gently moved his feet, and he saw a pillar suddenly rise from the center of the hall. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, his heart skipped a beat for some reason, and panic assaulted his heart. This feeling was extremely familiar to Xiao Chen. He did his best to recall. This is roar. It's the bane of the dragon race. Boom. The instant Xiao Chen recalled, the pillars suddenly shattered, and a ferocious beast appeared before Xiao Chen. This ferocious beast was different from what Xiao Chen remembered. This ferocious beast before Xiao Chen looked like a ferocious tiger. However, a venomous snake coiled on its furry back. Snake-tailed tiger. Xiao Chen understood. This was a ferocious beast with a Ho bloodline, not a pure-blooded ferocious beast Ho. The person who set up the checkpoint was really crazy. An ordinary dragon race cultivator would not be able to resist this snake-tailed tiger at all. In just a few moves, the snake-tailed tiger would devour the dragon race cultivator until nothing was left. However, Xiao Chen was different. He had fought the Ho ghost and received pointers from the old dragon horse in the Kunlun realm's Blue Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen's resistance to the Ho was much stronger than that of the other dragon race cultivators. The snake-tailed tiger roared, and a huge ferocious might spread out from its body. The sound waves reverberated, and the might of the Ho bloodline spread out together with the sound waves. This placed immense pressure on Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen did not panic at all. He moved back, putting a distance between himself and the snake-tailed tiger. The snake-tailed tiger suppressed Xiao Chen with its aura. Then, it pounced at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. The force of the snake-tailed tiger's pounce strengthened the pressure on Xiao Chen to the extreme. Xiao Chen's breath poured in, nearly blocking Xiao Chen's throat. A strong wind blew, like a mountain soaring into the sky, bringing with it pressure. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and moved over in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chen dodged the fatal pounce. However, the ferocious beast's snake-like tail spat out a mouthful of venom. Xiao Chen had no choice but to dodge again in a somewhat sorry state. Pu ci. The venom landed on the ground and gave off black smoke. The horrifying poison immediately spread in the air. Even if one held their breath, the poison could penetrate the veritable essence energy shield and enter one's body. The situation immediately became extremely dangerous. The snake-tailed tiger's attack forced Xiao Chen into a fluster. Its ferocious might immediately flourished, and its roar sounded like thunder. The snake-tailed tiger's attacks became extremely sharp. Furthermore, the poison lingering in the air and the whole bloodline in its body made Xiao Chen feel even more uncomfortable. The snake-tailed tiger's lightning-fast attacks came continuously. The attacks were accompanied by thunderous roars, like raging waves, each wave stronger than the one before. Xiao Chen was like a small boat that could capsize at any moment. If others were here, they would definitely be frightened. They would not even dare to breathe loudly. This situation was simply too dangerous. Most of the time, as long as Xiao Chen was one step slower, the snake-tailed tiger would immediately pounce on him. Once pounced, with the snake-tailed tiger's 200-odd cauldron strength, Xiao Chen would not be able to make a comeback. The snake-tailed tiger felt that Xiao Chen, who had slipped through its jaws several times, was too slippery. It could not sustain the snake-tailed tiger's sharp attacks for much longer. The snake-tailed tiger looked at Xiao Chen, who was in a sorry state. However, it did not panic. Xiao Chen must have panicked under its attacks, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Since Xiao Chen was physically and mentally exhausted, he would be its meal sooner or later. It might be better to slow down its attacks and rest for a while before charging at this person in one go. At this thought, a greedy and cunning red light flashed in the snake-tailed tiger's eyes, looking extremely cold and sinister. The coiled snake on its back even flicked its forked tongue and hissed, disturbing one's mind. However, the snake-tailed tiger did not notice that although the white-clad youth was in a sorry state, he did not show any panic in his eyes from start to finish. That youth's clear eyes shone with a colder light than his ferocious scarlet eyes. When the snake-tailed tiger landed, its storm-like attacks finally stopped for a moment. 5-element divine lightning, thunder monarch spear. Suddenly, lightning exploded in Xiao Chen's palm. With the infusion of great Tao energy, the five-element divine lightning condensed into a resplendent spear radiating thousands of lightning bolts. The snake-tailed tiger, who had just landed, could not react in time. That person was dressed in white, and he held a lightning spear in his hand as he lightly stabbed forward. A brilliant dynamite surged out. The thunder dynamite at the tip of the spear instantly sent the snake-tailed tiger flying. Then, the spear pierced the snake-tailed tiger's body like a dragon. Lightning exploded in the snake-tailed tiger's body, turning into a five-colored light that shot out continuously. In the next moment, the snake-tailed tiger's life force ended, becoming lifeless. By the time Xiaochen withdrew his hand, only a huge and tough skeleton remained. The five-element divine lightning in the Thunder Monarch spear blasted the snake-tailed tiger's internal organs and fur into nothingness. Xiaochen remained expressionless and calm, as if he had only done something insignificant. He looked to the front and muttered to himself, "I killed this snake-tailed tiger in one move. I should be able to make up for the time I wasted along the way. The others won't be able to kill as fast as I did." A brilliant light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. His figure moved like lightning as he charged forward. His decisiveness, calmness, and past experience gave him a chance to snatch first place. Charge, charge, charge. With the opportunity in hand, he would never give up. Chapter 2012. After quickly killing the snake-tailed tiger, Xiaochen advanced to the next stage unharmed. The others were not as lucky. The Ho was the natural nemesis of the dragon race. It was a faction rooted in the depths of the bloodline, something that could not be changed. The dragon race bloodline, which could suppress most mutated beast bloodlines, was helpless before the Ho. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi instantly paled when he felt the snake-tailed tiger in the pillar. Yuan Shi had not expected Ancestor Dragon City's people to be so cruel, setting up such a difficult stage in the first stage. Fortunately, they were all peak existences of the 7 great outer palaces. Even if they could not defeat it, they did not have to worry about survival. If it were an ordinary heaven-class core disciple, they would not be able to resist this snake-tailed tiger with the whole bloodline. They would be torn to shreds in 2 or 3 bites. Yuan Shi did his best to remain calm, hoping that the whole bloodline in the snake-tailed tiger would not affect him. However, fear lingered. No matter how calm he was, he could only bring out 70% of his strength. Being able to bring out 70% was already pretty good. The disciples of the other outer palaces could only bring out 50%. At the very least, Yuan Shi could kill this snake-tailed tiger with 70% of his strength. 50% would be too much. The only one who fared better was Qin Mu. Although Qin Mu was affected as well, he possessed the noblest golden dragon bloodline. Furthermore, his bloodline was grade 7. Furthermore, the current Dragon Emperor was a golden divine dragon. This allowed Qin Mu to borrow the Dragon Emperor's dragon might and bring out 80% of his strength. If there were no surprises, Qin Mu should be the first to kill this snake-tailed tiger, aside from Xiaochen. The leaders of the various outer palaces stood on the light steps that stretched across the sky. They did not know what the disciples in the formation were experiencing. Only 3 bronze doors waited to open in the huge formation plate. "Lord Feng, what are the tests in the first stage?" The Green Dragon Palace's palace master asked curiously as he looked at the white-bearded old man from Ancestor Dragon City. The white-bearded old man replied casually, "There is nothing special about the first stage. Aside from the increased gravity, the dangerous environment, and your own attacks, the snake-tailed tiger is somewhat difficult to deal with." "What?" These words caused the faces of the hall masters to change greatly. Elder Tianyun was even more stunned. He felt like he could not stand stably. He looked at the first palace master beside him and said in a fluster, "First palace master, Xiaochen It was common knowledge that the bloodline power of a mixed-blood dragon was the weakest. In the face of the snake-tailed tiger with the nightmare beast bloodline, its resistance was undoubtedly the weakest. However, the hall masters of the other outer halls did not look good either. It was obvious that they were worried about the snake-tailed tiger. However, the Golden Dragon Palace's palace master appeared very confident. He said, "It looks like the first to push open the bronze doors will be my Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu. Aside from Qin Mu, I cannot think of anyone else who can deal with the snake-tailed tiger the fastest. The other hall masters knew that what Xiao Qin said was true. The bloodline of the Golden Divine Dragon was the noblest, and Qin Mu's bloodline was a 7th grade one. His advantage in this round was too great. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master glanced over and fixed his gaze on 1st Palace Master Yexin. He smiled and said softly, "Brother Yexin, you have to worry. Although it is dangerous for the Divine Dragon Outer Palace disciples to face the snake-tailed tiger, their lives will not be in danger. On the other hand, I fear that your Xiao Chen will not be able to last in a few exchanges. After all, the bloodline is there. Lord Feng, why don't you give him a chance to give up in this round?" The other hall masters immediately felt happy when they thought about it. This was rather interesting. Before the competition between the 7 outer palaces, this Xiao Chen had been very famous in the Heaven Dragon Palace. This was especially so when Xiao Chen fought against 2 Divine Dragon Outer Palace Heaven-class core disciples when the 3 outer palaces gathered. While Xiao Chen might still be somewhat weaker than the strongest Heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces, such a heaven-defying mixed-blood dragon cultivator had rarely appeared in the past few centuries. However, who could have expected a horrifying and terrifying existence of the snake-tailed tiger to appear in the first round? This was simply a destructive blow to a mixed-blood dragon cultivator. As the saying went, bad luck. The white-bearded old man entered deep thought. He did not care about the conflict between the Golden Dragon Palace and the Heaven Dragon Palace. After thinking rationally, he looked at the 1st Palace Master and asked, "Yexin, what do you think? Going by convention, one cannot give up. However, this year's test is indeed somewhat special. I do not know what happened in there, but I can sense that Xiao Qin is still alive. If you have any thoughts, I can get Xiao Qin to withdraw." Brother Yexin, stop holding on. Lord Feng already said that. Why are you still holding on? The Silver Dragon Palace's Palace Master said casually with a soft laugh. That's right. What is there to think about? In any case, aside from the top 3, the other outer palaces will be at the bottom. Giving up will not have much of an impact. In any case, the Heaven Dragon Palace ranks last every year. This time, everyone will rank last with you. That is already pretty good. With the existence of the Heaven Dragon Palace, the other outer palaces' nervous moods eased somewhat, and they started to tease each other. The human heart was strange. Many times, since one could not obtain the first rank, it was fine as long as one did not embarrass oneself at the bottom. With the Heaven Dragon Palace here, everyone felt much better. As long as the 1st Palace Master gave up, everyone would be at the bottom. They would still be able to suppress the Heaven Dragon Palace and not be at the bottom. At this moment, 1st Palace Master Yexin felt conflicted, suffering. He had never felt such a difficult choice before. On one hand, the leaders of the various Divine Dragon Outer Palaces mocked him. On the other hand, he worried about Xiao Chen's safety and struggled with whether to give up or not. No matter what, he should prioritize Xiao Chen's safety. However, 1st Palace Master Yexin felt somewhat dissatisfied. This was a great opportunity for the Heaven Dragon Palace to obtain a good ranking. The heavens blessed the Heaven Dragon bloodline, allowing Xiao Chen to appear in the Heaven Dragon Palace. 1st Palace Master Yexin remembered that proud, white-clad youth when he first entered the Heaven Dragon Palace. He bluntly told Tian Yun that he would regret it. He could still remember the shock he felt when he heard the news of him slaying Rakshasa Tian's clone in the first netherworld. Xiao Chen still remembered the white-clad Xiao Chen who stood at the top of the Heaven Dragon and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, showing his unyielding character and shocking the surroundings. Xiao Chen still remembered the joy he, his 2nd brother, and his 3rd brother felt when they learned that Xiao Chen fought against 2 Divine Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples by himself during the gathering of the 3 outer palaces. He still remembered the promise he made with Xiao Chen before he left, as well as the fighting spirit burning in his eyes and the unwavering determination on his face. The 1st Palace Master thought about many things. However, in the end he still decided to let Xiao Chen live. No matter what, as long as one was alive, there would be hope. Life was the most important thing. However, just as the 1st Palace Master was about to speak, Elder Tian Yun suddenly pulled the 1st Palace Master back and said, First Palace Master, let's make a bet. I understand Xiao Chen. If we let him give up like this, even if it's for his own good, he might never forgive us for the rest of his life. But, Elder Tian Yun said resolutely, First Palace Master, have you forgotten what he said to me when he first came to the Heaven Dragon Palace? Have you forgotten about the white-clad figure who stood at the top of the Heaven Dragon, comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist? First Palace Master, trust me. Don't give up. Otherwise, Xiao Chen will never forgive us for the rest of his life. He is not someone who gives up easily. If even he did not give up, yet we gave up, what would he think? The First Palace Master was stunned when he heard that. It was like lightning struck his mind. That's right. If even Xiao Chen did not give up, yet we gave up on him, what would he think? He was a dragon race cultivator who dared to take the risk to shatter Rakshasa Tian's clone. How could he give up before a snake-tailed tiger? A light flashed in the First Palace Master's eyes. He no longer wavered as he said, Many thanks, Lord Feng. The Heaven Dragon Palace will not give up. It will not give up on its disciple. There was still something that the First Palace Master did not say. The Heaven Dragon Palace could not remain at the bottom forever. Lord Feng found this slightly strange. However, since the First Palace Master made his choice, he did not say anything. This decision surprised the palace masters of the other divine dragon palaces. The Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master's face sank. He smiled coldly and said, Brother Exen, you are really going all out. For the sake of a good ranking, you even disregard the lives of your disciples. However, thinking about it, it makes sense. In any case, he is just a mixed-blood dragon. Even if he dies, Brother Exen will not care. Do you wish to die? First Palace Master Exian's face turned sullen when he heard that. A cold, murderous intent spread in his voice, inspiring fear in everyone. This startled the others. They thought to themselves, oh no. This Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master went overboard. They had also forgotten how terrifying the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master was. The other party's bloodline was not high, but his comprehension ability was startling. When he was young, he had been an unruly person. Back then, during the Empire's war, this man before them had relied on his military merits to climb to the position of the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master. Xiao Chen was not like them. While they were strong, they relied more on the power of their clans. The White Dragon Palace's first palace master quickly tried to mediate. Brother Qin, your words are a little overboard. We are all people of the dragon race. How can there be a difference in strength? No matter who it is, this concerns lives. It is a major matter. Right. Brother Qin, just apologize. Stop speaking. Fortunately, the other palace masters gave him a way out. The Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master knew that he was in the wrong. He also feared Exian's strength somewhat, so he said casually, Sorry, Brother Exen. I said the wrong thing earlier. Let me apologize to you. The first palace master wanted to flare up. However, Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng was here, so he could not say anything, so he could only drop the subject. When the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master saw this scene, he smiled coldly to himself. A mixed-blood dragon is just a mixed-blood dragon. Chapter 2013. After he left the palace, he advanced at full speed. Right now, he did not know that in the world outside the array formation, what happened on the staircase of light and shadow that traversed the heavens almost pulled him out. If the first palace master really wanted him to give up, even if Xiao Chen's mental state was pretty good, he would probably feel extremely depressed. He had not given up, yet someone else gave up on him. Such a sullen feeling would make one feel extremely helpless. Soon, a city wall appeared before Xiao Chen. The city gates were tightly shut, and dark clouds spread out. Xiao Chen stopped and entered deep thought. This world is really strange. The sky is probably an illusion. Everything is just a small world in the formation. Come out. Stop hiding. Xiao Chen said softly to the majestic city wall. There were two people hidden in the city wall. These two people hid their auras very ingeniously. Although Xiao Chen could sense their presence, he did not know their strength or other information. Whoosh, whoosh. Two men wearing golden battle armor leaped down from the city wall. One of them held a spear. His face was sharp, and his eyes were like resplendent gems, bright and clear. He looked delicate and handsome, giving off the air of nobility. In terms of elegance, he was no weaker than Qin Mu, one of the Qin clan's twin stars. The other person was tall and stout, 2 meters tall. His muscles bulged, looking like his battle armor would burst. This person wore a pair of black gloves flickering with a dim light, giving off a faint Dao. This was an inherited Dao tool. This person was actually an exceptionally rare vital Qi cultivator. When Xiao Chen saw the two, his expression did not change. However, he felt somewhat shocked in his heart. These two were the Golden Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciples. Their rankings seemed to be rather high. Xiao Chen had some impression of them outside, as they were very close to the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master. Wasn't the so-called first stage only for the strongest of the various outer palaces? How did the Heaven-class core disciples from the outer palaces get in? After waiting for so long, it is actually a mixed-blood dragon. Seeing how confused you are, I'll tell you. Each outer palace can send out 2 people to randomly attack the strongest disciples of the other outer palaces. Unfortunately, you ran into the 2 of us. Golden Dragon Palace's Zhao Long. The handsome youth holding the spear gently spun the spear, and a few gusts of wind whistled out from the tip of the spear as he reported his name. The Golden Dragon Palace's Tai Zongming. The vital Qi cultivator looked at Xiao Chen and smiled cruelly. Then he reported his name. These two were experts of the Golden Dragon Palace, second only to Qin Mu. Their strengths were about the same. If the 2 of them worked together, even Qin Mu would have a hard time dealing with them. Xiao Chen raised his head to look at the city wall behind the 2 of them and said thoughtfully, "I can leave as long as I push open the city gate." Hearing this, Tai Zongming couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Why do you think you'll have the chance to do so in front of the 2 of us? We have not reached the second stage yet, so I advise you to save your energy. To tell you the truth, even Qin Mu would find it hard to defeat the 2 of us if we work together. Aside from him, we are the strongest in the Golden Dragon Palace." Both of them couldn't help but laugh when they saw that Xiao Chen was still thinking about getting lucky. In reality, the 2 were more likely to target the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi, the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun, or the Blue Dragon Palace's Feng Wuheng. They wanted to do their best to create a chance for their senior brother Qin Mu to obtain the first rank. Indeed, they felt somewhat disappointed when facing Xiao Chen. They felt like they could not bring out their strength at all, wasting a chance to snipe. "Make your move then. Let me see where the 2 of you get your confidence from." Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he made an inviting gesture. Zhao Long felt slightly enraged when he heard that. He said sullenly, "You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. You are seeking a beating." While Zhao Long spoke arrogantly, he was extremely cautious when he attacked, not getting careless at all. Clearly, these 2 had heard of Xiao Chen's exploits and would not be careless. Bang! Zhao Long attacked first. However, Tai Zongming's attack arrived first. With a cold laugh, Tai Zongming punched the ground with his fist. Amid the loud sound, the ground shook. A terrifying crack extended to Xiao Chen's feet. The horrifying energy seemed like it would tear Xiao Chen in half like the ground. This was how vital Qi cultivators were. The circulation of vital Qi were much faster than that of veritable essence energy. With a thought, they could erupt with horrifying force with a casual punch. This was not like veritable essence energy, which needed to flow through the meridians and coordinate with one's aura and Dao. Xiao Chen did not retreat. He snorted coldly and stomped heavily on the ground. The spreading crack stopped. The 2's strength clashed underground. In the next moment, Lin Yun's eyes widened. In the next moment, the ground between the 2 shattered and exploded. Rubble flew everywhere, and the ground trembled. Space seemed to turn chaotic as well. Whoosh! A cold light flickered like an icy star amid the rubble. Zhao Long held up his spear, looking like a deity. Strands of golden divine dragon images circled Zhao Long as he shook his wrist. The golden divine dragon images merged with the spear. The resplendent golden light at the tip of the spear looked as piercing as the sun. Solitary dragon illuminates the sky. Zhao Long shouted. He infused most of his veritable essence energy into this spear strike. He activated his holy venerate will and great Tao energy at the same time, raising his aura to its peak. Zhao Long was extremely confident in this spear strike. This spear strike would definitely injure Xiao Qin. Even if Xiao Qin did not die, he would be severely injured. After that, Tai Zongming would make another move, and Xiao Qin would lose. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin was no longer the Xiao Qin from 1 month ago. He could still block this spear strike. At the critical moment, Zhao Long saw the white figure in front holding up the scabbard and pointing it at the sky. He did not draw the scabbard? Before Xiao Qin could think, the tip of the scabbard clashed with Zhao Long's nearly full power strike. A vast force surged out. Aside from the area under Xiao Qin's feet, the surrounding ground cracked and shot out ferociously. The strong might was clear to see. However, Zhao Long was horrified to discover that Xiao Qin did not move back at all. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin, who had used the scabbard to receive his spear strike, did not get knocked back. How can this be? Shock flashed in Zhao Long's eyes. He was horrified to discover that the two overlapping Dao might behind Xiao Qin had already suppressed him at some point in time. Go back. Zhao Long ferociously pushed back with the scabbard, and a huge force surged out. Zhao Long, who was in the air, felt his internal organs rupture. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he was forcefully pushed back by Xiao Qin. Clang. Xiao Qin's movements were as smooth as flowing water. The instant he pushed back Zhao Long, he drew his tyrant saber, and a cold light flashed in the sky. The saber's edge pierced through Tai Zongming's shoulder armor and embedded itself in his shoulder bone. Tai Zongming paled as he knelt on one knee. His hands clamped down on the saber's edge, not letting it descend any further. Tai Zongming was still immersed in a lingering fear. He had clearly calculated the timing earlier. With such a sneak attack, Xiao Qin would not be able to pull back. However, Xiao Qin seemed to have calculated everything. When Tai Zongming made his move, the saber light landed and locked onto him. In that instant, there was only this saber in the world. The fear of death spread in Tai Zongming's heart. In the face of danger, the advantage of being a vital qi cultivator showed itself. He managed to avoid getting hit in his vitals. However, he could not escape and scathed in the end, still getting struck by the saber light. You are seeking death. When Zhao Long saw the situation, he felt incredibly frustrated. While he was still in the air, he spun around and tossed the spear in his hand. The spear was like a dragon bearing fangs and claws as it roared at Xiao Qin. Dragon roars rang out, and the golden dragon's dragon might pressed over, wanting to knock back Xiao Qin and give Tai Zongming a chance to escape. Break! Xiao Qin shouted coldly and punched with his left hand. 100 cauldron force surged out from his body and burst out from his fist light. Zhao Long's strike did not store up any power. When the 100 cauldron force exploded, the golden dragon image instantly scattered. The spear reappeared, and the spear trembled as it hummed in the air. Die! Tai Zongming, who was kneeling on one knee, took advantage of this opportunity. He roared ferociously and grabbed the entire saber with his left hand. Tai Zongming's eyes turned scarlet, and his vital qi surged like thunder. His body gave off loud, thunderous sounds. His aura instantly surged, and blood flowed out of his left hand, which held the saber. However, Tai Zongming ignored that, forcefully standing up while holding the saber. He clenched his right hand tightly and punched at Xiao Qin's head. His entire right arm turned into a corporeal berserk dragon as vital qi poured out endlessly. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be caught off guard by Tai Zongming's sudden attack, and their head would have exploded into a bloody flower. Physical body cultivators should never be underestimated. In any dangerous situation, they could erupt with miracles at any time. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin was also a physical body cultivator. Divine Dragon War Body. Xiao Qin snorted coldly, and his body swelled up. His figure instantly became the same as the tall and stout Tai Zongming. After Tai Zongming went berserk, the aura that temporarily suppressed Xiao Qin vanished at this moment. Xiao Qin clenched his left hand into a fist. After bringing out his divine dragon war body, he did not show any fear, directly clashing with Tai Zongming. Bang! The two fists clashed, and an instant explosion occurred. Tai Zongming vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying into the air. Xiao Chen's figure flickered. With a few leaps, he managed to dissipate the force. The white-robed figure remained calm and indifferent in the chaotic space where rocks filled the air, strong winds blew, and dragon roars rang out. It looks like Qin Mu held back a lot of his strength when fighting you. Goodbye. Xiao Chen did not waste time with these two. He sheathed his saber and turned into a flash of lightning, flying towards the city gates in front. Zhao Long and Tai Zongming exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bitterness. They had lost somewhat miserably. The two of them still had some combat prowess. If they really wanted to drag things out, they could delay Xiao Chen for a long time. However, it was pointless. The two's confidence had been shattered. If they continued fighting, it would affect them greatly. At the second stage, they might run into a mishap. There was no need to make such a huge sacrifice for Qin Mu. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew what the two were thinking. Then he passed through them without any hesitation. He knew that these two would not dare to stop them. Creak! Xiao Chen pushed open the city gates, and the world before him suddenly changed. Then he entered a suppressive palace again. Xiao Chen sized up his surroundings. After searching for a while, he did not discover any hidden dangers in the palace. The surroundings were tightly sealed, forming an enclosed cage. Xiao Chen found this strange. What exactly was this stage testing? He could not help entering deep thought. Is this the final stage? Xiao Chen felt that he had already reached the end. He could feel the edge of the formation world through this palace. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, a gentle breeze appeared in the palace. A figure appeared together with the gentle breeze. Feng Wuheng. Xiao Chen. The two saw each other's faces at the same time and called out each other's names. Boom. An ancient bronze door suddenly appeared at the end of the palace. The two were startled. A brilliant light flashed in their eyes at the same time. They instantly understood that this was the final stage. Only one of them could push open this door and walk out. Chapter 2014. After seeing the bronze doors, the two calmed down from their shock. With their intelligence, they were able to guess that this was the final trial. After pushing open the bronze doors, they would at least be in the top 3. Otherwise, they would be at the bottom. Now that the two met, only one could leave. This was undoubtedly a very cruel thing. Feng Wuheng looked around and gained some understanding of this stage. The bronze doors would only appear when 2 people arrived in the palace. Whoever arrived first could recover their aura and veritable essence energy, allowing them to face their opponent in their peak state. After all, no matter who it was along the way, they would all be somewhat drained and would not be in their peak state. Due to Feng Wuheng's wind-attributed advantage, aside from the snake-tailed tiger stage, he had rushed over at the fastest speed possible. He had rushed over as fast as he could for the other tests. However, he had not expected Xiao Chen to arrive before him. The shock in Feng Wuheng's eyes when he first saw Xiao Chen was not fake. Xiao Chen did not overthink. He shifted his gaze from the bronze doors to Feng Wuheng. It looks like only one of us can leave. Feng Wuheng's eyes flickered, but he did not reply. He smiled and said, I wonder how long Brother Xiao Chen has been here. Feng Wuheng was testing Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen had been here for so long, it meant that Xiao Chen had recovered to his peak state. If Xiao Chen fought rashly, he would suffer greatly. Feng Wuheng himself had rushed all the way here. He even used a secret technique along the way, draining himself significantly. Xiao Chen smiled faintly in his heart. Naturally, he knew what Feng Wuheng was thinking. He did not hide anything and said directly, if you need to recover, I can give you 15 minutes. During this time, I will not make a move. Feng Wuheng felt startled when he heard that. Xiao Chen's attitude completely exceeded his expectations. Many thanks. I once heard Sidhu talk about Brother Xiao, and his tone was filled with admiration. I did not believe him in the past, but today, I see for myself that even Qin Mu does not have such breadth of mind and confidence. These words were true. Feng Wuheng was not like the others who looked down on mixed-blood dragons. However, when he heard Sidhu talk about Xiao Chen, he did feel some disdain. Xiao Chen did not think that a person with a mixed blood dragon bloodline could be as strong as Situ said. Today, he saw it for himself. Feng Wuheng's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, "But I'll say this in advance. I won't show you any mercy." He sensed an opportunity from Xiao Chen. If he had encountered someone else in the final round, he might not have been able to fight for first place. But if it was Xiao Chen, he really had a great chance this time. "As you wish." Xiao Chen was not surprised and said softly. Xiao Chen had his own considerations. Since these people were from the Blue Dragon Palace, there was no need to take things too seriously on account of Sidu Tong. There was no need to make too many enemies. Leaving a favor to the other party wasn't a bad idea either. Moreover, he was confident that even if his opponent had recovered, he would still be able to defeat him. As long as he pushed open this door, he would be in the top 3. To the Heaven Dragon Hall, this was completely acceptable. As the Heaven Dragon Palace had relatively few Heaven-class core disciples, the 3rd rank would allow everyone to enter the 2nd stage. Time passed slowly. A quarter of an hour soon passed. Feng Wuheng opened his eyes and stood up. Then he faced Xiao Chen once more. "No matter who wins or loses, I owe Brother Xiao a favor this time. Please give me your guidance." Feng Wuheng was rather straightforward, not saying anything unnecessary. After saying that, he took a stance. Whoosh! The two's gazes clashed in the air, searching for openings in each other's aura. Lightning crackled and flickered endlessly behind Xiao Chen. The Thunder Great Dao slowly stored up power. Gusts of wind drifted around Feng Wuheng, slowly growing stronger. Holy Venerate Will. Feng Wuheng could tell that Xiao Chen's cultivation was weaker, so he decisively infused his will of soul into his aura. Immediately, the formless strong wind seemed to come to life. With the support of the will of soul, the omnipresent wind became like a divine dragon, carrying a vast might and pressure as it charged at Xiao Chen. The dragon hid in the wind. The dragon image moved with the wind, and dragon might surged everywhere. In that instant, Xiao Chen felt the other party's might spread out in this space, putting immense pressure on him. Clearly, Feng Wuheng had put in a lot of effort into his will of soul. It already possessed a soul pressure no weaker than that of an early-stage sovereign personage. Light of the sun and moon. Xiao Chen did not panic. With a wave of his hand, the sun and moon rose behind him at the same time. Xiao Chen's suppressed aura immediately bounced back. Although his cultivation was not as high as Feng Wuheng's, he possessed a mysterious phenomenon of his soul. The moment he manifested it, not only did he resolve the danger before him, but he even managed to counterattack. The situation startled Feng Wuheng. He knew that he had no choice but to make a move. If Xiao Chen still did not make a move, his aura would be at a complete disadvantage. Wrath of Wind, Doomsday Storm. Feng Wuheng revealed an extremely ferocious and furious expression as he threw a palm strike as he roared. What kind of scene would the Doomsday Storm be like? Xiao Chen had never seen it before. However, he believed that the scene before him would be no different from the Doomsday Storm in the outside world. Feng Wuheng's palm strike instantly plunged every inch of the entire palace into a berserk state. Rumble! Strong winds howled in every corner. The palace shook as if it would collapse at any moment. There was no place to hide. The power of the storm was everywhere. Xiao Chen felt like millions of invisible hands were trying to tear him to shreds. Indeed, none of the outer palace's 4 great experts were weak. The moment Feng Wuheng attacked, he caught Xiao Chen off guard and could not adapt. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's physical body was strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand such a tearing, instantly losing. So, Xiao Chen shouted and took a step back with his left foot. Then, he ferociously swung the tyrant saber with his right hand. Ding! The tip of the scabbard instantly sank 1 centimeter into the ground. The Thunder Dao's Dao Might and the Saber Dao's Dao Might layered over each other. Then, the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body turned into a momentum that soared up like a stabilizing needle. No matter how strong the wind howls, I will not move. Wrath of Wind, heartless and hateful. A desolate intent spread out from Feng Wuheng's body. This move took the meaning of the desolate autumn wind sweeping through the world as it surged towards Xiao Chen. A will of destruction appeared in the berserk wind. When the two merged, they perfectly materialized the desolate autumn wind. It swept over, sweeping through everything in its path. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he silently executed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. When the saber light came out of its scabbard, it turned into an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. This was the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolving the mundane. Was it the merciless autumn wind, or was it the merciless Buddha who resolved the mundane? Fighting merciless with merciless? In the time it took for a breath, the desolate palm wind clashed with the inextinguishable saber light. The autumn wind scattered, and the saber light exploded. Thousands of strands of autumn wind accompanied the shattered resplendent saber light as they flew everywhere, filling the entire space. As they flickered, mottled light and shadows formed a wondrous scene. However, the two were not in the mood to appreciate it. Their figures flashed as they quickly attacked, neither giving way to the other. Just as the two of them were immersed in their fight, the other two palaces finally welcomed the others. In one of the palaces, the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu managed to easily break through the attacks of two White Dragon Palace experts. Then he looked around curiously. Just as Qin Mu was thinking, a figure flashed and a bronze door appeared. Ding Jun. Qin Mu felt startled. Unexpectedly, he ran into Ding Jun in the final stage. If it were anyone from the other outer palaces, Qin Mu was confident of convincing the other party to win without a fight. However, it would be somewhat problematic to run into the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun. Even so, Qin Mu still said, "Ding Jun, this should be the final stage. We have fought many times, but you have not won even once. How about you do me a favor this time and let me push open that door?" Ding Jun withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and chuckled. "Qin Mu, since when have you seen my Red Dragon Palace disciples negotiate with others? Stop being so wishy-washy like a girl. If you want to fight, then fight. Be more straightforward." Qin Mu's face sank. He retorted coldly, "You Red Dragon Palace bastards are like stones in a latrine pit. Since you do not appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Many thanks for the praise. Come, let me see how ruthless you are." "Ha!" Ding Jun laughed loudly, unconcerned. The two quickly started fighting. Without any preparation, they immediately launched their most ferocious attacks. In the remaining palace, the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao, who had arrived very late, was sizing up the surroundings when a figure in a somewhat sorry state appeared before him. Yuan Shi. Ling Xiao was greatly startled. Yuan Shi's body was riddled with wounds, bleeding. These were all sword wounds. The sword intent lingering in Yuan Shi's wounds had yet to scatter. Clearly, Yuan Shi would take some time to recover. Yuan Shi's sword Dao was publicly recognized as the strongest in the outer palaces. To think that such a person was covered in sword wounds. "Brother Yuan, which outer palace attacked you?" Ling Xiao asked, feeling interested. Boom. Right after Ling Xiao spoke, an ancient bronze door suddenly appeared at the end of the palace. This startled the two. After the shock passed, they revealed different expressions. Yuan Shi said with a sullen expression, "Ling Xiao, we have some friendship. Can you let me rest for a while before we fight?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I'm not a fool. If you recover, how can I be a match for you? Friendship aside, you can't blame me for being unlucky." Yuan Shi immediately felt frustrated. He could not tell that this Ling Xiao was normally a righteous person. However, at the crucial moment, Ling Xiao did not give Yuan Shi a chance. This old man finally understands. However, it is not as easy as you think for you to defeat me. After this, the three palaces entered a state of battle. The Green Dragon Palace's strongest disciple, who arrived late, was in a somewhat miserable state. He had already lost the right to compete in the final stage. Outside the formation plate, Lord Feng, who stood on the light steps in the sky, raised his eyelids slightly and said softly, "Those who are qualified have already entered the final test. Soon, the first rank will be revealed." The moment Lord Feng said that, the many outer palace masters on the steps all showed nervous expressions. The Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master did not have a relaxed expression either. He was waiting for Qin Mu to be the first to come out, so he could vent his frustration. Chapter 2015. The battles in the three palaces in the formation world had already reached their climax. The battles in each of the palaces were especially intense, so much so that they could even be described as tragic. The exit was right in front of them. Either they would rank in the top 3 or last. The two results were simply too different. No one was willing to be last. This was especially so for the famous Outer Palace outstanding talents. They would not give up until the very last moment. Who would be the first to walk out of the bronze doors? After so much time had passed, not only were the palace masters on the light steps in the air waiting anxiously, but the heaven-class core disciples on the ground waiting as well. After all, this concerned the slots for the outer palaces to enter the second stage. This concerned honor and benefits. Everyone hoped that their strongest disciple could stand out and become the first. Why are there no results yet? This is really making me anxious. Why is senior brother Qin Mu not appearing yet? There's no rush. Senior brother Qin Mu is publicly recognized as the strongest of the outer palaces. There should not be any surprises with him obtaining the first rank of the first stage. It would be good if he can enter the top 3. With that, most of the people in our Silver Dragon Palace will be qualified to enter the second stage. Given senior brother Yuan Shi's strength, while he might not be the first rank, he is definitely in the top 3. The various outer palace disciples started discussing in low voices in groups of 2s and 3s. The many Heavenly Dragon Palace disciples did not dare to say anything before this group of divine dragon bloodline cultivators. If they said anything, they would attract gazes of criticism. The many divine dragon disciples who looked down on mixed blood dragons mocked them in their hearts. The one at the bottom would definitely be Xiao Chen. When Li Luo and the others heard this, they felt angry in their hearts. However, they did not dare to show it on their faces. They could not help it. Aside from them, the others were all divine dragon bloodline disciples. If they started arguing, they would not be able to escape any benefits. This first stage is very considerate of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Aside from the top 3, everyone else is at the bottom. This is really unfair. Indeed. But why can't there be 4, 5, 6, and 7? Just thinking about it pisses me off. Ancestor Dragon City is clearly biased toward these mixed blood dragons. Speak softer. Don't let others hear. So what if they heard it? What's there to be afraid of? I'm just speaking the truth. If senior brother doesn't make it to the top 3, our slots will be the same as those mixed dragons. That's unfair. Although the ear-piercing criticism was suppressed, no one present could hear it. Bai Yunfeng and the others held their breaths, their expressions somewhat unsightly. Not far away, the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Tai saw this scene. He smiled faintly and said, "Brother Yunfeng, don't be angry. The Heaven Dragon Palace has been at the bottom for so many years. No matter what, we have to take care of them, right? These people are not giving face. Just ignore them. I support Ancestor Dragon City's decision." The Silver Dragon Palace disciples were extremely confident of their senior brother, Yuan Shi, entering the top 3. On the other hand, Yuan Tai had nothing better to do, so he teased Zhang Xian. On the surface, he seemed to be supporting Zhang Xian, but he was secretly mocking him. Right. Our Silver Dragon Palace supports Ancestor Dragon City's decision. This group of people is truly shameless. They are so harsh to their fellow sect members. Brothers of the Heaven Dragon Palace, don't be sad. Our Silver Dragon Palace disciples are absolutely not that harsh. Under Yuan Tai's lead, the group of bored Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples all started laughing loudly. In any case, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Yuan Shi would definitely enter the top 3. There was no need to worry too much. Bai Yunfeng trembled in anger, wanting to flare up on the spot. However, Li Luo, who was at the side, held him back, telling him not to act rashly. Just at this moment, a strange sound came from the formation plate. It was not loud, but everyone heard it. It was the sound of a door being pushed open. Someone was pushing the ancient bronze doors. In the blink of an eye, The chatter came to an abrupt stop. Everyone's gaze was directed toward the 3 ancient bronze doors on the giant formation plate in front of them. Everyone turned anxious, including the Silver Dragon Palace's group. The smiles on their faces vanished, and they watched nervously. He watched nervously. After all, no one could predict the outcome of an accident. It's the door in the middle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, every detail of the 3 ancient bronze doors was captured by the crowd. It could be clearly seen that the door in the middle was being pushed little by little, emitting a creaking sound. The person pushing the door seemed to have exhausted a lot of veritable essence energy and stamina. It appeared somewhat strenuous, unable to push the door open in one go. Who is it? Right now, everyone was trying to guess who was pushing this door open. Without a doubt, the person who pushed this door open would be the first. Qin Mu. Qin Mu. It must be Qin Mu. On the light steps, the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master already had a somewhat crazed look in his eyes. He nearly could not help muttering to himself. He could not help it. His earlier words were too firm. He had ruthlessly trampled on the Heaven Dragon Palace. If Qin Mu did not rank first, it would be somewhat embarrassing. Although the palace masters of the other outer palaces knew that it was very likely Qin Mu pushing the door open, they still held some hope. However, he still had some expectations. He hoped that his disciple would be the one who was pushing the door open. The many Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples already held their breaths in extreme anxiety, waiting for the answer. Compared to these Divine Dragon Palace disciples, the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples showed somewhat desolate expressions. They did not seek to rank first. They only hoped that their senior brother Shaochen could help them rank in the top 3. As long as they could rank in the top 3, they would be able to hold their heads high and release all the pent-up frustration in their hearts. As long as they could rank in the top 3, all the grievances they had suffered over the years would be worth it. However, the rumors they heard earlier discouraged them. They had already heard about the snake-tailed tiger. They had already heard about a mixed-blood dragon bloodline cultivator facing a snake-tailed tiger with a whole bloodline. The result was simply unimaginable. Although the ancient bronze door in the middle pushed somewhat slowly, it eventually opened a crack. Then the crack slowly widened. When the crack expanded to 3 inches, a side profile and a set of blood-stained golden armor appeared clearly in front of everyone under the sunlight. It was Qin Mu. Qin Mu's handsome face appeared somewhat fatigued. However, the sharpness hidden in his eyes, the noble air of a golden dragon, and the blood-stained golden armor all showed it. This person was Qin Mu, one of the Qin clan's twin stars, the strongest person in the outer palace. Ha! This old man already said that the first rank would definitely be my Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu. Earlier, I called him a mixed-blood dragon, and you want me to apologize? Damn it. To think that the strongest golden dragon in the outer palace wants to apologize to a mixed-blood dragon. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master could not help laughing maniacally on the light steps. Clearly, the 3rd palace master was also frustrated. Although his earlier apology to the 1st palace master was not sincere, it still upset him, a golden dragon. After suppressing it for a long time, it finally erupted. Although the 3rd palace master's words were arrogant, when he saw Qin Mu, who was the first to push open the ancient bronze door, the other outer palace masters did not say anything. The 3rd palace master had no choice. At this moment he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Even if the 1st palace master felt dissatisfied, he could not say anything, nor could he say anything. The results were there for all to see. This was a world where the strong reigned. Lord Feng would not care about it. It's senior brother. It really is senior brother Qin. The pride of the Golden Dragon bloodline, the dignity of the royal clan, senior brother did it. The strongest of the outer palaces will definitely be the noble Golden Dragon bloodline. No one can shake him. The Golden Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciples felt incredibly excited. Some even had tears in their eyes as they cheered in unison. The other outer palace disciples all showed somewhat desolate expressions. However, they did not show much change in their expressions. The strongest of the outer palaces was truly the strongest of the outer palaces. He lived up to his reputation. Qin Mu, who was pushing open the door, felt extremely fatigued. When he saw this scene, he squeezed out a smile on his pale face. It was worth it. It was worth fighting that madman from the Red Dragon Palace to the brink of death. Fortunately, he did not fail in his mission. It was all worth it. Boom. Suddenly, without any warning, an explosion came from the formation plate. Before everyone's incredulous gazes, the ancient bronze door to Qin Mu's left exploded. Then, a piercing electric light burst out from it. The electric light was as piercing as the blazing sun. A figure shot out from within the 10,000 zhang of lightning. That person wore white robes, looking spotless. He had a handsome face and delicate facial features. His expression was calm as he held up the tyrant saber and landed firmly in the air. Who else could it be but Xiao Chen? Everyone was stunned by this scene. Qin Mu had only pushed the door halfway. He hadn't even had the time to take a step out. The smile on his face had yet to fade when it froze. The cheering Golden Dragon Palace disciples were utterly stupefied. After the white-bearded old man on the light steps recovered from his shock, he said calmly, "Congratulations to the Heaven Dragon Palace's disciple, Xiao Chen, for being the first to leave and obtaining the first rank." The Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master, who had cursed excitedly earlier, was instantly stunned. He felt a burning pain on his face. The first palace master felt a lump in his throat, but he maintained a relatively calm expression. Without even looking at the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master, he said softly, "Tianyun, let's go and receive Xiao Chen." However, Elder Tianyun could not help turning around to look at the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master. "Our Heaven Dragon Palace really does not care for your Golden Dragon Palace's apology. You keep calling us mixed blood dragons. You are not even comparable to a mixed blood dragon. What noble golden divine dragon. Noble my ass." After cursing, Elder Tianyun turned and left. This angered the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master into trembling. He pointed at the other party but could not say anything for a long time. After being criticized by a Heaven Dragon Palace elder in public, the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master felt so frustrated that he wanted to die. However, he could not do anything. Chapter 2016. At first, the many Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace did not believe their eyes. When the white-bearded old man announced that the Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Chen obtained the first rank, everyone felt like they were startled awake from a dream. Only then did they wake up from a dream. The emotions that they had been suppressing for a long time erupted, and they could not help but cheer. Senior brother Xiao Chen obtained the first rank. He really obtained the first rank. The first rank belongs to our Heaven Dragon Palace. We are not at the bottom. The eyes of several Heaven Dragon Palace disciples turned moist. The earlier feeling was simply too unbearable. "Don't cry. Don't let others see you as a joke," Bai Yunfeng said softly. However, at some point in time, his eyes had already become moist. Although Xiao Chen obtained only the first rank of the first stage, it marked an epic-making moment in the history of the Heaven Dragon Palace. It had been many years. Even the many elders of the Heaven Dragon Palace did not know how long the Heaven Dragon Palace had been at the bottom for. How much mockery and disdain had the Heaven Dragon Palace endured? Today, Xiao Chen obtained the first rank. How could these people not feel excited and excited? The Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples at the side were all stupefied. Their expressions turned sluggish, completely in disbelief. Even though Ancestor Dragon City's Lord had already announced this result, they still found it hard to accept. Yuan Tai, who had mocked the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples earlier, showed an unsightly expression as he stole a glance at Bai Yunfeng and the others. Yuan Tai discovered that the other party could not be bothered with them at all, focusing all their attention on Xiao Chen. Yuan Tai heaved a sigh of relief. If Bai Yunfeng and the others came over to trample on him now, it would be a slap in the face. With Xiao Chen's first rank, even if Yuan Tai suffered a slap in the face, he could only endure it and not lose his temper. Yuan Tai consoled himself, "It's fine, it's fine. This is just the first stage. The second stage is the most important. As long as senior brother can enter the top 3, it will be fine." The Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples all set their gazes on the final ancient bronze door. They anticipated that Yuan Shi could push open this ancient bronze door. First place, Xiao Qin. Second place, Qin Mu. If not for Yuan Shi, the Silver Dragon Palace would have ranked last in the first stage. However, even after a long time, this ancient bronze door did not open. The faces of Yuan Tai and the others darkened. "Senior brother Yuan Ai, the door is open," someone exclaimed as he pointed at the giant array disc in front of him. Yuan Tai was overjoyed. He immediately glanced at the door and saw it being pushed open. Then, the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao walked out with a victorious smile on his fatigued face. The many Silver Dragon Palace disciples felt like they had fallen into an ice cave, stunned. When Bai Yunfeng saw this scene, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he smiled softly and said, "This is surprising." The Silver Dragon Palace did not even make it into the top 3. However, the people from the Silver Dragon Palace probably don't mind. They were quite supportive of the rules of the first stage. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely ear-piercing in the ears of Yuan Tai and the others. This was especially so when they mocked Bai Yunfeng and the others earlier, expressing their support for Ancestor Dragon City's rules. This time, he had been given a solid slap in the face. He had trapped himself in a trap, and he had no way to refute. His expression was extremely ugly. The other outer palaces were also discussing this matter. Yuan Shi was someone who was thought to be second only to Qin Mu. Yet, he was actually at the bottom of the first stage. Boom! With Ling Zhao's appearance, the first stage came to an end. The outer palace disciples responsible for sniping were sent out. The white-bearded man said, "That's enough. Go and rest first. I will announce the rules of the second stage in 2 hours." Even the snake-tailed tiger could not stop you, and you actually managed to obtain the first rank. "You should be glad that you did not run into me," Qin Mu said coldly as he walked past Xiao Chen with a sullen expression. Then he left without looking back. Qin Mu felt extremely depressed, extremely sullen. Anyone would feel upset. The first to push open the ancient bronze door had already enjoyed the cheers of the crowd, the glory of the victor. Then he instantly turned the tables, becoming the second rank in the blink of an eye. If not for his good mental state, he would have gone berserk on the spot. "Brother Xiao, congratulations on obtaining the first rank." The Blue Dragon Palace's Feng Wuheng walked over and performed a cupped fist salute with a smile. The two of them exchanged blows in the palace, and the victor was decided. After the victor was decided, Feng Wuheng stopped decisively, not continuing to tremble. However, Xiao Chen retained most of his veritable essence energy and great Dao energy. Hence, Xiao Chen could shatter the ancient bronze door with one strike. Unlike Qin Mu, who was drained by Ding Jun and could only push open the ancient bronze door bit by bit. "You are too polite." The two had gotten to know each other after fighting. Xiao Chen obtaining the first rank was the other party's help, a close victory. Goodbye. I'll see you in the second stage." Feng Wuheng smiled freely and turned to leave. "Junior brother Xiao Chen, you obtained the first rank?" Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu exclaimed in shock as they walked over and looked at Xiao Chen. They did not know the results when they were inside. They only found out after hearing Feng Wuheng's congratulations, feeling incredibly shocked. "I was lucky." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, his expression changed. He suddenly discovered that the two's injuries were extremely horrifying. They were all terrifying sword wounds. The sword intent spreading from them had yet to fade, still invading the two's physical bodies. "Your injuries." When speaking of their injuries, the two revealed smiles. Lu Feng said excitedly, "We succeeded in sniping Yuan Shi. We estimate that he will not pass the final test. The first palace master told us to do our best to help you. Although Yuan Shi did not run into junior brother Xiao Chen, it was worth it." When the two learned that Xiao Chen obtained the first rank, they were overjoyed, completely forgetting about their injuries. However, Xiao Chen felt some heartache. These injuries were somewhat severe. Yuan Shi was really ruthless in his attacks. "Two mixed blood dragons, don't let me run into you in the second stage. I, Yuan Shi, swear that I will make the two of you pay the price." Yuan Shi, who could not control his killing qi, walked past the two. When he looked at Xiao Jinyu and Lu Feng, he looked like he wanted to attack on the spot. If not for these two, how could he not be a match for Ling Xiao? However, just at this moment, Yuan Shi's expression turned grave. He suddenly discovered an even more terrifying killing qi surging towards him. Then Xiaochen said coldly, "I, Xiaochen, swear that if you dare to take revenge on the two of them, I will return it tenfold. Let me warn you, don't let me run into you in the second stage either." Even when facing Qin Mu's mockery, Xiaochen did not get angry or take the initiative to say anything. However, this Yuan Shi truly angered Xiaochen somewhat. The sword wounds on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu had already angered Xiaochen somewhat. Xiaochen had been too ruthless in his attacks. Some of the wounds would have resulted in unimaginable consequences if they had not been slightly off target. To think that this Yuan Shi did not intend to let them off, wanting to take revenge in the second stage. This touched on Xiaochen's reverse scale. Yuan Shi felt startled for some reason. Xiaochen's killing qi had already affected his mental state. Yuan Shi forced a cold smile and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" After saying that, Yuan Shi immediately left, not daring to compete in killing qi with Xiaochen. "Junior brother, there is no need to be so serious. Perhaps he is just joking. After all, we are all from the dragon race." Lu Feng felt somewhat surprised when he saw Xiaochen's grave expression. Xiaochen said softly, "That better be the case. Let's go. The first palace master is still waiting for us. Let the first palace master treat your injuries." Ling Xiao, who remained in the formation plate, watched as the three left. He muttered, "It turns out that I relied on these two to get third place. This is really shocking. To think that Yuan Shi suffered at the hands of these two in terms of the sword Dao. It looks like the Heaven Dragon Palace cannot be underestimated." When Xiaochen returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace's group, the first palace master had already been waiting for him for a long time. "Fortunately, I did not fail," Xiaochen said seriously as he performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. You can't. Elder Tianyun quickly stepped forward and stopped Xiaochen from continuing to bow. He said, "Since you can stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace, there is no need for you to bow to anyone. The rules of our Heaven Dragon Palace are not that strict. Furthermore, you are our hero. The first palace master and I, as well as all the disciples, have to thank you." The first palace master smiled warmly and said, "Tianyun is right. I have not been this happy in many years already. It has really been many, many years." The nearby Heaven-class core disciples were still young. However, the first palace master had experienced a lot. His calm words contained a sense of vicissitudes that others would find hard to sense. The first palace master looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu. A gratified expression flashed in his eyes as he said, "Very good. This time, the Heaven Dragon Palace has not only Xiaochen but also the two of you. Come with me. I will personally treat your injuries." The first palace master should have a lot more to say. However, when the first palace master saw Xiao Jinyu's and Lu Feng's injuries, he spoke briefly before personally removing the sword intent from their bodies. On the other side, the Silver Dragon Palace's second palace master reprimanded Yuan Shi with a cold expression, appearing extremely angry. Being at the bottom meant obtaining only 15 spots. This was completely unacceptable to the Silver Dragon Palace. The Silver Dragon Palace had deep accumulations. Its Heaven-class core disciples were second only to the Golden Dragon Palace. 15 spots meant that most of the people would not qualify to enter the second stage. Yuan Shi knew that he could not refute, so he lowered his head in silence. Chapter 2017. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master felt extremely angry after Yuan Shi was taught a miserable lesson. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master had high hopes for Yuan Shi and poured countless resources into him. In the end, Yuan Shi ranked last in the first stage. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master's reprimand was just short of calling Yuan Shi trash. "Elder Mu, treat his injuries. You should reflect on yourself. Don't make any more mistakes in the second stage." The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master left after saying that. Yuan Shi felt incredibly sullen. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu. However, Yuan Shi's gaze lingered on these two for only 1 second before landing on Xiao Qin. It's him. Back when the 3 outer palaces gathered, if not for Yuan Shi giving Lu Feng a chance to seek defeat, Lu Feng would not have improved so much. When Yuan Shi thought about Xiao Chen's earlier threat, the rage in his heart nearly spewed out. Damn it! To think that a mixed-blood dragon can obtain the first rank and even dare to threaten me. The repeated reprimands twisted Yuan Shi's heart somewhat. If not for the situation, Yuan Shi would have had the urge to attack Xiao Chen on the spot. The second stage, which would determine the final rankings and results, was about to begin. The various outer palaces' palace masters personally reserved all sorts of peak-grade medicinal pills for their trump cards, not stingy at all. On the light steps, the group of elders from Ancestor Dragon City felt surprised at the results of the first stage. Unexpectedly, a disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace obtained the top rank of the first stage. This Xiao Qin is rather interesting. There does not seem to be such a noble clan in the Divine Dragon Empire. Such a result is actually a good thing. The Heaven Dragon Palace has been at the bottom for many years. If they can get a good result in this competition between the 7 outer palaces, they can resolve the conflict between the mixed blood dragons and the divine dragon cultivators. The white-bearded old man revealed a smile. Clearly, he was very satisfied with such a result. Not only could he resolve the conflict between the mixed blood dragons and the divine dragon cultivators, but he could also suppress the Golden Dragon Palace, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The white-bearded old man's gaze fell on Xiao Qin. Then he nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Heaven Dragon's mysteries." With a single glance, he could tell that Xiao Chen had comprehended the Heaven Dragon profundity. My goodness! The Heaven Dragon Palace was really going to prosper. The white-bearded old man was secretly shocked. Being able to comprehend the profundity of the Heaven Dragon was already an extremely rare feat, not to mention, Xiao Chen was still young, and the wisp of Heaven Dragon's profound meaning seemed to have already materialized. Not long after, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Summoning a man, he lowered his head and whispered a few words into his ear. That man received the order and left. In the Golden Dragon Palace's group, after Qin Mu swallowed a Heaven Tier Rank 7 top-grade medicinal pill, his quintessential essence and soul power were recovering at an extremely fast speed. However, his complexion was not very good. His face was dark, and he looked as if he didn't want anyone to approach him. Everyone could see that he was in an extremely bad mood. It was best not to provoke him at this time. How many years had it been since he had occupied the number 1 spot in the Outer Palace? Yet, at such a crucial moment, someone had trampled on him, becoming a stepping stone for others, a background. When Qin Mu pushed open the ancient bronze door, he could only watch as the other party shot out and landed first. At that instant, no one could understand Qin Mu's emotions. A proud person like Qin Mu found it hard to accept defeat, much less a mixed-blood dragon. Qin Mu. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master walked over and looked at Qin Mu worriedly. 3rd Palace Master. Qin Mu nodded slightly, not bowing or greeting. Don't overthink. The first stage is not important. The second stage is the final ranking. The first stage is actually nothing, the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master consoled. Although the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master felt extremely upset, the competition between the 7 outer palaces was not over yet. He could not allow anything to go wrong. He needed to appease Qin Mu's mental state. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if he could not obtain the first rank in the second stage. Qin Mu retorted coldly, 3rd Palace Master, do you think that I cannot control my mental state? That's not it, don't worry. I was just unlucky in the first stage, running into the Red Dragon Palace's madman. I was careless and did not use some of my trump cards. 3rd Palace Master, there is no need to worry about me. That is good. After all, he is just a mixed-blood dragon. I don't believe that he can overturn the situation. As the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master spoke, he appeared somewhat excited. Clearly, Elder Tian Yun's words on the light steps still made him feel conflicted. 3rd Palace Master, we are filled with confidence in you. Senior brother, we are filled with confidence in you as well. The Golden Dragon Palace disciples at the back said at the same time. The Golden Dragon Palace's face had never been so humiliated before. They needed to regain it. The Golden Dragon Palace could only place this hope on Qin Mu. Qin Mu felt slightly stunned. After a while he said, "Don't worry. An insignificant mixed-blood dragon cannot trample on the dignity of a golden dragon." In the Heaven Dragon Palace's group, Lu Feng's and Xiao Jinyu's injuries had mostly healed. They could still display their abilities in the second stage. Right now, all the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples were excited. They were filled with confidence in the second stage. As long as Xiao Chen was around, he could create miracles at any time. When the first palace master saw this, he showed a gratified expression. Unknowingly, the Heaven Dragon Palace's appearance seemed to have undergone hundreds of changes with Xiao Chen's arrival. Xiao Chen's aura and spirit had already influenced the many inner and outer palace disciples. Now, he even encouraged the Heaven-class core disciples in this competition between the 7 outer palaces. Everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace was influenced by Xiao Chen. Even the upper echelon felt gratified. The Heaven Dragon Palace and Xiao Chen had long since merged into one. No matter how much time passed, Xiao Chen's deeds would definitely be passed down in the Heaven Dragon Palace for generations. Xiao Chen encouraged the mixed-blood dragon disciples at the bottom of the Divine Dragon Empire. Indomitable spirit, never giving up until the very end. This was the most valuable gift that Xiao Chen gave to the mixed-blood dragons. From the moment he left the stage until now, Xiao Chen could feel many gazes on him. There was surprise, shock, disdain, and cold smiles. There was even a murderous intent. However, it did not matter. Xiao Chen did not mind. The only thing that surprised him was that the mysterious old man from Ancestor Dragon City on the light steps had been staring at him for a long time. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. However, Whitebeard showed no signs of announcing the start of the second stage. Many people started to feel suspicious. First Palace Master, why has the second stage not been announced yet? A disciple in the Heaven Dragon Palace asked Exin. Exion's expression remained calm. That's normal. If there are no surprises, the second stage will take place in the formation world. As for the specific test, we will need some time to arrange it. The operation and maintenance of this formation is an extremely complicated matter. It is not as simple as it looks. Furthermore, it is good that it takes longer. It will give you more time to prepare. I hope that it takes as long as possible. That disciple had only asked casually. When he heard that, he did not say anything more. Xiao Chen, Li Luo, and the others sat together, chatting with relaxed expressions. What do you think Ancestor Dragon City is like? Xiao Jinyu asked out of curiosity. A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes, showing a yearning for Ancestor Dragon City. Senior brother Bai is the most qualified to answer this question, Li Luo said with a smile. Bai Yunfeng smiled casually and said, I have never been there either. However, when I was with my senior brothers in Ancestor Dragon City, I heard a little about it. Ancestor Dragon City was built on an extremely ancient dragon race remnant that dates back several epochs. Even now, it has not been fully explored. Most of the dragon race secret techniques that we can cultivate came from there. Speaking of mysterious, it is naturally extremely mysterious. Even the Dragon Kings do not know all of Ancestor Dragon City's secrets. While it is not mysterious, it is just the inner sect of a sect. It is no different from the other Rank 7 sections. There will be competition and challenges, and it will not be easy. However, no matter what, being able to enter it will be of great help to us dragon race cultivators on the path of the martial Dao. Bai Yunfeng's words stirred everyone's yearning for Ancestor Dragon City. Seeing that they would have a chance to enter Ancestor Dragon City after clearing the second stage, everyone became excited. Everyone discussed why they wanted to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Xiao Chen listened quietly at the side with a smile on his face. Junior brother Xiao Chen, why don't you tell us as well? Why do you want to enter Ancestor Dragon City? Bai Yunfeng asked when he saw Xiao Chen remaining silent. Right. Junior brother Xiao Chen, tell us as well. Everyone felt incredibly curious. Their gazes fell on Xiao Qin, waiting for him to speak. When Xiao Qin saw the situation, he smiled helplessly. You might not believe me, but I entered Ancestor Dragon City mainly to meet someone. I believe you. I guess it must be a woman, a very, very beautiful woman. Li Luo smiled craftily, showing a rare mischievous side. Everyone laughed. No one believed that their junior brother Xiao Qin, who was so dedicated to the martial Dao, would really meet a woman. Xiao Qin laughed as well but did not rebut. No matter what the results of the second stage are, I, Lu Feng, feel that it is all worth it to be able to fight alongside everyone today. The usually cold Lu Feng showed rare signs of emotion. Everyone was indeed very happy today. Such happiness was something that they had not experienced in many years. Junior brother Xiao Qin, thank you. Lu Feng said sincerely. Then he looked seriously at Xiao Qin and said, really, thank you. You don't know this, but all the disciples of our Heaven Dragon Palace are very grateful to you. It is not just because you obtained the first rank. It has been many years. Those Divine Dragon Palace disciples have looked down on us. Even our own people look down on each other. Without you, everyone would not be so united. We would not have the courage to challenge the second stage. When Lu Feng said this, the other disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace all stopped talking. Regardless of whether they were standing or sitting, regardless of how far away they were, all the Heaven-class core disciples looked at Xiao Qin. Actually, these were what they wanted to say in their hearts as well. Xiao Qin felt somewhat moved in his heart. He looked around and said, I have to thank all of you as well. I have wandered for many years, suffered a lot, and experienced many difficulties. The Heaven Dragon Palace made me feel like home again. I will never regret joining the Heaven Dragon Palace or getting to know all of you. At this moment, everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace was of one mind, united as a fortress. Just at this moment, the white-bearded old man on the light steps finally spoke. The second stage was about to begin. The entire place fell silent. The long-awaited moment was finally about to arrive. In the air, the white-bearded old man looked around and said, the second stage is about to begin. However, before I announce the rules and start, I have something else to announce. Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Qin, come out. The white-bearded old man showed a grave expression as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Qin. Before everyone's strange gazes, Xiao Qin walked out. The other outer palace disciples were all startled. To think that Xiao Qin directly attracted the attention of Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng. Was it because his performance in the first stage was too good and wanted Xiao Qin to join Ancestor Dragon City? I formally announce that the Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Qin is disqualified from the competition between the 7 outer palaces, effective immediately. No one is allowed to object. The moment Lu Feng said this, everyone was shocked. Chapter 2018. Disqualification? When they heard this, everyone wondered if they had heard wrongly. He looked around and realized that the others were just as dumbfounded as he was. What Lord Feng said was indeed correct, to disqualify Xiao Qin from participating in the 7 Royal Highness tournament. What happened? What's going on? Why is he suddenly disqualified? I don't think this has ever happened before. Puzzled questions hovered in everyone's mind. Even Qin Mu frowned slightly as he looked at the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master. The other party shook his head, indicating that he was confused as well. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Su Changfeng exclaimed in shock. Why was he suddenly disqualified? This was especially the case with Lord Feng's words. They were extremely serious and did not seem like they were joking at all. First Palace Master Yexen looked up and smiled embarrassedly. Lord Feng, are you joking? The white-bearded old man said coldly, do you think I'm someone who would joke around? These words completely confirmed Lord Feng's attitude. Xiao Qin's qualifications were really going to be revoked. Aside from confusion and doubt, the other Divine Dragon Palace disciples immediately felt a strange feeling in their hearts. Suddenly, there was one less heavyweight opponent. The second round seemed to be a lot easier. No, we don't accept this. Why did you disqualify junior brother Xiao Qin? Even if you are from Ancestor Dragon City, you should at least give an explanation. What did junior brother Xiaochen do wrong? Why did you disqualify us? Is Ancestor Dragon City targeting our Heaven Dragon Palace? Damn it, how could this be? The disciples of Heaven Dragon Hall, on the other hand, fell into a state of frenzy. This blow was truly too sudden for them. I can't accept it at all. Yexin, take care of your disciple. I have something to ask Xiao Chen. Rage flashed in Lord Feng's eyes as he berated the first palace master. The first palace master endured the dissatisfaction and rage in his heart. He stopped the first palace master and said, "Don't argue first. Let Lord Feng ask the questions. I want to know what exactly happened as well." Although he was dissatisfied, he knew Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng would not make random decisions without thinking. The place fell silent once more. Lord Feng's gaze landed on Xiao Chen as he said in a deep voice, "Xiao Chen? I want to know who you are and what is your identity? Why did you sneak into my Divine Dragon Empire and join the Heaven Dragon Palace? What is your scheme?" Xiao Chen was shocked. He knew that his fake identity had been exposed. Xiao Chen was not a person of the Divine Dragon Empire. Back then, for the sake of joining the Heaven Dragon Palace, he had to fake an identity. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was why the other party wanted to investigate him. Xiao Chen couldn't be sure what had gone wrong. The first palace master was startled when he heard this. Lord Feng's words were implying that Xiao Chen's identity was fake. That's impossible, right? What's so good about forging the identity of a mixed-blood dragon? The Divine Dragon Empire had tens of thousands of mixed-blood dragon cultivators. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay much attention to them. I am Xiao Chen, the Heaven Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple Xiao Chen. I am a dragon race disciple in the first place. I cannot be considered to have sneaked into the Divine Dragon Empire, Xiao Chen said softly with a calm expression. Lord Feng retorted coldly, "You still want to quibble? I already ordered people to use Ancestor Dragon City's special intelligence network to investigate your background. Why do you think the second stage was delayed for so long? I have no proof, so why would I speak carelessly?" Earlier, when Lord Feng was observing Xiao Chen, he accidentally discovered that the aura of Xiao Chen's bloodline was somewhat strange. Xiao Chen did not have the bloodline of the six-colored divine dragons or a true dragon or a mixed-blood dragon. As for what bloodline it was, Lord Feng did not dare to be sure. However, this was clearly somewhat strange. Lord Feng could not help but suspect it. Lord Feng ordered people to use the intelligence network to investigate Xiao Chen's background. It would have been fine if he had not done so. With one check, Lord Feng discovered that Xiao Chen's identity was fake. Then, he connected this to his strange bloodline. Clearly, this person was not qualified to continue participating in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Before Lord Feng figured out the matter, he definitely could not let Xiao Chen enter Ancestor Dragon City. His identity is fake? The Heaven Dragon Palace disciples were somewhat surprised, not daring to believe it. The other Divine Dragon Palace disciples were similarly shocked. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their expressions turned somewhat strange. Xiao Chen faked his identity, altered his bloodline, and infiltrated the Divine Dragon Empire. The Divine Dragon Empire was one of the northern region's giants. Even in the Central Great Realm, it could be considered a super faction. Naturally, the other factions would send scouts. Xiao Chen did not say anything, tacitly agreeing to it. Lord Feng showed a sullen expression as he said, "I thought that an incredible person appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace. It turns out that he is just a spy. I nearly let you sneak into Ancestor Dragon City. Fortunately, you can't hide your bloodline from this old man. Which faction sent you?" The situation changed somewhat quickly. Earlier, Xiao Chen was the center of attention, the dark horse that suppressed Qin Mu. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen's identity changed, becoming a spy. Lord Feng wanted to capture Xiao Chen on the spot. "No faction. I am just a dragon race disciple wandering outside. I have no identity. Sir Feng, you can say that I forged my identity, but don't say that I'm a spy." Now that things had come to this, Xiao Chen didn't want to explain too much, but the word, spy, was a bit of an insult to him. The first palace master hurriedly said, "Lord Feng, the matter of forging an identity is really not a big deal. In this great thousand realms, there are really many dragon race martial artists wandering outside. The dragon race bloodline in Xiao Chen's body cannot be faked. It's impossible for him to be a spy. Sir Feng, this matter cannot be concluded so quickly. There have been cases of fake identities in the past. It can be big or small, but it's still a bit inappropriate to say that Xiao Chen is a spy so decisively. The Green Dragon Palace's palace master said softly as he stepped forward. The label of being a spy was a little too big. Once it was confirmed that one was a spy, it was basically a death sentence. No one could save them. Out of caution, the Green Dragon Palace's palace master helped to say something. When Lord Feng saw the situation, he entered deep thought. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Not to mention faking movement techniques, the bloodline in his body is the greatest doubt. I'll give you one chance. Return to Ancestor Dragon City with me. After I investigate the truth of your bloodline, I will naturally clear your name." Return to Ancestor Dragon City to test his bloodline? Xiao Chen roughly understood what was going on. The other party felt that his bloodline was a little strange, but could not determine that he was of the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, they had underestimated the people of Ancestor Dragon City. Although most people could not recognize the Heaven Dragon imprisoned in the Starry Heavens Dragon prison, most people would not be able to recognize its bloodline. But that didn't mean it wouldn't arouse suspicion. "Sorry, I can't go." "Xiao Chen, why don't you go?" "Go, as long as I can verify that you really have the bloodline of the dragon race. A fake identity is nothing. I will guarantee your safety." The first palace master shouted uncontrollably at Xiao Chen's rejection, unable to control his emotions. Xiao Chen felt a trace of warmth in his heart. However, he could only smile bitterly. "First palace master, I can swear that I am definitely of the dragon race. However, I really can't go. If Xiao Chen went to Ancestor Dragon City, if the old monsters of Ancestor Dragon City came out, they would definitely recognize his bloodline." Xiao Chen had no idea how the Blue Dragon race went extinct. How could he dare to expose himself? Xiao Chen really wanted to go to Ancestor Dragon City. However, he really did not want to enter like this. After more than 5 years of wandering and suffering, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and arrived here. It looked like he was about to succeed. He could enter Ancestor Dragon City and meet the people he wanted to meet. He was only half a step away from the door, but it ended in the blink of an eye. The affairs of the world were like unfathomable. The bitterness was indescribable. Who could understand my heart? Before Lord Feng could say anything, the Golden Dragon Palace master suddenly smiled coldly. "Interesting. Where do you get your confidence to think that you have the right to refuse? Since Lord Feng has spoken, you have to go whether you want to or not. Spy, you are really mocking my divine dragon empire for having no one left. Today, I will take you down on behalf of Lord Feng." Right after the Golden Dragon Palace master spoke, a dragon roar came from his body. Then he soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Chen. This punch seemed to merge with the sky, spreading Emperor's might. This was the Emperor Dragon Fist that only the Golden Dragon Royal Clan could cultivate. A brilliant Emperor's might surged out from the fist light, pressing down on Xiao Chen. When Lord Feng saw the situation, he frowned slightly. He knew that this Qin Mu wanted to use this opportunity to trample on Xiao Chen, to vent the hatred in his heart from having the first rank snatched away. However, after thinking about it, it was not appropriate for Lord Feng to make a move to capture this Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen's identity was there. There was no harm in letting this Qin Mu make a move. Xiao Chen knew that his chances of leaving today were minuscule. However, this insignificant Qin Mu also wanted to use this opportunity to trample on him. This was truly laughable. In the 4 seas and 8 desolates, the group of dragons is leaderless. The world is unfair, and the evil dragon rules. How can one be respected? Luck is not on one's side, and life is as fragile as paper. Xiao Chen shouted, and he circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist together with that trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. An unruly and berserk dragon might immediately burst out from Xiao Chen's body. When facing this punch that merged with the sky and contained a vast aura and a brilliant Emperor's might, Chen did not show any weakness. He punched with a grand and lofty emperor's might, not showing any weakness. Supreme Dragon Fist. This is the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Dragon's Gate's forbidden technique, the Supreme Dragon Fist, was very famous. Practically all the Heaven-class core disciples present knew about it. However, this was the first time they truly saw it. The terrifying dragon might that erupted from Chen's body startled them. The moment this dragon might appeared, even the Emperor Dragon's might, which represented the orthodox Emperor Dragon, paled in comparison. Chapter 2019. Emperor Dragon Fist. The Dragon Clan's King's Fist technique had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. This fist technique was famous for being overbearing and violent. It was known as the Dragon Clan's #1 offensive fist technique. The threshold for cultivating this fist technique was also extremely high. Only the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor, the royal bloodline that inherited the fate of the empire, could cultivate it. When this fist was unleashed, all other fist techniques would pale in comparison. He was renowned throughout the entire Central world, and there were very few people who could match up to him. However, 100 years ago, the Supreme Dragon Fist appeared out of nowhere. It became the most tyrannical fist technique of the dragon race in one go, peerless. Even the Emperor Dragon Fist paled in comparison. However, Chen's cultivation requirements were even more difficult than the Emperor Dragon Fist. The resentment and viciousness contained within it was even more difficult to control, and the slightest carelessness would cause one to lose control of one's heart and fall into the path of the devil. The harsh conditions, the difficulty of cultivation, and the fact that the previous Heaven Dragon was imprisoned in the Starry Sky Dragon Penitentiary. This fist technique was like a meteor, shining brightly in the starry sky of the Empire. After releasing the most resplendent light, it instantly vanished. Since the previous Heaven Dragon was imprisoned, Chen was the second dragon race cultivator to execute the Supreme Dragon Fist. In the sky, Chen and Qin Mu fought an intense battle. One side used the sovereign Tao Orthodox Emperor Dragon Fist that had been passed down for a long time. On one side was the unruly Supreme Dragon Fist, which raged at the unfairness of the world and hated it for being unfair. Bang! Bang! The vast and boundless fist might in the air was like a clap of thunder, deafening. Dragon roars resounded in all directions. It was not just a competition between the two fist techniques, but also the understanding and application of the Dragon Clan martial arts behind the fist techniques. A golden dragon might spread out in the entire sky behind Qin Mu. The clouds for 5,000 kilometers around sparkled with a dazzling golden light. A golden divine dragon containing Emperor's might was hidden in the clouds. Nobility, pride, sharpness, luck. The vast dragon might hidden in the boundless clouds exuded a will that made one submit to it. As for Chen, he was dressed in white, and there was a sharp glint between his brows. Chen's long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind of the killing intent. His entire body looked sharp and sharp. The might of the Heaven Dragon spread out in all directions. The evil dragon was in charge, angry at the unfairness of the heavens. The intimidating dragon roar was filled with arrogance and unwillingness to submit to the orthodox dragon might. No one expected Chen to use the Supreme Dragon Fist to face Qin Mu. Even more unexpectedly, Qin Mu's Emperor Dragon Fist quickly recovered after being at a disadvantage at first. His entire body was bathed in golden light, making him look like a golden god of war. The heavens and the earth trembled. The wrath of the Emperor Dragon was the wrath of the heavens. It was one with the heavens, and carried the might of the heavens to intimidate the group of dragons. On the light steps, the white-bearded old man wore a gloomy expression. The elders from Ancestor Dragon City behind all appeared somewhat shocked, forgetting about Chen's earlier identity. Below, the first palace master's heart sank. He knew that Chen was doing this on purpose. Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. The Supreme Dragon Fist represented the highest martial technique of the dragon race. If not for the dragon race bloodline in one's body, one would not be able to successfully practice it. If one did not comprehend the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, one would not be able to bring out such might. This was a refusal to submit. With just a few words, the white-bearded old man identified him as a spy and sent him to Ancestor Dragon City to investigate his bloodline. This was a refusal to submit. However, since the first palace master could tell, how could Lord Feng not? The first palace master sighed in his heart. Given Lord Feng's temper, how could he endure this? This fellow is really rebelling against the heavens. On the light steps, the gloomy white-bearded old man snorted coldly, anger appearing on his face. Even if this old man said something wrong, it is an ironclad fact that you used a fake identity to sneak into the Divine Dragon Empire. If you have any grievances, come with me to Ancestor Dragon City, and everything will be clear. Now that Shao Chen displayed this supreme dragon fist, it was like slapping his old face. In the air, Qin Mu, who suppressed Shao Chen again, revealed a cold smile. The supreme dragon fist is merely essence. Qin Mu's Emperor Dragon Fist indeed had a deep essence. This fist technique had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had been systematically developed long ago. There would not be any drawbacks. On the other hand, the Supreme Dragon Fist had only been around for 100 years. There were too many areas that needed to be improved. Back then, that arrogant heaven dragon could defeat my uncle. Today, I will use the Emperor Dragon Fist to defeat you again. Emperor Dragon Fist, Sovereign Descent. Qin Mu shouted. The vast dragon might hidden in the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around suddenly infused into his body. His entire body immediately erupted with resplendent golden light. The Emperor Dragon might nearly turned solid. Boom! As the dragon might surged out, the ground, aside from the formation plate, cracked and sank. 25 years ago, the purple gold dragon emperor suppressed the heaven dragon. Could it be that the same scene would repeat itself today? The many Heaven Dragon Palace disciples could not help showing expressions of despair. Seeing the other party bring out his killing move, Shao Chen snorted coldly and suddenly waved his hand. The state of the Supreme Dragon Fist scattered from his body. Such a scene frightened many people. What was Shao Chen trying to do? In the next moment, surging killing chi erupted from Shao Chen's body. Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. It was like the lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never remaining in the sky. The killing chi on Shao Chen's body multiplied. Bush, bush, bush. Each wave was stronger than the one before. The horrifying killing chi spread out in all directions, penetrating deep into the hearts of the many disciples. This made them feel some fear. You clown. I'll show you the true Supreme Dragon Fist. Shao Chen snorted coldly. This time, he did not use resentment to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. Instead, he used killing chi to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. At this moment, boundless killing chi merged with the lofty aspirations in Shao Chen's heart. He drove his emotions to the limit, and an ancient dragon roar rang out in Shao Chen's body like a bell ringing. The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. The dragon roar reverberated in the air, long and unending. This was killing chi, rage, and the inextinguishable lofty aspirations and pride in Shao Chen's heart. This punch raged at the unfair heaven, venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. He could not accept this evil dragon that ruled the world. He could not accept that Ancestor Dragon City's old man treated him as a spy with just a few words. He could not accept that white-bearded old man doubting the authenticity of his dragon race bloodline. Shao Chen's chi and blood surged. This punch also activated the pride of the blue dragon bloodline in Shao Chen's body. Unbeknownst to Shao Chen, this pride silently merged with the heaven dragon's mysteries in his body. Bang! Two terrifying fists collided with each other in an instant. A resplendent light appeared amid a loud sound. Qin Mu, who carried the vast and boundless dragon might of a royal emperor's bloodline, pressed down, wanting to crush Shao Chen on the spot and trample on him. Pu Si. Pu Si. Shao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing his clothes red. However, Shao Chen did not show any panic or fear on his face. He shouted, and his killing chi gathered again. Crack, crack. Qin Mu was somewhat shocked to discover that the Emperor Dragon's dragon might supporting him slowly cracked under the assault of this punch. Before Qin Mu could react, the overwhelming killing chi behind Xiao Chen surged over like waves. Bang! 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 In the end, Qin Mu could not block the dragon might on his body. It shattered under the wave after wave of fist light. Qin Mu vomited a mouthful of blood, and his dragon might vanished. Xiao Chen's punch knocked him into the air. All the bones in Qin Mu's body shattered, and his internal organs were destroyed. His complexion paled as his life force drained continuously. Supreme Dragon Fist, ruling the surroundings. Xiao Chen punched again in one go. The fist light gathered into a war banner. The dragon might spreading out in the surroundings continuously infused into the war banner. No! Several Golden Dragon Palace disciples cried out hoarsely. The third palace master paled in fright. At this speed, he could not save Qin Mu in time. It looked like this sure kill punch would end Qin Mu. The white-bearded old man on the light steps shouted coldly. Then he ferociously grabbed the war banner, which contained Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, will of soul, and boundless killing chi. Crack! The war banner shattered, and Xiao Chen's mind and soul were injured. He vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew to the ground. The white-bearded old man casually flung his arm and said coldly, "The Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Chen faked his identity and snuck into the empire. He offended his superiors and offended this lord. Furthermore, he tried to murder the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu. He deserves 10,000 deaths for his crimes. Capture him and await punishment." With the white-bearded old man's command, many dragon race experts immediately appeared from all directions, chasing after Xiao Chen. No one expected Lord Feng to personally attack Xiao Chen and even accuse him of so many crimes. With this, Xiao Chen was finished. Damn it! What dog's hit Ancestor Dragon City is this? It was clearly this Qin Mu who wanted to kill Xiao Chen, alright? Without any evidence, he labeled Xiao Chen as a spy. This is simply despicable. Anyone who wants to take down Xiao Chen will have to go through me, Murong Yen. The Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yen could no longer endure it. Now that he saw Lord Feng personally injure Xiao Chen, he completely erupted. He ignored the Red Dragon Palace Elder's attempts to stop him and soared into the air, instantly clashing with the dragon race experts flying over from all directions. Protect junior brother Xiao Chen. Even Murong Yen made a move. How could the many Heaven Dragon Palace disciples have any fear? They only relied on their hearts and made decisions that they normally would not dare to make. They stood together with the various dragon race guards. The originally somewhat chaotic scene instantly descended into absolute chaos. The dragon race experts who came to capture Xiao Chen on Lord Feng's command were all blocked. Amidst the chaos, a gentle breeze blew. "Let's go." Sidu Changfeng weaved through the chaotic crowd and supported Xiao Chen, who was injured by Lord Feng, on his shoulder. Then he quickly left. On the light steps, the white-bearded old man showed an enraged expression. He looked around and instantly locked on to Sidu Changfeng and Xiao Chen, who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to flee. "To think that you want to flee under my nose. You are seeking death." However, just as the white-bearded old man was about to make a move, a small world made of flames suddenly appeared before him. The small world expanded continuously, turning into a complete nation. Then, it smashed down on the group of people on the light steps. The appearance of the nation of flames completely blocked the white-bearded old man's vision. Aside from this nation, there was nothing else. Firmament's rage. "Yexine, you can't resist making a move as well?" The white-bearded old man showed a cold expression. He immediately recognized this move. This was the famous consummate technique that the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, Yexine, used to sweep through the northern region, Firmament's Rage. This Firmament's Rage was much mightier than the one that Xiao Chen executed. It was complete and looked flawless, like a real world. The raging flames of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon filled the sky. However, a nation of flames flew over, temporarily separating them from reality. The first palace master slowly appeared in the nation of flames. Then he looked at the white-bearded old man and said, "My apologies, Lord Feng. I have never disobeyed my lord's orders in my life, but this time, Since he does not want to go to Ancestor Dragon City to verify his bloodline and clear his name, milord, just let him go. Sir, just let him go. No matter what his motives are, just let him go. The white-bearded old man was very old. When the first palace master was young, he was already a senior expert of Ancestor Dragon City. The white-bearded old man possessed extremely terrifying strength. In terms of friendship, he had even saved the first palace master's life. You think that you can stop me? It has not started yet. How can I give up? If I don't try, who knows? Chapter 2020. The first palace master made a move, while the white-bearded old man and the other Ancestor Dragon City experts from Lanzhou attacked. The entire place turned chaotic. The palace masters of the various outer palaces were shocked by the Heaven Dragon Palace master's attack, all of them stunned. This EXN is crazy. To think that he dares to attack Lord Feng. What kind of status does Lord Feng have? He is the Dragon's Gate's supreme elder. Does he want to die? Why is this fellow doing this? The first palace master's attack shocked everyone. It was also this moment that gave Sidu Changfeng a small opportunity. Sidu Changfeng turned into a shadow and quickly left with Xiao Qin. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds rang out in the air. The shock waves from EXIN's and Lord Feng's fight spread out. Countless horrifying fireballs fell from the sky, looking like blazing suns descending. In an instant, no one was able to avoid this storm. Many of the outer palace's disciples and elders could not dodge in time and got injured on the spot. Miserable cries rang out continuously. The various palace masters recovered from their shock and quickly made a move to protect their outer palace's disciples. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. We can't stay here anymore. Quickly leave. The horrifying shock waves from the fight between two sovereign emperors were easy to imagine. Even a sovereign personage would find it hard to protect themselves. The various factions in Divine Dragon City were all shocked. Not knowing what was going on, countless experts soared into the air and gazed into the distance. EXN is fighting with Ancestor Dragon City's elders? Is he trying to rebel? EXIN is one of the few peak experts of the mixed blood dragon bloodline. Why is he making a move? Today seems to be a major day for the competition between the 7 outer palaces. This is a major matter. It has been many years since such a huge storm has happened in the Divine Dragon Empire. Furthermore, it is in Divine Dragon City. Many of the factions outside the Divine Dragon Empire could not understand what was going on. They felt very confused, not knowing what was going on. When First Palace Master EXN made a move, the storm caused by Xiao Qin immediately spiraled out of control. This caused the entire Divine Dragon City to be shaken. There were many factions with good and bad mixed in. The strong ones all rushed over immediately. They needed to figure out what was going on for such a major matter. Amid the chaos, Sidu Changfeng supported Xiao Qin and left the center of the chaos. Xiao Qin said weakly, "Thank you, Sidu. Let me go. I will walk by myself." With the dragon race's accumulations in Divine Dragon City and the hidden factions, if they searched for Xiao Qin with all their might, the dragon race would not be able to defeat Xiao Qin. It was only a matter of time before they caught him. However, now that the first palace master had suddenly made a move, the situation had spiraled out of control and he had become the center of the whirlpool. It attracted a lot of firepower and attention for Xiao Qin, giving him a chance of survival. It was already sufficient for Situ Changfeng to help him at the crucial moment. If he continued to get entangled, he would sink even deeper, and the trouble in the future would only be greater. Situ Changfeng said, "Don't speak. You are not familiar with this Divine Dragon City at all. Besides, the city is definitely sealed now. No matter how capable you are, you won't be able to get out." Ignoring Xiao Qin's advice, Sidu Changfeng brought Xiao Qin to a remote street and stopped. He looked down at the sky, deep in thought. Then he asked somewhat anxiously, "Why is he not here yet?" Just then, a 3-star heaven suspending war chariot appeared in the sky. "Get in!" The carriage door opened, and the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei appeared. Sidu Changfeng seemed to have been prepared and had been waiting for a long time. Without saying anything, Sidu Changfeng flew into the heavens suspending war chariot with Xiao Chen. Aside from Wei Hongfei, there was another person in the war chariot, the Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei. Brother Duan, please take a look at Xiao Chen's injuries. Sidu Changfeng said worriedly as he handed Xiao Chen to Duan Fei. Xiao Chen was a little surprised. He looked around. Everything seemed to have been prepared. Wei Hongfei noticed Xiao Chen's confusion. He said, "When that Lord Feng said that your identity was fake, I knew that things were bad, so I left with Duan Fei in advance. I will help you prepare a path of retreat. Leave Situ Yi and Murong Yen behind to provide support. Originally, I had some other methods, but this is all I can do for the time being." "Why did you help me?" "My identity is fake and my bloodline is still uncertain," Xiao Chen said softly. Sidu Hongfei and the others exchanged looks. Then Wei Hongfei said, "After all, we have gone through life and death together. I don't believe that you are a spy. Your dragon race bloodline is definitely real. Even if the whole world doesn't believe you, us brothers will believe you." Xiao Chen was touched and didn't know what to say. Since ancient times, there were many who added flowers to embroidery, but few who provided timely help. To be able to wait for a group of friends to stand up for him in his most difficult time was truly worth it. "Brother Wei, Xiao Chen's main problem is that his soul has been injured. It will be hard for him to recover in a short period of time. I've already done my best to heal my fleshly body. With the help of Xiao Chen's fleshly body, I'll be able to recover soon." Duan Fei said with a frown as he treated Xiao Chen. Wei Hongfei said, "We can only do that for now." The heaven-suspending war chariot flew around the city at an extremely fast speed. The shock waves from the fight between the first palace master and Lord Feng had already spread to the entire Divine Dragon City. The fight between the two sovereign emperors stirred up a huge commotion in the ancient city. The entire city turned chaotic. Many people took advantage of the situation, causing chaos everywhere. The city lord's residence's royal guard legion moved out urgently. When the heaven-suspending war chariot arrived above the city gates, the dragon race cultivators at the city gates had already sealed the city. Who knew how many restrictions were laid at the checkpoints? Unless a sovereign emperor came, one could not barge in. "The war chariot in front, please stop. Divine Dragon City has already been sealed. No one is allowed to go out." When the voice reached the heaven-suspending war chariot, the group showed somewhat nervous expressions. Actually, these city guards did not know what exactly happened. They only knew that the city was in chaos, and the sovereign emperors were fighting. According to military rules, they had to seal the city immediately. There was no need to wait for orders from the higher-ups. "Don't panic." Wei Hongfei showed a calm expression as he walked out of the heavens-suspending war chariot. Then, he took out a medallion and asked, "Even the Wei clan's people cannot go out?" When the dragon race cultivators saw the medallion, they were startled. The leader hesitated for a while. After verifying the medallion's authenticity, he felt somewhat conflicted. After a while, he said, "Since you are the Wei clan's people, naturally, you can pass. Let's go." "Many thanks." Wei Hongfei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he returned to the heaven-suspending war chariot. When the restrictions opened, they rushed out of the city. The leader of the city guards frowned slightly. Then he said sullenly, "Record this. Although we cannot offend the Wei clan's people, he is the first person to successfully leave the city." "Milord, why didn't you check the war chariot earlier?" "Check what? I don't know what happened. Even now, there is no concrete news. The major characters are probably busy dealing with the sovereign emperor's fight. Don't bother about that. Just record the time he left the city." Wei Hongfei left the city so easily. Xiao Chen felt somewhat shocked. "So, you should listen to me, right? Within the Golden Dragon race, aside from the royal clan, the strongest faction is the Wei clan. With Brother Wei making a move, it should be possible to send Brother Xiao out of the city." Sidu Changfeng smiled faintly. Then, he gave Xiao Chen an explanation. Xiao Chen now understood. No wonder the city guards gave him so much face. This Divine Dragon City was controlled by the Golden Dragon bloodline. The Golden Dragon bloodline held the highest status in the empire in the first place. With Wei Hongfei's identity, it would not be difficult for him to send Xiao Chen out before the matter was exposed. Xiao Chen's fortunate escape from the city looked like a coincidence. In reality, it was all because of his friend's help. The Heaven Dragon Palace disciples had not fought with the Dragon Race guards to stir up the situation. The first palace master had not suddenly made a move and caused the situation to escalate beyond control. Without Wei Hongfei's advice and plans, it would have been impossible for Xiao Chen to leave the city. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. After he got into trouble, so many people came to help him. Given the Dragon's Gate's strength, after the situation was settled, they would pursue the matter. These people who helped Xiao Chen would not be able to avoid getting into trouble. With this thought, Xiao Chen could not help feeling guilty. "Brother Xiao, let's go quickly. We can only send you out of the city. You will have to rely on yourself for the rest," Wei Hongfei said calmly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had many things he wanted to say, but he did not know how to express himself. He was not a person who was good at expressing himself. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks. I will never forget today's kindness. Take care." Xiao Chen knew that the situation was urgent. He reluctantly glanced at the Dragon City, then at Wei Hongfei and the other two. Then he decisively turned and left. As Wei Hongfei and the other two watched Xiao Chen leave, they showed somewhat complicated expressions, showing pity in their eyes. "How unfortunate. I thought that the few of us could enter Ancestor Dragon City together and roam the northern region together, making a name for ourselves in the dragon race." Wei Hongfei sighed, melancholy filling his face. "Soon, the Blood Dragon Guards will make a move. The few of us will disguise ourselves as Brother Xiao Chen and help divert some of his attention. This is all we can do." "We can only do this much," Sidu Changfeng said after withdrawing his gaze. "The Blood Dragon Guards." At the mention of the Blood Dragon Guards, the three's expressions turned somewhat grave. This was a faction hidden in the darkness of the Divine Dragon Empire. This was an existence that inspired fear in everyone. After fleeing Divine Dragon City, Xiao Chen was far from safe. He would only be truly safe if he could avoid the Blood Dragon Guard's eyes and leave the Divine Dragon Empire. Chapter 2021. In a continuous mountain range outside Divine Dragon City, Xiao Chen stood on one of the unremarkable peaks. When he looked back, he remained silent. He had not expected the competition between the 7 outer palaces to end like this. He felt somewhat wronged, somewhat helpless, but mostly guilty. The first palace master took the initiative to fight with Ancestor Dragon City's elders for him. His brothers and friends did not hesitate to oppose Ancestor Dragon City to protect him. After causing such a huge commotion, they would definitely be punished in the end. "Big Brother Xiao, are we not leaving?" Sang came out of the Divine Universe Steel and looked at Xiao Chen with some worry. Sang was very worried about Xiao Chen's current situation. He knew that Xiao Chen blamed himself and would not be able to calm down for now. "Was I too rash? At worst, I'll just make a trip to Ancestor Dragon City. Isn't that just exposing my blue dragon bloodline?" Xiao Chen said softly as he looked into the distance. Xiao Chen had always been swift and decisive when doing things, rarely regretting them. However, he had not expected to drag in so many people this time. In reality, Xiao Chen could not be blamed for many things. It was trouble that sought him out, not that he took the initiative to create trouble. Sidu Changfeng and the others charged out of their own volition. It was just like how Xiao Chen risked his life to save Sidu Changfeng without hesitation in desolate God Valley. All he could do was follow his heart. However, no matter how resolute a heart was, there would be a weak and soft side. There would always be heartache that was hard to control. On this day, Xiao Chen truly felt helpless after his dream shattered in Divine Dragon City. The land of shattered dreams. Broken dreams. Broken heart. 5 years of wandering, 5 years of heartache. He was just one step away from seeing Lu Ruyue. When Murong Yen attacked in rage and the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples attacked, cracks appeared in that proud and stubborn heart that would never give up. Cracks appeared in that proud and stubborn heart that would never give up, a broken heart that was hard to come by. After the shocking battle during the Great Tribulation of the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen had not felt such emotions for many years already. Let's go! Xiao Chen could not bear to watch. He could not bear to look at the land of shattered dreams. Where to next? Are we leaving the Divine Dragon Empire? Sang asked. Recuperate first. 3 days later. The commotion in Divine Dragon City slowly calmed down. After the initial commotion, people finally figured out the truth. No one expected the commotion that resulted in 2 horrifying sovereign emperors fighting in Divine Dragon City. It was actually caused by an inconspicuous Outer Palace disciple. Xiao Chen, a disciple who only had some fame in the Outer Palaces, instantly swept through the entire Divine Dragon Empire. Whether it was the Imperial Emperor or Star-Lord Cloud Sea, they all knew of this person. In the competition between the 7 palaces, Qin Mu, who had suppressed the Qin family's twin star, had been discovered to be a fake. This had caused a huge commotion. What was even more shocking was that the Blue Dragon Palace's Sidu Changfeng, the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei, all the Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace stepped forward for such a person. As the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, Yiyun did not hesitate to fight with Ancestor Dragon City's Supreme Elder. Everything was to send this person out of Divine Dragon City. The story was too bizarre, but it was usually the bizarre that would be praised by people. As time went by, people dug up Xiao Chen's past deeds of chopping down Rakshasa Tian's clone and rescuing the Flame Dragon Legion alone. This was even more shocking and inconceivable. 7 days later, in a small tea house by the roadside in the ancient dragon city where the White Dragon Palace was, some people sat in a rather desolate tea house, drinking tea and chatting. To think that this Xiao Chen has not been caught yet. This is strange. It has already been 7 days, but we have not even seen a shadow of him. This is really ridiculous. The Blood Dragon Guards have always been known for their efficiency. To think that they could not find any clues at all. This is indeed strange. I heard that there was something even more bizarre. There was a dragon race expert skilled in divination who tried to divine Xiao Chen's position. In the end, all of them drained their soul energy, vomited blood, and fainted. When they woke up, they did not say a word. No one dared to divine where this Xiao Chen was anymore. That is an absolute genius who successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. There will always be some exceptions. Speaking of the Supreme Dragon Fist, have you heard of it? I heard that the Qin clan's twin stars already brought out the limits of the Emperor Dragon Fist. However, that Xiao Chen still defeated them. How come I haven't heard of it? The Emperor Dragon Fist has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It is the top offensive martial technique of the dragon race, known as the King of Fist Techniques. Even in the entire Central Great Realm, fist techniques that can compare to it are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Who could have expected that it would lose to the Supreme Dragon Fist? A fortune-teller said that the Golden Dragon Palace's luck is already affected. The Golden Dragon bloodline has already sent out the Dragon Protecting Squad. The order is to kill Xiao Chen on the spot. The Golden Dragon Palace's group of bastards is really ruthless. However, thinking about it, it makes sense. This Xiao Chen is already a threat to their ruling position. If it were me, I would have killed him before there were any signs. In a corner of the tea house, a cloaked figure put down his teacup, left behind some spirit jades, and stood up to leave. The person under the black cloak was Xiao Chen. After 10 days, Xiao Chen's injuries had healed. After he recovered, he carefully made his way to this place. The White Dragon Palace did not put much effort into pursuing Xiao Chen. They did not even search for suspicious people. However, Xiao Chen did not lower his guard. When he came to investigate, he only came to this desolate tea house. He did not even go to the more bustling inns. However, there was not much useful information. It was all outdated information. Xiao Chen already knew about this 3 days ago. According to the rumors, there were Situ Changfeng, Murong Yen, and the many disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Surprisingly, they were not severely punished. They were only disqualified from entering Ancestor Dragon City for 1 year. After that, the various outer palaces dealt with them on their own. This was already the best result. It looked like Ancestor Dragon City still had some boldness and did not make things difficult for these disciples. Xiao Chen's only worry was the first palace master. Even now, there had been no news of the first palace master. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen stopped at the periphery of the mountain range where the White Dragon Palace was. He had already circled the entire White Dragon Palace. The formations layered over each other. If one tried to barge in, one would just be seeking death. Xiao Chen asked, "Sang, do you have a way?" "There's no problem. One of their formations uses the power of the mountains, using everything as a formation. I can communicate with some ancient trees and use that to make a breakthrough. If we are careful, we can enter." "All right." After putting on the Death God mask, Xiao Chen successfully infiltrated the place after some effort. The Death God mask had the ability to isolate all auras. Even a sovereign emperor would find it hard to detect. For the past 10 days, Xiao Chen had been able to prevent the various factions from tracking him largely because of the Death God mask. When necessary, the Death God mask could even merge itself into the void to avoid detection. The White Dragon Palace was extremely vast. When Xiao Chen silently barged in at night, he did not attract any attention. Following the route in his memory, Xiao Chen carefully made his way to Lu Ruyun's residence. By relying on the Death God mask to isolate his aura, Xiao Chen evaded the many guards. When the full moon rose, Xiao Chen finally arrived at the side of the lake between the towering mountains and precipitous ridges. The lake water was as clear as before. White mist seeped out of the lake's surface at night, making it look even colder when illuminated by the moonlight. An exquisite pavilion shrouded in white mist stood in the center of the lake, appearing indistinct at a glance. Mountains surrounded the surroundings, and the lake water looked like a painting. The distant mountain ranges rose and fell. The lake water looked like jade amid the undulating mountain ranges, looking like a flawless piece of unpolished jade embedded in the mountains. As Xiao Chen stood at the lake's edge, he saw that the picturesque lake was incredibly long and narrow, extending out between two mountain ranges. This small lake actually gave off the feeling of a vast sea, vast and unfathomable. As for the pavilion in the center of the lake, Xiao Chen peered through the mist. Dragons and jade phoenixes were carved in the pavilion, looking pure white. The pavilion flickered with a crystalline light, reflecting the rippling, jade-green surface of the lake. "I've arrived," Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he stared at the pavilion. Lu Riyue's residence in the White Dragon Palace was Xiao Chen's destination. Although he could not go to Ancestor Dragon City, Xiao Chen had not forgotten his initial purpose in coming to the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he flew over silently. His figure rose and fell a few times on the lake's surface. Then, he gently drifted down like a swallow and landed on the pavilion's roof. Xiao Chen did not enter rashly, as there were people inside. Inside the pavilion, Lu Ruyun held a painting with only Xiao Chen's silhouette. She said hatefully, "Damn Xiao Chen. Damn Xiao Chen. We agreed to go to Ancestor Dragon City together. Why did you cause such a huge commotion? It is just a movement technique. You could have just told me, and I would have gotten my father to do it for you. It would have been easy. You bastard. You left without a conscience. You should have at least reported that you were safe. I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death." As the valiant and formidable-looking Lu Riyun spoke, her eyes turned somewhat moist. This girl did not know why she felt disappointed. She just felt her nose turn sour. Then, she behaved like a child, poking many holes in the painting. Xiao Chen looked at the messy painting on the ground. All of them had similar holes. It was clear that this was not her first day here. Lu Ruyun only left in embarrassment when it was late at night. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. After Lu Riyue was far away, he silently entered the pavilion. Lu Riyun once said that as long as Lu Riyue had time, she would come back to stay for a while. Xiao Chen did not know when exactly, but this was where Lu Riyue stayed in the White Dragon Palace. He waited patiently. Perhaps he might get a chance to meet Lu Riyue before he left. He could only leave such an opportunity to heaven and try his luck. Xiao Chen did not hold much hope. Time passed quietly. Soon 1 month passed. Xiao Chen already felt some despair. During this time, Sang urged him several times to leave this place quickly. There were many experts in the White Dragon Palace. Once discovered, only death awaited him. Big brother Xiaochen, we really have to go. Right now, the most important thing is to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. We really cannot remain in this White Dragon Palace. Sang's voice came from the Divine Universe Steel again. Xiaochen had already waited for many days. He had promised Sang to leave several times, but he could not help staying. Xiaochen sighed softly, let's leave after tonight. Xiaochen was destined not to see Lu Riyue again. Once he left, he did not know when he could see Lu Riyue again. Someone is approaching. Just at this moment, Xiaochen and Sang both sensed someone slowly floating over from the lake. It was not Lu Riyun. In the past month, Lu Riyun had come several times. Xiaochen and Sang were already very familiar with her aura. It's her? Chapter 2022. Someone was indeed here. The lake rippled under the night sky. A girl wearing simple clothes that could not hide her outstanding charm arrived before the pavilion amid the hazy white fog. She pushed the door open and entered. She went straight to the study and saw the mess on the floor. She frowned slightly and smiled softly. This girl is causing trouble in my room again. Clearly, she knew that Lu Riyun was the cause of all this. Aside from Lu Riyun, no one else could enter the pavilion in the center of the lake. Lu Riyun showed a relaxed expression and did not notice that someone was leaning against the roof beam, watching her. The only exposed eyes under the mask had lost their previous clarity, appearing somewhat sluggish. It really is her. Qingyun Peak's Lu Riyue, the girl who once made Xiaochen reveal his heart at the top of a 30-kilometer-tall peak and love her. After not seeing her for so many years, she had changed a lot. The only thing that did not change was her charm, which remained the same. She was exactly the same as in Xiaochen's memories. However, she now had an air of nobility and holiness that others could not bear to blaspheme. Lu Riyue clearly had many charms, but she did not give off the aura of a prostitute. Instead, she was filled with contradictions and temptation. No wonder everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire knew about the White Dragon Holy Daughter. Who could compare to her charm? She is too reckless. I really have to scold her. Lu Riyun looked at the painting and the gaps of various sizes, appearing somewhat angry. As she looked at the blank painting with only a silhouette, she revealed a trace of gentleness and confusion on her face. Why is it that when I see only a silhouette, my heart relaxes? However, I cannot remember who he is. Who is it? Just at this moment, a strange sound startled Lu Riyue. It turned out that Lu Riyue could not help falling from the roof beam. Lu Riyue reacted very quickly. With a flip of her hand, she threw a palm strike. Given her sovereign personage cultivation, if this palm strike struck Xiaochen, he would suffer. Whoosh! Xiaochen suddenly startled awake. His figure flashed as he dodged the palm strike and flew out of the window. How bold of you! You even dare to barge into my room. A murderous intent flashed in Lu Riyue's eyes. A small saber appeared in her hand as she gave chase like a beam of flowing light. Despite moving later, Lu Riyue arrived first, landing in front of Xiaochen and blocking his path. Clang! Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian drew the short saber in his hand, and a cold killing intent immediately spread out. The temperature of the lake plummeted. The blade of the saber shone with a piercingly cold light, reflecting the gentle moonlight. A cool breeze blew in the surroundings, making it seem like willow leaves drifting about. The instant Lu Riyue drew her saber, her aura merged with the surrounding mountains and rivers. The blade was locked onto Xiaochen. Apart from taking the blow head-on, there was no way to avoid it. Under the illumination of the full moon in the vast night, the clear surface of the lake was filled with cold fog. The saber light flying over was cold and desolate. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiaochen had no idea. Regardless of the reason, Xiaochen could not attack the person in front of him. The promise he made in this life would never be erased. Like a willow leaf, it flew along with the saber and was less than 30 centimeters away from him. Xiaochen took off the Grim Reaper mask on his face. Under the gentle moonlight, this was a delicate and handsome face. It didn't have the magnificence of jade, nor did it have the arrogance of nobility. It was a face with delicate features and a pair of clear and bright eyes under the illumination of the moonlight. See I. The instant Xiaochen removed the mask, Lu Ryue's heart skipped a beat. It was like a conditioned reflex as she forcefully pulled back her attack. The fatal saber stopped when it was less than 2 centimeters away from Xiaochen. Their eyes met, and Lu Ryue immediately felt distracted. While she was at a loss, she felt that the person before her was incredibly familiar, exceptionally intimate. White fog spread out in all directions, and the lake reflected the bright moon in the sky. As the two stood on the peaceful lake, it was like they were standing on a bright moon. The lake was empty, and only the 2 full moons in the sky and the man and woman in white remained in this world. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face. It had been so many years. Even if the other party lost her memories, she could not erase the feelings of the past. At this moment, Xiaochen felt relieved. Many of his grievances were swept away. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Ryue's wrist, which she used to draw her saber, and slowly moved it away. Then, he bent over and gently kissed the back of her hand. Lu Ryue immediately revealed extreme shock on her face. She had an incredulous expression. She blushed like fire. "You scoundrel!" Bang! Lu Ryue threw a palm strike with her left hand at lightning speed and struck Xiaochen's shoulder. Immediately, Xiaochen flew back like a sandbag. Xiaochen landed on the water and splashed up a large amount of water. He only managed to stand firm after flying a long distance. Xiaochen wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips and looked at Lu Ryue in front. His smile did not diminish. Lu Ryue's expression returned to normal as she asked Xiaochen coldly, "Who are you?" The murderous intent on her face no longer existed. Although this was the first time Lu Ryue met the person before her, she felt a sense of familiarity. There was no sense of unfamiliarity at all. This was the first time Lu Ryue had experienced something like this in her life. She felt somewhat flustered, but she could only maintain a cold expression and pretend to be calm. Just as Xiaochen was about to answer, a strong aura rushed over from the distance. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He was very familiar with this aura. It was the White Dragon King. Xiaochen glanced at Lu Ryue and said, "We will meet again. The next time we meet, I will tell you who I am." Right after Xiaochen spoke, he turned and left. Whoosh! Right after Xiaochen left, the White Dragon King slowly descended. As the White Dragon King watched Xiaochen leave, he felt astonished. This fellow is rather courageous. All the major factions of the Divine Dragon Empire are looking for him, yet he still dares to come to the White Dragon Palace. "Adoptive father, do you know this person?" Lu Ryue asked as she looked at the White Dragon King. When Xiaochen left, his usual calm immediately gave her some clues from the White Dragon King's face. If Xiaochen were here, he would definitely feel suspicious about how Lu Ryue addressed him. The White Dragon King's heart immediately tightened. This girl is still as sharp as before. She noticed the slightest change in his expression. "What's going on?" A figure flew over from the lake. It was Lu Ryue. The White Dragon King immediately felt a headache coming. Another problem. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Ryue pestered him. "Quickly speak. Quickly speak. What's going on? I feel like someone was here." Lu Ryue said, "Indeed, someone was here. He wore white clothes and was young. He seemed to be of a mixed-blood dragon bloodline." "Xiaochen. It's Xiaochen. Father, what did you do to him? Don't hand him over to Ancestor Dragon City." Lu Ryue immediately guessed who it was. Then, she gave the White Dragon King a pitiful look. The White Dragon King sighed in his heart. Then, he said helplessly, "It was indeed him. However, I already let him go and did not make things difficult for him." "Why didn't you keep him here?" Lu Ryue immediately retorted angrily. The White Dragon King smiled embarrassedly. "I'm really in the wrong now. It was wrong to keep him here, but it was wrong not to keep him here either." Xiaochen? The Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiaochen, who caused a series of commotion recently and successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. To think that he dares to remain in the Divine Dragon Empire. The Golden Dragon Palace commissioned Ancestor Dragon City to issue a wanted order. However, Lu Ryue felt incredibly shocked, clearly surprised. Unexpectedly, this person whom she felt so close to had such an identity. Isn't that very dangerous? Father, please save him, Lu Ryue said worriedly. The White Dragon King showed a grave expression as he sighed softly. This trouble is worse than you imagine. Actually, he did not offend Ancestor Dragon City. He offended the Golden Dragon Palace. Back then, when news of him successfully practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist spread, the Golden Dragon Palace prepared to make a move against him. This time, the Supreme Dragon Fist suppressed the Emperor Dragon Fist, making the Golden Dragon Palace nervous. What is the difference between offending Ancestor Dragon City and the Golden Dragon Palace? Lu Ryue felt confused, not understanding. Lu Ryue entered deep thought. Then she said softly, if he offends Ancestor Dragon City, everything will be handled according to the rules. At the very least, he will not die. After investigating the truth, if he is not a spy and there is nothing suspicious about his identity, Ancestor Dragon City might even let bygones be bygones and nurture him. If he offends the Golden Dragon Palace, it will be problematic. If the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor rages, how can anyone survive? Father, I don't care. You have to save him. When Lu Ryue heard that, her expression immediately turned unsightly. Only now did she realize the severity of the matter. Lu Ryue looked at the White Dragon King and said, Adoptive father, this person can be saved. The other Dragon Kings probably do not want him to die. If he lives, he will make the Golden Dragon Palace's people nervous. It might even affect the fight to become the Dragon Emperor. What made the Golden Dragon bloodline nervous was not Xiao Qin but Xiao Chen's Supreme Dragon Fist. The influence that this fist technique had back then was simply too heaven-defying. The previous generation Heaven Dragon nearly used the Supreme Dragon Fist to change the world. It would be a lie to say that the Qin clan, the royal clan of the Golden Dragon bloodline, was not nervous. The White Dragon King observed Lu Ryue's expression. It looked like this Xiao Qin did not say anything strange to Lu Ryue, forcefully evoking her memories. He was rather smart. I'll think about this matter. The two of you should not interfere, especially you. Do you hear me? The White Dragon King pointed at Lu Ryue and threatened her before leaving. Now, only Lu Ryue and Lu Ruyun remained on the lake. Lu Ryue smiled and said, Elder sister, your words are still the most effective. Based on father's appearance, he probably agreed. Lu Ryue smiled faintly and said, It's hard to say. The things involved are much more complicated than you imagine. At adoptive father's level, no matter what decision he makes, he will not be affected by emotions. He will only make decisions related to benefits. Of course, you are an exception. Is that so? Why do I feel that he does not care about me at all? He locked me up in the White Dragon Palace for many years, not letting me out, Lu Ryue said in dissatisfaction. Chapter 2023. Are you done? Kacha. On this day, when night was about to fall, Xiao Qin got up from the barren mountain where he was cultivating. As long as an aristocratic family had a divine physique, it was a sign of prosperity. As long as his god body grew normally, he could be invincible and achieve an earth-shaking undertaking. This person was a peak consummation holy venerate, only half a step away from sovereign personage. This person was a Dragon's Gate Inner Palace disciple. Your Highness, there's nothing in the south either. In this world of light, the fresh blood was particularly eye-catching. It was like a blood-colored datura flower blossoming in Xiao Chen's palm. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't need to worry so much. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't need his friends to risk their lives to save him. I am Qin Feng, an Inner Palace disciple of the Dragon's Gate. Sorry for disturbing your cultivation. We do not have any ill intentions. As long as you remove your mask and reveal your identity, we will leave. Unlike now, when he had to sneak around even when he was leaving. Sooner or later, he would return in a dignified and above-board manner. A handsome man in a purplish-golden dragon robe slowly appeared in the forest with a regal aura emanating from his body. As the Golden Dragon Palace narrowed down the scope, it started to target people with suspicious characteristics. Now that his worries were gone, Xiao Qin set out on his journey. Wearing the Death God mask, he hurried through the night. All of a sudden, Qin Feng's countenance changed. There seemed to be an accident happening below. After 2 months of bitter cultivation, Xiaochen continuously improved his divine dragon body tempering art, heading for peak consummation of the 6th layer. It was called the divine body. Don't flatter me. I'm just a pawn. It was time to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. In the Divine Dragon Empire, there was naturally only one person who could be addressed as the Crown Prince. Just at this moment, dragon roars resounded in the surroundings. Figures continuously gathered in the air towards the desolate mountain. He was very sure that the other party had not confirmed his identity and was only guessing and suspecting him. During the day, Xiaochen would find a quiet place to cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. At night, he would wear the death god mask and travel. Space was in chaos. Before the two of them could do anything, they were pulled into the world within Xiaochen's palm. Looking at the corpses of the Dragon Protection Squad members on the ground, Zhang Xian searched the area and fell deep in thought. The Golden Dragon Palace's wise men deduced that Xiaochen had a treasure that could hide his aura. The Golden Dragon Palace's wise man deduced that Xiaochen had a treasure that could hide his aura. It could isolate all auras and even prevent him from being divined. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. In the end, he was a Dragon's Gate Inner Palace disciple. He was extremely decisive. Exactly how much the Golden Dragon royalty hate Xiaochen to of the Divine Dragon to the Dragon Guards. The true Divine Dragon war body completely changed one's physique, becoming an acquired divine body. All kinds of constitutions had all kinds of incredible effects. Among this group of special constitutions, there were very few that stood out, and even they had to look up to these special constitutions. To this the Qin, to the various physique, Xiao was Long Yun 1 and A to and a Qinis. To the dragon I he. Qin. The of Qin. Demon Xiao, spirit, of to us. Xiao from Qin of Qin of realm of Qin and of. To the Golden Dragon Palace's upper echelon, this was practically impossible. To think that it was so difficult to find a person. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor ordered that we would rather kill the wrong person than let him off. Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he said seriously, "You do not understand what the Supreme Dragon Fist means. All the more, you do not understand what it means for that person to use the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat the Emperor Dragon Fist. If you do not pay attention to it while it is still a flame, when it becomes an overwhelming flame, you will not be able to extinguish it. That would be a tragedy. Even if that person was not Xiaochen, he would not be someone to offend. He had an extremely strange temper. Right. Under the mask, Xiaochen showed a calm expression, not flustered at all. One could easily imagine how horrifying it was. Aside from that, everything was fine. The remaining dragon guards beside Qin Feng said, "Young Master Qin, what do you think the chances of this person being Xiaochen are?" 2 days later, in this forest, the death god mask had its own secret technique, Void Shadow. When used with the 3rd layer of Firmament's Rage, Xiaochen subdued the enemy in one move. Plants grew wildly in the forest below. Unexpectedly, the boundless saber formation formed by 10 odd dragon guards got trapped. Xiaochen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and said softly, 150 cauldron force. This was a group of strong factions that only obeyed the Golden Dragon royalty. They spread throughout the empire, infiltrating every nook and cranny. As long as Xiaochen was in the Divine Dragon Empire, this group of people would find him sooner or later. In that case, I can only make things difficult for him. What surprised Xiaochen was that the ones who appeared the most were not the Blood Dragon Guards but cultivators with the Golden Dragon race bloodline. As Xiaochen guessed, Lu Ryue had indeed lost her memories. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Dragon Guards were stunned for a moment before following. When they arrived beside Qin Feng, they were greatly startled. How can it be like this? Whoosh. After 2 months of pursuit, they had found nothing. There were no traces of Xiaochen in the Divine Dragon Empire. The 5-element divine lightning flowed in Qin Feng's palm. Together with the boundless saber light, it formed a small world in his palm. Xiaochen slowly understood what the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor meant. In the end, there was only one reason for today's sorry state: he was not strong enough. However, since such people purposely hid their auras, the ones they ran into were not kind. That was enough. Xiaochen did not have much time to think. He leaped up and flew over. Boundless saber chi spread out, frantically chopping down tree branches and sending shrapnel flying. These people were also prepared to fight at the slightest disagreement. Not long after, more and more people rushed over from all directions. Every time someone arrived, they would kneel down on one knee and respectfully report their arrival. However, it seemed like the faster they chopped, the faster the tree grew. The more they chopped, the taller and larger the tree became. By the time they startled awake, they were already trapped, unable to show themselves. You want to leave now? It's too late. Reaching peak consummation of the divine dragon body tempering art was just the beginning. The earlier divine dragon war body was a joke. Xiaochen was not in a rush. The more anxious he was, the easier it would be for things to go wrong. Your Highness the Crown Prince, we have already searched 50 kilometers to the east. There is no sign of young Master Qinfeng's corpse. Being able to see Lu Riyue one last time before leaving the Divine Dragon Empire satisfied Xiaochen's wish. A light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He desired to become stronger, filled with ambition for his strength. At the foot of the White Dragon Palace, Xiaochen looked up. He could still see the bright moon, but he could not see the beauty under it. Bang! Let's go. There's no saving these people. They offended someone they should not have offended. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Aside from the dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming, there was no one else. At some point in time, Xiaochen appeared above the two and executed the third layer of Firmament's Rage. The dragon protecting guard shouted, but the saber formation did not fall into chaos. It materialized a huge dragon of saber light radiating boundless killing chi in hot pursuit. Did this matter really startle the Dragon Emperor? An insignificant holy venerate actually angered the purple gold Dragon Emperor, to the point that he personally issued a kill order. In this world, there was a small group of people who were born with a special physique, possessing physical bodies that ordinary people could not compare to. Xiaochen's figure flashed. Having been prepared for this, he easily dodged and headed for the dense forest. Qinfeng's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. The surrounding dragon-protecting guards instantly drew their weapons and formed a saber formation surging with killing chi, surrounding Xiaochen. Xiaochen took down these two holy venerates, who could fight with ordinary sovereign personages, in one move. The 10-odd dragon-protecting guards formed a saber formation that materialized saber lights filling the air. They formed a boundless killing formation, wanting to forcefully pull in Xiaochen. As for the divine dragon body tempering art, it used a cultivation technique and the dragon race bloodline to form an acquired divine body. When Xiaochen punched, his vital chi immediately surged like a dragon, moving around continuously. The force exploded in the fist light, producing a piercing sound that shook the surroundings. The desolate mountain under Xiaochen's feet trembled. This allowed the clan to rise up and prosper for tens of thousands of years, perhaps even longer. During the 10 days of hiding, Xiaochen felt that even wearing the death god mask might not be foolproof. Qin Yun's expression remained calm. However, the other Ancestor Dragon City disciples around him all held their weapons in their hands. Xiaochen could not use the transportation formation or send out the demon blood vulture. If he relied on his movement technique, he would need some time to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot agree to your request. Qin Feng left on a whim, directly abandoning this group of dragon-protecting guards, not caring about their lives. These are the dragon-protecting guards. Soon, a group of dragon race cultivators gathered in front of Xiaochen. The leader wore golden dragon robes with Ancestor Dragon City's insignia on his chest. Blood dripped from his robes, looking very alluring. Xiaochen nodded and said, "I can't remain in this place. I have to leave quickly. When I cultivate this divine dragon body tempering art to peak consummation, I will be able to undergo a rebirth, becoming no different from a true divine body. At that time, not only will my cultivation advance rapidly, but my physical body will also be terrifyingly strong. As the news continued to spread, the purple gold-robed youth said softly, "This is the first time a royal clan disciple died in the past 2 months. No matter who it is, I will find you." The miserable shrieks in the dense forest below finally stopped. Sang leaped out and arrived beside Xiaochen. Lightning flashed, saber light flashed, and flesh flew everywhere. Firmament's rage. Xiaochen's calm voice came from under the mask, containing a trace of cold smile. As Xiaochen waved his hand, boundless rage spread out in all directions. This person was very polite, further confirming Xiaochen's guess that the other party had not confirmed his identity. Xiaochen prepared to attack at any moment. Cultivation techniques that could allow one to cultivate an acquired divine body were extremely rare in the world, few in number. Xiaochen clenched his fist. The world in his palm no longer had any blind spots. After a while, he let go. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and hid his thoughts in the depths of his heart. Then he left under the cover of night. "I'll leave it like this, then." Furthermore, there was something strange about the death god mask, which could easily give rise to negative emotions. The disciples of the Dragon Protection Squad and the Qin family had all suffered quite a bit over the past 2 months, so their attitudes had become much more polite. Chapter 2024. As time passed, Xiaochen approached the Divine Dragon Empire's border. Since killing Qin Feng and the group of dragon protecting guards, Xiaochen had encountered more and more attacks. However, this could not be blamed on Xiaochen. When the huge gears of an empire started moving, the various organizations worked together. Even with the Death God mask, it was only a matter of time before he got targeted. There was no lack of wise people in the empire. Since you disappeared silently, you definitely have a treasure that can isolate your aura. There was no doubt about it. If that person changed directions and investigated these suspicious people one by one, he would eventually find them. This was something that Xiaochen could guess. However, he could not guess that the Divine Dragon Crown Prince would make a move to hunt him down as well. Condensing Cloud City, this was the last major city at the northern border of the empire, and one could leave the Divine Dragon Empire. This was the route that Xiaochen took to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. On a grassland 5,000 kilometers away from the city, Xiaochen wiped the blood off his tyrant saber. The corpses of the dragon protecting guards littered the grassland. As Xiaochen approached the border, the intensity of the pursuit increased. Along the way, Xiaochen changed his path several times, moving without any pattern. However, he would be found soon. It was hard to imagine how difficult the journey would be without the Death God mask. Xiaochen would probably be found in less than half a month. After passing the city, I should be able to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiaochen looked into the distance. Although he could not see the silhouette of a city at the limits of his vision, he could sense Condensing Cloud City with his spiritual sense. "Where do you intend to go next?" Sang asked as he looked at Xiaochen after dealing with the corpses. After leaving the Divine Dragon Empire, he would be free to soar in the vast sky and swim in the vast sea. No matter how vast the world was, there would always be a place for him, Xiaochen. There were many places that he wanted to go. Xiaochen even considered returning to the Kunlun realm. However, given Xiaochen's current cultivation, it would take too much time to go there. He could go to the Yanwu dynasty. His senior brother, Yi Zifeng, was in the Yanwu dynasty's imperial capital and had some friendship with the soaring dragon marquis. He could also go to the Tianwu dynasty. If he was lucky, he might be able to find news of Chu Chaoyan. Xiaochen could go to the Golden Crow Empire, the top of the 8 great empires. Ao Jiao and Yellow Feather were both there, so it was not a bad choice. Even if he could not go anywhere, he could leave the Central Great Realm and go to the Forbidden Seas to search for Xiao Sua. The Black Cutlass Pirate Group obtained the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and did very well in the 7 Great Forbidden Seas. With so many choices, Xiaochen could not make any. "Let's go to the Azure Dragon's old lands first. We can decide what to do after that," Xiaochen said softly after thinking for a while. "Blue Chen long ago? They existed for a very long time. I recall that the Azure Dragon bloodline was the leader of the Divine Dragons during the martial epoch," Sang said softly as he recalled. A thought occurred to Xiaochen. "In that case, do you know why the Blue Dragon died?" Sang smiled bitterly. My memories come from the propping mulberry tree. The propping mulberry tree was just a bystander. How could it understand these things? Indeed, that was so. Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed. He could only rely on himself to find out more. The imprisoned heaven dragon in the starry heavens dragon prison once said that he had been to the blue dragon's old land and seemed to know some secrets. However, the heaven dragon did not tell Xiao Chen where the blue dragon's old land was. Xiao Chen could only search for information about the blue dragon's old land in the blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories. Then he compared it to the current map to see if he could find it. Let's leave this place first. After looking around, Xiao Chen found a desolate place. Then he took out the divine universe steel. Then he entered it together with Sang. Now that he had the death god mask, he could no longer rest easy. He could only take out his final trump card. Unfortunately, after entering the divine universe steel, he could not control it. Otherwise, he could directly hide in the divine universe steel and use it to travel. There would be no risk at all. The world inside the divine universe steel was chaotic, like an unrepaired wasteland. In the future, if you have sufficient resources, you can actually open up a world in this divine universe steel, Sang said softly as he looked around, finding this somewhat unfortunate. This was a spatial divine tool that many sovereign emperors yearned for. However, Xiao Chen could not make use of it. Xiao Chen appeared somewhat helpless. How could he not know that the divine universe steel was just a slightly larger storage ring in his hands? He could not discover its many wondrous uses. In reality, Xiao Chen had only infused his spiritual sense mark into this divine universe steel. He had not completely refined it. Furthermore, Xiao Chen could not say that it was his. If an expert came and snatched it, they could casually erase his spiritual sense mark, and the treasure would instantly change owners. Apart from the two of them, there was also a 7-colored coiling dragon tree and a sapling of the propping mulberry tree. The 7-colored coiling dragon fruits on the coiling dragon tree flickered with different colors. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged under the tree, cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art. Xiao Chen hoped to master this body tempering art soon and obtain an acquired divine body. Sang took care of the propping mulberry tree sapling at the side. After the sky turned dark, Xiao Chen came out of the divine universe steel and placed it in his body before continuing on his way. A distance of 10,000 miles was not considered far for him. Traveling at full speed, Xiao Chen arrived in front of Condensing Cloud City in less than 4 hours. Condensing Cloud City remained brightly lit at night, looking extraordinarily bustling. The border cities were indeed bustling. Aside from the dangerous forbidden lands, the nearby borders were guarded by dragon race armies, patrolling day and night. If Xiao Chen wanted to cross the border, passing through this city was the most suitable choice. Otherwise, if he took a detour, he would have to travel for another year or so, which would be extremely troublesome. Xiao Chen removed the death god mask, and his facial bones moved. After a while, he looked like someone else. This level of disguise could only change one's appearance. It could not hide one's aura. To experts, this was not very useful. Xiao Chen had lived in the Divine Dragon Empire for a long time. He had to have left his aura on some items in the hands of the Blood Dragon Guards and the Dragon Protecting Squad. However, he had to take a risk at the final stage. Xiao Chen believed that, be it the Blood Dragon Guards or the Dragon Protecting Squad, he should have left them behind. As long as he rushed, he should be able to cross the borders smoothly. Before the city gates, Xiao Chen saw his portrait on a wanted poster pasted on the city walls. Fortunately, the cultivators guarding the city gates were not very strong. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. After handing over the primeval heavenly pills, he smoothly entered the city. At the same time, on the savannah where he fought during the day, the dragon god crown prince, Qin Ming, stood on the ground and looked around, his expression changing. After a while, the Dragon Protecting Squad appeared and reported the information they collected to him. Interesting. I am one step too slow every time. I really don't believe that this is a coincidence. Qin Ming revealed a mocking smile on his handsome face. He was well aware of the hidden obstruction of certain factions. If the Dragon God Crown Prince could not find Xiao Chen at the start, it would be understandable. Now, the dragon god crown prince had narrowed down significantly. To think that he still could not stop the other party. This was truly strange. However, this made sense. The other divine dragon palaces would be happy to see such a person succeed. They would not be willing to let the golden dragon palace's people kill him. Your Highness the Crown Prince, that person should have arrived at Condensing Cloud City already. We can send a command to the Condensing Cloud City's city lord to seal the city first. Then we can catch him like a turtle in a jar. A dragon protecting squad member suggested, sounding very reasonable. However, Qin Ming said indifferently, there's no need. Some people are probably already prepared and cannot be stopped. He is destined to leave the Divine Dragon Empire alive. Your Highness, there is no need to be so pessimistic. We will charge over tonight. Who dares to stop the dragon protecting squad? What if it is the Blood Dragon Guards? The group of dragon protecting guards revealed shocked expressions. Clearly, they were somewhat shocked. Why would the Blood Dragon Guards side with Xiao Qin? However, they did not dare to question Qin Ming, not daring to say anything. All of you withdraw. There is no need for the dragon protecting squad to participate in the remaining matters. I already made arrangements long ago. No matter who it is, they will not be able to protect you. Confidence flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he waved his hand for the dragon protecting squad to withdraw. The dragon protecting squad members withdrew, not daring to resist. Qin Ming looked at the city in the distance under the night sky. Then, he stood upright with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Since I guessed your plans, how could I not have made arrangements?" Chapter 2025. Under the night sky, in Condensing Cloud City, Xiao Qin walked the streets. Even though it was late at night, this border city was still bustling with activity, brightly lit. Xiao Qin did not choose to rashly exit closed-door cultivation. Instead, he found an inconspicuous inn to check in. After checking in, he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. The divine dragon body tempering art's energy circulated in his body. The rhythm of his breathing slowly changed along with the energy. After a while, azure-colored dragon chi soared up from Xiao Qin's body, burning like flames. The flames slowly burned up all the impurities in Xiao Qin's body, expelling them bit by bit. After 3 months of cultivation, Xiao Qin's divine dragon body tempering art was already very close to perfection of the 6th layer. He could break through at any moment. This was the divine dragon body tempering art. It continuously modified Xiao Qin's physical body, subtly refining it into an acquired divine body. An acquired divine body was not something that could be accomplished in a day. From the moment Xiao Qin started cultivating, the refinement of his divine body had already begun. Dragon bones, dragon tendons, dragon blood, these were changes that Xiao Qin did not realize at the start. They were preparations for an acquired divine body. When the sky brightened, the first ray of sunlight from the east shone into the room. As the sun rose in the east, purple chi arrived. Following that, strands of purple chi shone in. Azure smoke came from Xiao Qin's body. Amid the haze, crunching sounds came from his bones as they squirmed. Xiao Qin's already changed appearance forcibly recovered. Xiao Qin experienced a kind of extreme pain. He felt as if his body was being cut into pieces by thousands of knives, as if countless iron hammers were pounding on him. This was an indescribable pain. It was also a transformation that one had to experience in order to refine an acquired divine body and undergo a complete rebirth. Only when the blazing sun was high in the sky did the pain in Xiao Qin's body stop. He opened his eyes with some difficulty. The glaring sunlight made his eyes hurt. However, in the next moment, his physical body adapted to the intensity of the sunlight and released a bright light. The divine dragon body tempering art's 6th layer succeeded. Xiao Qin exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His eyes were extremely sharp. From head to toe, from inside to outside, he felt as if he had been reborn. With a thought, the vital chi in Xiao Qin's body gathered, and the formless vital chi appeared. As the vital chi flowed through Xiao Qin's body, it turned into many faint azure lines. Xiao Qin clenched his right fist and gathered the countless faint azure vital chi in his body. They instantly gathered together and formed a strand of dragon-shaped vital qi, which gathered in the fist light. Xiaochen immediately sensed that the power contained in the fist had reached an extremely terrifying level. A total of 200 cauldrons of force. Is this a body? Xiaochen was astonished. The change was so great that it completely exceeded his imagination. Why did you not cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you? You have the cheek to call this the divine dragon war body? Don't embarrass me. Quickly go and cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. Stop wasting time. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's disdainful words appeared in Xiaochen's mind. Indeed, the blood-soaked dragon emperor did not bully him. It turned out that the divine dragon body tempering art that Xiaochen did not pay much attention to back then was such a vast fortune. Furthermore, this was just the beginning. Xiaochen's acquired divine body had changed Xiaochen's physique from the very foundation. In the past, Xiaochen only had astonishing comprehension ability. His physique and aptitude were not considered excellent. However, now that he had an acquired divine body, his comprehension ability was even better. His future potential was simply unimaginable. Gurgle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from his stomach. Strangely, Xiaochen discovered that he was hungry. At Xiaochen's cultivation realm, he no longer needed food in the mundane world. He only needed to satisfy his desire for good food once in a while. Now, he was actually hungry. This was truly strange. After tidying up and changing his appearance, Xiaochen chose a window seat on the second floor of the inn. He ordered many dishes and wine in one go. After the dishes were served, he ate heartily, feeling incredibly carefree. He had not eaten to his heart's content in a long time. Dear customer, your appetite is really huge. Even those strong men among cultivators would not be able to finish all the food and wine on the table. The waiter came over and looked at Xiaochen with a smile. It seemed like he wanted to ask for a tip. Xiaochen smiled but did not say anything, not saying anything. After Xiaochen's divine body was newly formed, he needed to replenish it. Naturally, others would not understand. It looks like you have not eaten anything good for a few months already. When the waiter saw that Xiaochen did not say anything, his smile did not fade. He sat across from Xiaochen and picked up a cup of wine to drink. Xiaochen's heart sank as he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After carefully sizing up the place, he was shocked to discover that the guests on the second floor had been replaced by experts with withdrawn killing qi at some point in time. It's the blood dragon guards. Just as Xiaochen felt bewildered, the waiter's expression changed. After a while, it turned into a face that Xiaochen was familiar with. It was Vice Hall Master Li of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Little brother Xiaochen, it looks like your disguise is not up to standard. Vice Hall Master Li looked at Xiaochen with a smile, appearing somewhat cocky. Xiaochen had not seen through Vice Hall Master Li's disguise. Xiaochen wiped off the grease on his lips and said softly, I underestimated the Blood Dragon Guard's ability. I thought that I managed to deceive everyone and that no one noticed me along the way. It turns out that the Blood Dragon Guards have been watching my every move. At this point, if Xiaochen still did not realize that the Blood Dragon Guards knew his every move, he would be a fool. Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, There's no need to be humble. The Blood Dragon Guard spent a lot of effort to find you. If you were not in the Divine Dragon Empire, we would not have been able to find you. First Palace Master, how is it? Xiaochen did not say anything else, only asking about the topic that he was most concerned about. Vice Hall Master Li sighed softly, You are still the Xiaochen that I know. You did not ask me why I did not capture you first. Don't worry. The First Palace Master is fine. With his prestige in the Heaven Dragon Palace, no one dares to truly touch him. However, he will definitely not be able to escape being imprisoned for several decades. Compared to that, you should be more concerned about yourself. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. If they wanted to capture me, they would have done so long ago. If I guess right, the Golden Dragon Palace has always been one step behind me. Is that also because of your contributions that the Golden Dragon Palace has been one step behind me? Indeed, that's right. The Blood Dragon Guards, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign, personally ordered us to escort you out. Don't ask me why. I don't know either. Vice Hall Masterly shrugged, indicating that he did not know. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign ordered us to escort me out of the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiao Chen felt incredibly shocked. This was truly unexpected. He had never seen that person before. Furthermore, an expert on the level of the Shadow Dragon Sovereign was not someone Xiao Chen could deal with. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign already stood at the peak of the entire Central Great Realm. Let's go. We already controlled this city in advance. The Golden Dragon Palace and the Dragon Protecting Guards will not be able to find us here, Vice Hall Master Li said as he stood up. Xiao Chen left behind a few spirit jades and stood up to leave with Vice Hall Master Li. However, he could not resolve the doubts in his heart. Vice Hall Master Li sent Xiao Chen off. As he said, Xiao Chen did not encounter any interference and came out of closed-door cultivation smoothly. When Xiao Chen looked back, he saw Condensing Cloud City behind him. A vast and boundless ancient swamp lay before him. This place was called Cloudwater Marsh. There was a spring for 5 kilometers and a river for 50 kilometers. When looking from a distance, one could only see a vast mist, not knowing how deep the ancient swamp was. After stepping into Cloudwater Marsh, one would be considered to have left the Divine Dragon Empire and be completely safe. However, Cloudwater Marsh itself was not peaceful. Ferocious beasts roamed it, and the environment was complicated. Just as Xiao Chen looked around, a murderous chi surged over. Xiao Chen immediately sensed danger. It was Vice Hall Master Li. To think that he attacked me. Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. In the time it took for a spark to fly, his vital chi surged as he threw a punch. Bang! Xiao Chen's fist light landed on Vice Hall Master Li's right shoulder. Vice Hall Master Li's palm strike landed on Xiao Chen's left shoulder. Pu ci. Vice Hall Master Li vomited a mouthful of blood. He nearly fainted from the pain. The bones in his right shoulder shattered, causing him to grimace in pain. The impact knocked Xiao Chen back. When he landed, he happened to land on Cloudwater Marsh. Xiao Chen was not injured at all. This startled him awake. Vice Hall Master Li was putting on an act, sending him to the final floor. The Blood Dragon Guards helped Vice Hall Master Li up after wiping the blood off his lips. Then he smiled bitterly. This fellow is really ruthless. He nearly took half my life. That's fine. At least I can account for my injuries. Let's go back. As Xiao Chen watched Vice Hall Master Li's group leave, he silently thanked them in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Chen was already outside the Divine Dragon Empire. He felt somewhat complicated. Previously, he had put in a lot of effort to get to this place. Now, for the sake of leaving, he paid an even greater price than before. Fate was truly unpredictable. The matters of the world were like a game of Go, unpredictable. But sooner or later he would definitely come back. He would come back in an upright and above-board manner. Xiao Chen took one last look at the Empire's border, at the final city. Then, he turned around and entered Cloudwater Marsh's hazy white fog. However, was he really safe after entering Cloudwater Marsh? Chapter 2026. The sky was vast and the water was vast. There was a spring for 5 kilometers around and a river for 50 kilometers around. Cloudwater Marsh lived up to its reputation. Clatter! Clatter! Xiao Chen stepped on the muddy ground, traveling light as he advanced through the mist. The next 3 days were calm. Aside from some blind ferocious beasts, there were no other disturbances. At this point, Xiao Chen relaxed, knowing that he was safe. However, he did not let down his guard. After putting in so much effort, the Golden Dragon Palace would not let him off so easily. At the very least, Xiao Chen had to cross Cloudwater Marsh. As Xiao Chen familiarized himself with his acquired divine body, he traveled. He did not fall behind in his cultivation either. 7 days later, Xiao Chen roughly familiarized himself with his acquired divine body. Cloudwater Marsh, which had had enough, was about to leave. Everything was developing in a good direction. Ooh, ooh. What is that sound? A flute? However, just as Xiao Chen lowered his guard to its lowest, something strange happened. Suddenly, melodious flute music rang out in the vast mist. Xiao Chen looked around, feeling confused. The flute music surrounded him, but he could not figure it out. Xiao Chen shouted, "Which friend is playing the flute? Why not show yourself and meet me?" The flute music suddenly stopped, and a person slowly walked out of the mist in front. Xiao Chen's body was like jade, and he looked delicate and pretty. He held a flute in his hand as he floated over. Within the mist, he looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. There were 3 scarlet marks on his forehead, forming a beautiful scarlet orchid. A white cloud flies in the depths of the white clouds. A dot of azure and red reflects the moonlight. I am Bai Yunfei. I was entrusted by Qin Ming to wait for Brother Xiao for a long time. Bai Yunfei. Xiao Chen had heard of this person before. He was the top expert of the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan's younger generation. In the White Marsh Beast Empire, he held the same status as Qin Ming. Many years ago, Bai Yunfei's name had shaken the northern region. He could be said to be unrivaled among the northern region's younger generation, extremely strong. To think that Qin Ming actually invited him out, Xiao Chen's heart sank. He said coldly, "Since when did the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan become Qin Ming's lackey?" Bai Yunfei said softly, "Brother Xiao, don't be angry. I only owe him a favor. If you have any requests, I might be able to satisfy them before I die." Xiao Chen's thoughts spun rapidly. This person's cultivation was too high. His talent, comprehension, and bloodline were all 1 in a million. He'd laid down a solid foundation long before he came to the Central World. If he was given another year and a half, he might be able to compete with this person. But now it was a little difficult. At the same time, he realized that Vice Hall Master Li and the others might have been deceived. Qin Ming might have been deliberately attracting the Blood Dragon Guard's attention in the Divine Dragon Empire. He knew that even if he were to make a move within the Empire, he would be obstructed. He might as well let him go and let Bai Yunfei kill him without any interference. What a good plan. To be able to make Qin Ming feel assured that Bai Yunfei alone would be able to intercept and kill him, this Qin Ming was truly confident. Cloudwater Marsh happened to be a place where the White Marsh Beast Empire cultivators could bring out their full combat prowess. Enough nonsense. Make your move. With a cold face, Xiao Chen paid no attention to Bai Yunfei's hypocrisy. I originally kept my heart as bright as the moon. Unfortunately, Brother Zhao's enmity for me is too deep. Bai Yunfei shook his head gently. As he held the flute with his right hand, he slowly patted his left palm. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. The other party's patting seemed somewhat strange. Oh no. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet. In that instant, his figure soared into the air, spreading his arms. Boom! A large snake suddenly appeared where Xiao Chen originally stood, its gaping maw biting empty air. Xiao Chen could not help breaking out in a cold sweat. Had he been slower, he would have ended up in this beast's stomach. This person's heart was truly like that of a venomous snake, extremely sinister. As Bai Yunfei spoke, he actually hit a killing move in secret. Furthermore, he still appeared calm. Good movement technique. Bai Yunfei praised as he pointed with his flute. In the next moment, thousands of snake images shot out of the marsh, charging at Xiao Chen like arrows. Rumble! The ground trembled. The scene of thousands of snakes flying was truly shocking. When they appeared at the same time, they erupted with an aura even more terrifying than dragon might. Let's see how you break this. My flute already controlled all the large snakes within 5,000 kilometers. Bai Yunfei stood upright with his hands behind his back, appearing calm and confident in the mist. In Bai Yunfei's opinion, from the moment Xiao Chen saw him, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. The only thing left to guess was whether Bai Yunfei would finish off Xiao Chen in 3 moves, 2 moves, or 1 move. Firmament's rage. Just as Bai Yunfei was calculating how Xiao Chen would block and how he would deal a fatal blow after being severely injured, Xiao Chen, who was in the air, suddenly opened his palm. In that instant, he caught all the thousands of snake images in his palm. Boom! Xiao Chen clenched his fist. When he opened his palm again, blood spurted into the air. Lightning and saber lights rained down in the sky. Xiao Chen's palm strike broke the killing move that he set up calmly. Go! While the other party was stunned, Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and flew over Bai Yunfei's head. Damn it! Bai Yunfei was startled and furious. He had not expected Xiao Chen to break this move so easily. By the time the shock passed, Xiao Chen had already turned into a flash of lightning, flying 500 kilometers away. You want to run? It's not that simple. Clouds with a flip of the hand. Bai Yunfei revealed a grave expression for the first time. With a wave of his hand, mist soared for 5,000 kilometers around, condensing into an unending stream of white clouds. Just as the righteous Dao's Xiao Chen was feeling uncertain, the white clouds for 5,000 kilometers around suddenly turned into towering mountains, falling down one after another. Xiao Chen was forced to reveal himself. He continuously punched out, shattering the mountains. His speed was greatly restricted. Rain with a flip of the hand. Bai Yunfei shouted coldly and attacked again. Fine rain fell from the white clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. This water is poisonous? When Xiao Chen came into contact with a drop, he immediately discovered that his veritable essence energy was being suppressed. The white rainwater turned into black poisonous gas that relentlessly attacked his physical body. Fortunately, Xiao Chen already had an acquired divine body and did not fear this poisonous water. However, the rain continued endlessly, corroding his body. In the end, it was a problem. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. This person is really like a venomous snake, sinister and vicious and relentless. After being targeted, it is extremely troublesome to shake him off. After being targeted by me, Bai Yunfei, you still want to leave? Bai Yunfei flew up, moving like a venomous snake. A jade-green light appeared in his eyes, and his figure moved strangely fast. Xiao Chen ignored the poisonous rain in the air. He took out the god shadow bow, turned around, and fired an arrow. Bai Yunfei drew back the bowstring and released. The arrow arrived before Bai Yunfei at a frighteningly fast speed. The soul tool. This startled Bai Yunfei, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. He gathered his sovereign will on his forehead and shot it out, immediately pausing the arrow. Then, Bai Yunfei quickly dodged, leaving only an afterimage. Boom! The arrow struck the afterimage and instantly tore it apart. The arrow continued forward, blasting a huge pit in the ground. Bai Yunfei dodged this arrow by a hair's breadth. He frowned heavily, revealing an even graver expression. Unexpectedly, the other party had a soul tool. That was to say, he had a chance of killing Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was no longer in an invincible position. Now, there was the risk of dying. I just knew that Qin Ming's mission would not be easy. Bai Yunfei cursed in his heart. He felt that Qin Ming had tricked him. Killing this Xiao Chen was not an easy task. Originally, Bai Yunfei thought that he could kill Xiao Chen in a few moves and return the favor to Xiao Chen. Now, it looked like things were not that simple. That's fine as well. Let me see how many arrows you can shoot. Bai Yunfei soared up and gave chase again. He actually missed. Since using the god shadow bow, this was the first time that Xiao Chen missed an opponent. The poisonous rain had already sealed off the path in front. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and relied on his divine dragon war body to endure the rain as he continued flying forward. As long as Xiao Chen left Cloud Water Marsh, the other party would not be so terrifying. At that time, he would have a much greater chance of escaping. This fellow's physical body. Bai Yunfei felt incredibly shocked when he saw Xiao Chen moving through the rain. Bai Yunfei understood the horror of the poison in the rain the best. He had once relied on this poison to kill 10 sovereign personages when he was a holy venerate, shaking up the northern region. Now, someone could move about fearlessly in this poisonous rain. How could Bai Yunfei not be shocked? This person has to die. Bai Yunfei made up his mind. Even if Qin Ming did not kill Xiao Chen, he had to deal with this future problem. To think that Xiao Chen's killing move failed. In the future, Xiao Chen would definitely be Xiao Chen's nemesis. Chapter 2027. Braving the poisonous rain, Xiao Chen ran as if he was flying. Every time his feet touched the surface of the swamp, he would travel 100 miles. 10,000 meters in an instant. At some point, Bai Yunfei was already standing under a white snake. The huge white snake was wriggling on the ground. However, its speed was even faster, and it did not need to worry about the effects of the poisonous rain on itself. He had the white snake chase after Xiaochen fearlessly. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the white snake to catch up to him. Moreover, he could still maintain his physical strength and true essence, so victory was within his grasp. Actually, Bai Yunfei could fly even faster. However, he feared the god shadow bow in Xiaochen's hand. If he was caught off guard and was hit by an arrow, it would be troublesome. With the white snake chasing after Xiaochen, he would be more confident of dodging the god shadow bow's arrows. However, the edge of Cloud Water Marsh was right in front of him, giving Xiaochen a trace of hope. What? Xiaochen suddenly felt his whole body relax. The world in front of him suddenly became clear, and a vast wasteland appeared in front of him. The blazing sun was scorching, and the land was scarlet, for thousands of li vegetation was sparse, and life was scarce. What is this place? Desolate Sea. Xiaochen thought for a moment and remembered this place. This was the Central World, a vast and boundless region. The northern region and eastern region combined were not as vast as the Desolate Sea. The Desolate Sea lay between the northern region, the eastern region, and the Shuowu dynasty. Rumor had it that it was the main battlefield of the previous Great War between righteous factions and demonic factions. It was originally a blessed land that was comparable to a fairyland, but after the Great Battle, everything turned to dust and became what it was today. There was no sea, but the vast and boundless desolate land was simply too vast. It was as vast as a continent or ocean. Hence, this land was called the Desolate Sea. Xiaochen had not expected that in his panic, he would end up here from Cloud Water Marsh. However, that did not matter. He could compare it to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories and the map of reality. The Blue Dragon's old land seemed to be in the Desolate Sea. It seemed like the heavens were also fated to send him to the Blue Dragon's homeland to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors. Woo! But the sound of the flute was melodious and moving. Bai Yunfei chased after it. Hearing the sound of the flute, Xiaochen frowned slightly. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. This was not the way to go on. Even the god Shadow Bao could not scare the other party away. If he didn't teach Bai Yunfei a lesson, he wouldn't learn his lesson. We reached the Desolate Sea? Standing on the head of the white snake, Bai Yunfei took a look at the surroundings and was slightly astonished. Unknowingly, Xiaochen had chased them so far, arriving at the Desolate Sea. Looking around, he quickly locked onto Xiaochen's position. Snakes were most sensitive to smell. Now that he had smelled Xiaochen, it would be extremely difficult for him to completely escape from his pursuit. So be it, the Desolate Sea. This place is really annoying. The dry temperature and the scorching sun above their heads made Bai Yunfei, who specialized in the element of water, somewhat uncomfortable. The giant snake beneath his feet was also in a bad mood. There was no need to waste any more time on this mixed blood dragon. Bai Yunfei flung his sleeves gently. He decided to go all out, not holding anything back. Xiaochen's aura suddenly soared, reaching a horrifying level. The beautiful orchid formed by the 3 dots on his forehead looked like it would drip off at any moment. In the next moment, Xiaochen pushed off the head of the white snake with his feet. He placed the flute by his mouth and used his veritable essence energy to blow it. As wondrous flute music rang out, Xiaochen's figure soared into the air. The surrounding scenery changed continuously, looking like he teleported. Xiaochen was scarily fast, more than twice as fast as the white snake. Bang! 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 What was even more horrifying was that the sound of the flute reverberated in the air. Everywhere it passed, it was an indiscriminate sound wave attack. Mountains flattened, and the scarlet ground exploded. Lava spewed out of the ground, and rocks floated in the air. This was a scene of the end of the world. No matter where Xiaochen hid, as long as Bai Yunfei caught up, he would be injured by the sound waves. There would be no space for him to dodge. Suddenly, the flute music stopped. Bai Yunfei frowned heavily as he put down the flute. Then he looked around in shock. It's gone. That's right. It's gone. The aura was still incredibly clear a moment ago. In the next moment, all traces of Xiaochen's aura vanished. It was like this person had been erased from the world, no longer existing. Where is he? Bai Yunfei exclaimed softly. Then, he suddenly looked up and discovered that demonic clouds for 5,000 kilometers had covered the sky at some point in time. The instant Bai Yunfei looked up, a pair of eyes happened to appear in the demonic clouds, staring at him in a daze. A demonic Dao expert. Bai Yunfei's expression changed slightly as he looked into the distance. A black-cloaked figure stood on a mountain peak in front. This person wore a white mask that looked like paint. Two strange scriptures were written vertically on the exquisite mask. Bai Yunfei probed the person and was shocked to discover that he could not sense this person's cultivation. The desolate sea connected to the Shuawu dynasty. This vast region should be the place with the most active demonic Dao cultivators in the Central Great Realm. It was not strange to run into a demonic Dao expert. Just as Bai Yunfei felt uncertain, a ferocious beast soul suddenly appeared before him. Great desolate Yin ferocious beast, Qiongqi beast. This startled Bai Yunfei. This thing was even harder to deal with than the arrows shot by the god Shadow Bao. Even though Bai Yunfei had already retreated at his fastest speed, that Qiongqi ferocious beast still managed to bite him. Then, Bai Yunfei's soul turned into a shadow and was dragged away. After the Qiongqi ferocious beast bit Bai Yunfei, a jade pendant on Bai Yunfei's neck gave off a ring of white light and forcefully pulled the incomplete soul back into the physical body. Bai Yunfei cried out in pain as he held his forehead. His complexion paled as he retreated frantically. The soul tool. It's another soul tool. When Bai Yunfei saw the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant in the cloaked person's hand, his heart thumped wildly. What's wrong with me today? First, I ran into Shao Qin, who casually took out a soul tool. To think that a random demonic Dao cultivator has a soul tool as well. Isn't a soul tool a sex soul tool? Could it be that the world has changed? In the future, I have to carry a soul tool when I go out? Bai Yunfei felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had not suffered such a loss in a long time. His soul actually sustained severe injuries. If not for Bai Yunfei having a defensive soul technique secret treasure, he would have died here. Why did you attack me for no reason? Without a reason, I, Bai Yunfei, absolutely will not let this matter rest. Bai Yunfei felt that his name was rather famous in the desolate sea. Regular demonic Dao experts would give him some face. Even if they did not give him face, they would give the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan some face. The Bai clan was an overlord of a region in the Central Great Realm. Ha! I just caught a good physical body and am refining it into a demonic soul. You used sound waves to kill your way here, and you actually dare to ask me why I attacked you? Friend, if not for you being a Bai clan disciple, I would have refined you as well. A sinister voice came from the black-clad person. Bai Yunfei felt startled. I just caught a physical body. Could it be, might I ask Senior if the physical body you caught was wearing white clothes and was poisoned? I have no comment. Quickly scram. However, Bai Yunfei only smiled at the black-clad person's rage. It looked like it was true. No wonder Shao Qin disappeared without a trace. It turned out that the soul-devouring sex people dealt with Shao Qin, even refining his soul. Tsk. How miserable. The pain of having one's soul refined was so painful that one could neither live nor die. One would have to suffer torment for life. A fellow who practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist should have a limitless future. To think that he ended up in such a state. This was really lamentable. Bai Yunfei immediately felt that the injury to his soul was nothing much. Instead, he felt somewhat guilty. He was the one who forced Bai Yunfei into such a state. In some sense, it was because of him. However, don't blame me. Just die obediently at my hands. There would not be so much pain. Sorry for disturbing Senior. I will take my leave first. I really did not know that Senior was refining a ghost pennant. Bai Yunfei smiled faintly. After apologizing, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. After the other party left and entered Cloudwater Marsh, Shao Qin slowly removed his mask on the summit. There's no need to apologize. I should be the one apologizing. Shao Qin muttered to himself. Then he looked at the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant, which still contained a strand of Bai Yunfei's soul. I should keep this strand of soul first. Perhaps I can use it in the future. I have to find a place to treat my injuries first. I still have to force out the poison in my body. To severely injure Bai Yunfei, Shao Chen nearly overdrew on his soul energy to activate the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant. However, it was all worth it. Chapter 2028. Inside Cloud Water Marsh, Bai Yunfei sat on the huge snake, holding his forehead as he walked back in satisfaction. However, 1 hour later, the more Bai Yunfei thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. If it was really a demonic Dao expert, would he really show mercy after severely injuring him? Given the nature of demonic Dao experts, if Bai Yunfei were in his peak state, they would definitely be very polite after reporting his name, not daring to act rashly. However, would a demonic Dao expert with a soul tool remain indifferent after severely injuring him? Bai Yunfei's soul was much stronger than Shao Chen's. To the soul-devouring sex people, it was a great supplement, filled with temptation. No matter what, Bai Yunfei had to go back and take a look. Whoosh! Bai Yunfei gently waved the flute in his hand, and the clouds and fog for 5,000 kilometers around scattered. Bai Yunfei leaped up and soared into the air with his hands behind his back. The expression on his handsome face changed continuously. Clearly, his emotions fluctuated. After 15 minutes, Bai Yunfeng, who was flying at full speed, returned to the place where he negotiated with the black-clad man. However, the mountain summit was empty. There was no one there. Bai Yunfei's exquisite and handsome facial features twitched involuntarily as he gritted his teeth. He clenched his right fist tightly, and his body trembled slightly. A terrifying murderous intent spread in his heart. I got played. It would be impossible to refine the ghost pennant in a short time. If the other party had not lied, he would not have left at this moment. Bai Yunfei was a smart person. Naturally, he would not hold on to any hope at this moment, saying some self-consoling words. He had to admit that Shao Chen had tricked him. To think that a plaything dared to reprimand him, pretending to be an expert and telling him to scram. The pitiful Bai Yunfei even believed it and apologized to the other party. Thinking about it, Bai Yunfei felt a pent-up frustration in his chest that he could not vent, feeling extremely unbearable. Not only that, but the most important thing was that the other party had injured him, yet he was secretly delighted. This was simply foolish. Even Bai Yunfei could not bear to look at it. Bai Yunfei closed his eyes and did his best to calm his emotions. His lips were still trembling. This showed how unbearable such humiliation was for Bai Yunfei. After a long time, Bai Yunfei finally opened his eyes. His expression had completely calmed down by now. Sighing, he said, "Victory and defeat are commonplace in a soldier's life. A man will always experience some setbacks in his life. It's not a good thing if things go too smoothly. This is a good lesson. I should thank him." Having said all of this, Bai Yunfei seemed to have completely let it go. He had already calmed down. However, Bai Yunfei had only taken one step when he suddenly turned around and slammed his palm down onto the mountain below him. Buzz! At the foot of the mountain, countless cracks spread out in all directions. In the next instant, the area within a radius of 10,000 li exploded. A terrifying aura swept across the place, turning the barren land into a land of death. It would be strange if I thanked you. When I recover from my injuries, I will definitely come to the desolate sea to wash away today's humiliation. After venting his anger, Bai Yunfei finally calmed down. With a cold snort, he turned around and left. Naturally, Shao Chen couldn't appreciate this wonderful scene. While riding on the demon blood vulture, Shao Chen had already traveled more than 500,000 kilometers away from this place. He could be considered to have crossed the desolate sea's borders and truly stepped into the desolate sea that nurtured countless legends. After making sure that it was safe, Shao Chen chose another place to land and treat his injuries. After everything calmed down, Shao Chen discovered with some fear that he had still underestimated the poison in the rain. This poison had actually infiltrated his soul without him realizing it. No matter where the poison was, be it the internal organs, blood vessels, or bone marrow, the acquired divine body could cleanly remove it. However, the poison actually infiltrated his soul. In his soul pool, the azure-colored will of soul that represented Shao Chen's soul was dyed with a layer of black fog. Although there wasn't much poison, it was difficult to expel. It was constantly corroding his soul. Even worse, Xiao Chen had used his soul energy to drive the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant without realizing it, causing the poison to infiltrate further. Although it was not fatal, it would be difficult to eradicate it quickly. Xiao Chen searched the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories for poisons that could corrode the soul. However, he was greatly startled. It turned out that there were hundreds of poisons that could corrode the soul in this world. There were even sinister people who could combine the poison with a curse. Even if one destroyed their soul and cultivated a part of it, they would not be able to remove the poison. As Xiao Chen continued searching for a way to detoxify the poison, he learned that the poison Bai Yunfei used was the Thousand Taste Red, which only the extremely talented people of the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan could comprehend. This poison cultivation technique had extremely harsh requirements, even more difficult than Xiao Chen's Supreme Dragon Fist. However, once one succeeded in practicing it, one would be extremely horrifying. One would not need to fear cultivators with higher cultivations. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had suffered from it. Xiao Chen immediately felt some lingering fear. Now, he knew how horrifying Bai Yunfei was. How fortunate was he to be able to escape from Bai Yunfei's hands and even severely injure him. Naturally, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not want to suffer from such a terrifying poison cultivation technique a second time. After much effort, he finally thought of a way to detoxify the poison. Xiao Chen carefully thought about the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's method to detoxify the poison. After understanding it, he felt much more confident. According to the secret technique in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, he only needed 7 days to perfectly remove the poison in his soul. Just at this moment, the sound of musical instruments rang out from behind. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. At first, he thought that it was Bai Yunfei chasing after him. However, after a while, he discovered that was not the case. The musical instruments behind him clearly came from a group of people playing. However, there was a flute among this group of people, an exceptionally refined sound. This flute sounded like resentment and admiration. It was ethereal and refined, going on endlessly. The sound lingered in the air, its cadence pleasant to the ear. What was even more amazing was that the flute player did not deliberately stand out. Instead, the zither and pipa music around her intertwined and fused together. It was like a clear spring twisting and turning, and she was just a fish in the spring. Occasionally, she would be lively, leaping out of the water and looking at the world in a cute and mischievous manner. Then, she would immediately fall back into the spring and flow happily with the flow. Soon, the performer of the music entered Xiao Chen's vision. It turned out to be a group of white-clad women, each looking like a fairy with a moving spirituality. They played the flute and the zither, appearing carefree and unfettered. Are they from the heavenly fragrance? Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he watched this group of women pass by, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. The heavenly fragrance was an ancient and mysterious holy land. Holy lands were existences that surpassed rank 7 sections. Like most holy lands, the heavenly fragrance rarely interfered with mundane matters. Without a doubt, the overlords of the world were the 4 dynasties, the 8 great empires, and the various rank 7 sections. However, the truly strong holy lands with ancient inheritances rarely appeared in the world. They pursued mundane benefits. Among the holy lands, the heavenly fragrance was the strangest. It always remained neutral. Even in the great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, it would not involve the unfettered sections. The heavenly fragrance's disciples were all women. All of the disciples were as beautiful as fairies and had outstanding grace. It was said that the heavenly fragrance's sect was in the desolate sea. However, no one knew the exact location. I am pretty lucky to be able to see a group of heavenly fragrance disciples. The earlier music seemed to still echo in Xiao Chen's ears. He revealed a faint smile as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, revealing some doubt. The heavenly fragrance's disciple, who had just passed by him, had actually turned back. Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He was not confident that he could attract the heavenly fragrance's disciples with his charm. Otherwise, they would not have passed by earlier without slowing down at all. They really came. As Xiaochen thought this, the group of fairy-like heavenly fragrance disciples really landed before him and stopped playing the instruments in their hands. One of the people holding a flute slowly stepped forward. He was not wearing a veil. She did not wear a veil, but her face gave off a blurry feeling, like looking at flowers in the fog. It was hazy but not to the point where one could not see anything. She should have been the one who played the flute earlier. However, what did she mean by walking over? Chapter 2029. What is she trying to do? Xiaochen felt somewhat confused. This flute-bearing woman was already very close to him. She was less than 2 meters away. Furthermore, she was getting closer. When she was 1 meter away, she stopped. Just as Xiaochen felt confused, a spirited voice came from the flute-bearing woman's mouth. This young master seems to be poisoned by the White Marsh Beast Empire's strange poison, Thousand Taste Red? So, it is because of this. Xiaochen smiled helplessly in his heart. For a moment, he really thought that his charm was boundless. That's right. I am indeed poisoned by the strange poison, Thousand Taste Red. Do the fairies of the heavenly fragrance have a way to treat me? The flute-bearing woman shook her head and said, "This poison can only be treated by an elder of our sect. The process is rather troublesome. However, our sect rarely receives outsiders. Here is a detoxification pill. It can help young master for a while. I wish young master good luck." The flute-bearing woman came all the way here just to give him a medicinal pill. Even though the poison could not be completely cured, it was still a token of goodwill. Xiaochen thanked her and received the medicinal pill. I hope that young master will be blessed by heaven. The flute-bearing woman sighed in her heart and turned to leave. Being poisoned by Thousand Taste Red was basically a dead end for a holy venerate. Although it was said that heaven helped the worthy, it was not that easy. Might I ask for young lady's name so that I can repay this favor in the future? We are just strangers meeting by chance. It's nothing much. There is no need. The flute-bearing woman did not stop walking, drifting away with her senior and junior sisters. They came like the wind and left like the wind. They came and went in a hurry, like a dream or an immortal. If not for the faint fragrance lingering in the air and the medicinal pill in his hand, he would find it hard to believe that he had just interacted with a group of heavenly fragrance disciples. Shaking his head, Xiaochen smiled faintly and carefully put away the medicinal pill. As Xiaochen looked around, he entered deep thought. I have to find a city first to figure out where I am. The desolate sea was boundlessly vast, but the population was sparse. The scarcity of resources had created a valiant and unyielding people. On the endless barren land, newcomers needed some luck if they wanted to find a city without spending too much time. At dusk, on the western horizon, an incomparably huge setting sun appeared at the end of the horizon. Such a setting sun could only be appreciated in the desolate sea. It was an incredibly shocking sight to behold. After sunset, the sky quickly darkened. The temperature plummeted. It was the complete opposite of the scorching heat of the day. It was bone-chilling. Just by opening one's mouth, one would exhale cold air. Blood moon? Xiaochen looked up and was surprised to find that the moon had appeared in the sky. However, it was a blood-red moon. This was the first time Xiaochen had seen a blood-red moon, and he frowned. Xiaochen seemed to have heard that the desolate sea's moon was scarlet every night. He looked around and gradually found that something was wrong. The air was cold and there was a chill in it. It wasn't entirely because of the temperature. The yin qi in this place was extremely dense. It was said that the decisive battle between the righteous and demonic paths had taken place here. Both sides had killed until their eyes were red. This resulted in the original immortal realm turning into the current desolate sea. Who knew how many aggrieved spirits and corpses were buried under the ground? Furthermore, the desolate sea was located at the intersection of the northern region, the eastern region, and the Shuowu dynasty. It could be said to be a chaotic place. Over the years, there had been endless killings. After the war between the righteous and demonic paths, who knew how many corpses had been buried here? Xiaochen used his spiritual sense to listen in all directions. He could hear the terrifying wails of many aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits. Together with the blood moon in the sky and the sinister cold qi, this boundless night made one feel somewhat flustered. When Xiaochen opened his heavenly eye, he could see scattered black resentment coming out of the cracks in the ground in the night. The resentment lingered in the air, swaying and looking very strange. It looks like this place is not suitable for traveling at night. Xiaochen did not understand much about the desolate sea. He had only heard a little about it. Xiaochen felt that many places in the boundless night were different from the day. This gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. He could not see through many places at all. The desolate sea's night seemed exceptionally deep. Xiaochen had been unlucky during the day, failing to find a city. However, the night suddenly became so strange. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen chose to rest here, not advancing any further. He got the demon blood vulture to patrol the surroundings to protect him. As for Xiaochen, he chose to continue cultivating. Now that his divine body was formed, he needed to spend more time on his cultivation. He had already been stuck at late-stage Holy Venerate for a long time. He needed to break through to Sovereign Personage as soon as possible. After losing the protection of the Heaven Dragon Palace and coming directly to the desolate sea, Xiaochen's Holy Venerate cultivation was insufficient. Xiaochen checked his resources. Of the millions of primeval heavenly pills he had, only about 500,000 remained. He probably would not be able to cultivate for long, which would be problematic. This was how things were after leaving the sect. One needed to face many things alone. However, Xiaochen was already used to this. He maintained a good attitude and did not worry too much. Under the night sky, Xiaochen laid a simple spirit gathering formation and infused spirit jades into it. Then, he waved his hand and consumed 100 primeval heavenly pills. Together with the spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit gathering formation, he refined them at the same time. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated. Whoosh! The 100 primeval heavenly pills were digested in mere moments. After tempering his body, his cultivation speed was on a completely different level. However, his need for resources also increased exponentially. Rumble! Just as Xiaochen cultivated, the sound of fighting came from the night sky. Based on the sound, it was not far from where Xiaochen was. That's not right. The source of the sound was continuously approaching Xiaochen. Soon he sensed two auras. The two auras were very chaotic. When mixed together, it was hard to tell what exactly was going on. Xiaochen's vision and spiritual sense were significantly affected in the night sky. Xiaochen stopped cultivating and soared into the air. Then, he landed on the demon blood vulture's back and waited in formation. While on the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen opened his heavenly eye and finally saw what was going on. A gray-clad man was currently dodging the pursuit of another person. The gray-clad man was covered in mud and looked somewhat miserable, appearing very dangerous. The humanoid ferocious beast radiated death qi, obscuring its appearance. It seemed to be someone of the demonic Tao. It was very common to run into people of the demonic Tao in the desolate sea. The factions of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao maintained a delicate balance in the desolate sea. The relationship between the cultivators of the two factions was not as tense in the desolate sea as it was in other places. The gray-clad man appeared extremely weak and severely injured. When he saw Xiaochen, he rejoiced and shouted, "Friend of the dragon race, I am Qin Zhuolin. Can you help block the desolate slave behind?" Desolate slave? What is that? Could it be that the person behind is not a demonic Tao cultivator? Without thinking, Xiaochen attacked decisively. Thunder Monarch Spear. Xiaochen used the Thunder Great Tao's Thunder Tao energy to drive the 5-element Divine Lightning. When the Thunder Great Tao energy infused into the 5-element Divine Lightning, it quickly formed a solid spear. Whoosh! Boundless electric light burst out in all directions from the spear. A sovereign's aura spread out on the spear. Under the illumination of the electric light in the night, Xiaochen's face appeared solemn. Bang! In the time it took for Xiaochen to think, the Thunder Monarch spear stabbed into the strange desolate slave chasing after him. Bang! The horrifying electric light exploded, illuminating the surroundings in the night. Qin Zhuolin took this opportunity to climb onto the demon blood vulture. Then he urged, "Quickly go. This thing cannot be killed. It is not something you can fight." "Is that so?" Xiao Chen looked over. Although the five-element divine lightning did not blast the strange desolate slave into pieces, it collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. The five-element divine lightning blasted away most of the death chi on its body, causing it to twitch endlessly. Five-element divine lightning. This startled Qin Zhuolin. Then, joy appeared on his face. "So, it is the five-element divine lightning. No wonder you dare to barge into the desolate sea as a mere holy venerate. However, we still have to leave quickly. There is still a large group behind this thing." Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless, so he got the demon blood vulture to turn around and leave. Sitting on the demon blood vulture, Qin Zhuolin's flustered expression calmed significantly. Qin Zhuolin wiped away the dirt on his face. Under the dirty dirt, his facial features appeared upright, giving him a forthright air. However, his complexion appeared somewhat pale. He could compare to the white marsh beast empire cultivators that Xiao Chen had seen before. Qin Zhuolin smiled generously and said, "Many thanks, brother, for saving my life. If there is anything you need in the future, just give me a call. I will be at your beck and call in the desolate sea." "You are too polite. What is the background of the desolate slave chasing you?" When Qin Zhuolin heard that, he felt slightly startled. After a while, he smiled and said, "It looks like this is not your first time coming to the desolate sea. Furthermore, you did not come on purpose but were forced to." Chapter 2030. Xiao Chen was not surprised. With just a little deduction, he could tell that this was his first time here. Qin Zhuolin paused for a moment before explaining to Xiao Chen, "Desolate slaves are not strange things. They are just the unclean things in the ground. In other places, they are called zombies. The cultivators of the desolate sea are used to calling them desolate slaves. They are much more horrifying than regular zombies." Lightning had a strong suppressive effect on unclean things like zombies. However, the Thunder Monarch spear could not completely kill zombies. They could no longer be described as simply horrifying. Calling them zombies was no longer appropriate. It was hard to imagine how this Qin Zhuolin managed to escape from a group of desolate slaves. Based on Qin Zhuolin's cultivation, he was only an initial perfection sovereign personage, not even at small perfection. He was far from great perfection. Sovereign personages had a total of 4 grades: initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and consummation. With every 10%, the difference in strength would be significant. Right now, Xiao Chen no longer feared an initial perfection sovereign personage. If he grasped the timing well, he could even severely injure or even kill the other party. However, he still had to be careful when running into a small perfection sovereign personage. This Qin Zhuolin before Xiao Chen definitely had something extraordinary about him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from a group of desolate slaves. To think that you dare to appear in the wilderness under the blood moon. I guess that you have not found a city yet." Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly. Xiao Chen guessed correctly. Then he added, "The nearest city is to the southeast. You will reach it after about 15 million kilometers." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt flabbergasted. This desolate sea was really remote. If Xiao Chen were unlucky, he might not even find a city after 10 days or half a month. 15 million kilometers was said to be very far. However, in the vast desolate sea, it was not even the tip of an iceberg. Even if the eastern and northern regions were added together, the desolate sea would not be as large as the desolate sea. To cultivators, 15 million kilometers was a relatively long distance. If one did not travel at full speed, one would need 2 days. When we get there, we should buy a map of the desolate sea. Although it is not complete, we will not get lost. Qin Zhuolin suggested considerately, appearing very experienced. This person was also very mysterious. Xiao Chen never had the habit of speaking out of turn. Naturally, he would not ask why this person was being chased by a group of desolate slaves. After chatting for a while, Qin Zhuolin smiled mysteriously and said, "Come, I'll treat you to some wine. It wasn't easy for me to get my hands on this wine, but I haven't had the chance to drink it yet." Qin Zhuolin felt grateful to Xiao Chen for saving his life. The best wine in the world? Xiao Chen, who had drunk the 1,000-year flame before, did not believe it. He showed a suspicious expression. Qin Zhuolin took out an ancient metal wine flask. The wine flask was azure and had some dust on it. After wiping away the dust, a complex and exquisite appearance was revealed. There was a curved dragon-shaped handle, and the body of the bottle was embroidered with a dragon pattern. A long, thin chain was attached to the handle to prevent it from being lost. In the blink of an eye, it looked like a blue dragon sealed in chains, raising its head and roaring angrily, wanting to soar into the sky. This has a blue dragon drawn on it. Xiao Chen exclaimed hoarsely, truly startled. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. So, this is a blue dragon. You dragon race people are really more knowledgeable. However, what kind of dragon is a blue dragon? Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiao Chen curiously. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said, I'm not sure. I only caught a glimpse of it in ancient texts and did not understand it in detail. Qin Zhuolin did not mind. He handed the flask to Xiao Chen and said, Hee. There's no need to care what dragon it is. Try drinking it. After receiving the blue dragon wine flask, Xiao Chen took out a wine cup and filled it up. Then he took a sip. Not bad. Then he drank it all in one gulp. Immediately, an extremely cold sensation invaded every cell in Xiao Chen's body. In the next moment, he felt extremely carefree. His entire body, including his soul, could not help trembling. The fiery feeling turned into a warm current flowing through his body. Xiao Chen felt dizzy. After drinking one cup, he actually felt drunk. What was even more exaggerated was that after drinking this cup of wine, Xiao Chen felt his cultivation improve significantly in an instant. This was equivalent to half a year of bitter cultivation. Xiao Chen was truly shocked. After a long time, he slowly recovered his wits. However, the blush on his face did not fade. The aftereffects were hard to get rid of. Xiao Chen's entire body felt like it was on fire. His internal organs and even his soul felt like it was burning. How is it? This wine is pretty good, right? Xiao Chen took a deep breath and stabilized his somewhat shaky mind. Then he asked, How old is this wine? Not long. I estimate it to be at least 5,000 years old. Congratulations, Brother Xiao. This bottle contains the already lost exceptional wine, Heartburn. It is the legendary strongest wine of the dragon race. Rumor has it that a powerhouse was willing to pay a jade mine for this cup of wine. That news shook the world. Heartburn indeed felt like the heart was on fire. The aftereffects were great, leaving one with a rich aftertaste. Amid the heat was an indescribable carefree feeling, boundlessly delightful. Great wine. However, Qin Zhuolin did not even tell me about this 5,000-year-old wine. This Qin Zhuolin is really bad. Seeing something amiss with Xiao Chen's expression, Qin Zhuolin quickly smiled and said, Don't be angry. I'll give you this wine and the wine cup. This wine cup is also a wondrous item. As long as you drip a drop of wine on it, it will fill up the entire flask in an instant. Also, I'll give you the recipe for heartburn as well. I have no use for it anyway. Qin Zhuolin's repeated generous gifts did not make Xiao Chen angry. He really liked this wine flask. In addition to the brewing recipe of heartburn, the amount spent was really quite large. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for Xiao Chen to accept such a big gift. There was no such thing as an undeserved reward. Although Xiao Chen had saved the other party's life, it was just a slight effort. Compared to this generous gift, it was truly insignificant. Qin Zhuolin smiled straightforwardly and said, To you, this is an insignificant gesture, but you saved my life. Furthermore, I have no use for this, so it is not much. Many thanks. Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony, accepting the blue dragon wine flask and the recipe for heartburn. The appearance of the blue dragon wine flask piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity. Where did you get this? Qin Zhuolin smiled mysteriously but did not answer. Oh no. Just at this moment, the two's expressions changed. Xiao Chen turned his head to look. In the sky, a huge figure appeared under the huge blood moon that seemed as if it could be reached out to touch. This figure wore heavy armor, and a pair of scarlet eyes flickered under the helmet. Death chi spread all around him. There was a rusty chain in his hand, and there was an iron hook that was as sharp as a knife tied to it. As the man waved the chain, the iron hook and the iron chain spun like the wind. The huge figure hovered in the air, covering most of the blood moon. Even from a great distance, the two could feel the cold wind blowing at them. That pair of intimidating eyes made one tremble with just one look. Xiao Chen instantly sobered up, feeling wary and fearful. Xiao Chen's legs went soft, and he could not control his limbs. How horrifying was the strength of this desolate slave that targeted the two. Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine. He felt that the other party only needed one strike to crush him to dust, killing him. He felt incredibly insignificant before it. Damn it. It still caught up. Qin Zhuolin pushed Xiao Chen and quickly jumped off the demon blood vulture. Then, he turned into a beam of light and fled. Xiao Chen startled awake. He turned the demon blood vulture back into a ring and wore it on his finger. Then he shot off like lightning. Right after the two left, the iron hook traveled more than 500,000 kilometers and landed where the two had been. With a swoosh, the iron hook sank into the ground. Bang! Before Xiao Chen could react, he was horrified to discover that the ground stood up like a wall and crashed into him. Xiao Chen immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. His internal organs shattered, and the ground exploded, turning into countless huge rocks. This desolate slave in tattered heavy armor actually managed to pull up the ground. From a distance, it looked like it had pulled out a square lattice from the ground. However, in reality, this square lattice was already as large as the Heaven Dragon City. Just the impact of the ground instantly severely injured Xiao Chen. After all, he had an acquired divine body and was severely injured. One could easily imagine how horrifying the impact was. Xiao Chen and Qin Zhuolin could not help themselves as they got knocked back. The heavy-armored desolate slave ignored Xiao Chen. It fixed its gaze on Qin Zhuolin, who got knocked back. The heavy-armored desolate slave spread out its hand, and space seemed to shrink in front of it. The distance between it and Qin Zhuolin shrank. Qin Zhuolin looked as insignificant as an ant before that palm, powerless to struggle. After being captured, he would not be able to escape death. The scene before Xiao Chen was somewhat similar to Xiao Chen's firmament's rage. Without much thought, Xiao Chen activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and used the 5-element divine lightning to drive firmament's rage. Then he threw a palm strike. Something strange happened. The gigantic hand, which was much larger than Qin Zhuolin, was about the same size as the one Xiao Chen used to execute firmament's rage, only slightly larger. Just as the heavy-armored desolate slave was about to grab Qin Zhuolin, Xiao Chen threw a palm strike first. Bang! The two palms clashed, and Xiao Chen got knocked back like a sandbag. Space turned chaotic, nearly tearing Xiao Chen's physical body to shreds. Qin Zhuolin took the opportunity to escape. When he saw this scene, he felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, he managed to escape from a sure-death situation. Seeing the heavy-armored desolate slave focus on Xiao Chen, Qin Zhuolin immediately panicked. He crossed his hands and formed hand seals. Qin Zhuolin's eyes turned pitch black, looking boundlessly deep like a bottomless pit. It was so deep that it made one's heart tremble. 9 Heavens God Sealing Formation, rise. After Qin Zhuolin formed the hand seals, he shouted, and light shone behind him. Thousands of formation flags soared into the sky like a boundless rain of arrows. In the next moment, thousands of formation flags layered over each other. Spiritual light danced in the night sky, forming an incredibly complicated formation that turned into 9 layers of heavenly curtains. The 9 layers of heavenly curtains smashed down on the heavy-armored desolate slave, preventing it from killing Xiao Chen. However, before the 9 layers of heavenly curtains could finish smashing down, the heavy-armored desolate slave tossed out a metal hook. The heavenly curtains broke layer by layer, turning into starlight that filled the sky. When the formation broke, Qin Zhuolin vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked back. The legend is true. Qin Zhuolin turned ashen, feeling some despair. Just at this moment, the first ray of light from the east appeared in the distant horizon. Dawn is approaching. Qin Zhuolin felt stunned. Then he rejoiced. I'm saved. The heavy-armored desolate slave could not be bothered with the two. It stretched out its hand to cover its eyes and quickly fled far away. It quickly withdrew its overwhelming death qi. Chapter 2031. With the appearance of dawn, the blood moon receded. In the desolate sea, the sinister, cold, and strange atmosphere vanished. That heavily armored desolate slave also felt some fear. After the first ray of light shone on its body, it quickly withdrew its death qi and fled far away. By the time the sun rose, this terrifying desolate slave was nowhere to be seen. The desolate sea fell into another extreme. Xiao Chen and Qin Zhuolin stood side by side as they looked at the morning sun. After surviving a calamity, the two felt somewhat rueful as they looked at the rising sun. No one expected to be able to escape from such a horrifying desolate slave. This was the first time in their lives that they found the morning sun so familiar. Xiao Chen asked, "What is the origin of that desolate slave? It came for you, right?" "That is Soul Reaper. Because it resembles the Soul Reaper from the immortal epic. The people of the desolate sea call it Soul Reaper. It is one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea. According to legend, everyone who saw it died, but the two of us survived." Qin Zhuolin appeared to be in a good mood. Under the morning sun, he relaxed. As Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiao Chen, his initial indifference turned into admiration. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be able to save him from Soul Reaper with one palm strike. "You should not be a nameless person. How come I have never heard of a dragon race cultivator who can reach the 3rd layer of Firmament's Rage?" Even now, Qin Zhuolin still felt somewhat shocked at the crucial palm strike that saved him. It was not only the might of the 3rd layer of Firmament's Rage that shocked him but also Xiao Chen's courage. How many people could have the courage and boldness to attack Soul Reaper? Not only did Xiao Chen not flee, but he even turned around and made a move, saving Qin Zhuolin. This was much more valuable than the first time Qin Zhuolin saved him. The first time, he was only caught by a desolate slave. "I believe that your name will shake the desolate sea soon, becoming a dragon race outstanding talent no weaker than the Dragon God Crown Prince or the White Dragon Holy Daughter." Qin Zhuolin thought highly of Xiao Chen's potential, not holding back on his praise. Xiao Chen smiled but did not say anything. The person in front of Xiao Chen was even more mysterious than Xiao Chen had imagined. Xiao Chen originally thought that the desolate slaves had injured him. Now, it looked like the one who severely injured him was Soul Reaper. Then, a group of low-ranked desolate slaves chased after him. To be able to come out unscathed after receiving a blow from a Hellguard, it was clear that this person was no simple character. "You must be a Geomaster, right?" Xiao Chen shook the blue dragon wine pot in his hand and said thoughtfully, 5,000 years of fine wine, I wonder which tomb it was taken from." Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "Who knows? Goodbye, we'll meet again someday." This answer was a tacit admission. "See you later." For some reason, Xiao Chen felt that he would meet this Qin Zhuolin again in the future. At that time, the mysterious identity of that person would be revealed. After coming to the desolate sea, he first ran into the Heavenly Fragrance's fairy maiden. Then he ran into this Qin Zhuolin. This was rather interesting. After watching the other party leave, Xiao Chen set off again according to Qin Zhuolin's instructions. He needed to find a city and obtain a map of the desolate sea. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and treated his injuries. At the same time, he used the secret technique that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left behind. Xiao Chen had to remove the 1,000 taste red from his soul. His injuries were rather problematic. Fortunately, there were no major problems and no fatal danger. When the sun set, the silhouette of a city appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The huge setting sun, in the skyline, slowly sank. Every time one saw such a huge setting sun in the desolate sea, they would feel incredibly shocked. The setting sun looked like fire, dyeing the horizon red and forming unending volcanic clouds. Together with the darkening sky, the setting sun looked somewhat ancient. Clatter, clatter. Cultivators from various places could be seen on the ground, riding huge mutated beasts. These cultivators kicked up a cloud of dust and rushed to the city. Only in the city could one find a sense of security in the desolate sea's night. However, many cultivators stood on the city walls, wearing all sorts of clothes. Their expressions were cold as they occasionally leaped down, going in the opposite direction. These people moved out of the city in groups of 3 to 5, looking exceptionally eye-catching. These people all gave off faint demonic chi. They were all demonic Tao cultivators. The desolate sea's night was especially suitable for these demonic Tao cultivators. They could bring out their full combat prowess. If these demonic Tao cultivators were lucky, they could find strong souls or capture desolate slaves and refine them into corpses, which would be a pretty good harvest. Of course, there were also some righteous Tao cultivators among them. They were all skilled and bold people. There would always be such adventurers everywhere, daring to challenge themselves. Perhaps they were here for experiential training or to seek out fortuitous encounters. The desolate sea seemed to be much more exciting than what Xiao Chen first saw. However, at this moment, no matter what others thought, he only wanted to enter the city quietly and rest well after experiencing the excitement of the previous night. Ping City, as its name suggested, it was just an ordinary city. It was far from being as majestic and glorious as the Dragon City. However, this small city bustled with people and was brightly lit. The density of people and the bustle of the night made it even livelier than Heaven Dragon City. This made sense. There might not even be a city within 50 million kilometers. With such a small population, there had to be a lot of people. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to buy a map. After choosing an inn to stay in, he started to treat his injuries. Be it the fight with Bai Yunfei or the previous night's fight with Soul Reaper, he needed to recover properly. Xiao Chen stayed in the inn for 7 days before coming out. His injuries had all healed, and he returned to his peak state. He even felt like he was going to improve further. 1 cup of heartburn allowed Xiao Chen's cultivation to improve significantly, completely stabilizing his cultivation as a late-stage holy venerate. Xiao Chen estimated that when he finished this bottle, no matter how many resources his divine body required, he would be able to reach peak holy venerate. His cultivation would also reach peak consummation holy venerate. As Xiao Chen wandered around the city, preparing to buy a map, he stopped in front of a magnificent building with a 4-legged cauldron in front of it. The 9-cauldron pavilion. No matter where Xiao Chen went, he would run into such shops. The 9-cauldron pavilion before him seemed to be of a higher standard than the ones he had seen before. Learning from his previous experience, Xiao Chen took out the VIP medallion that Li Xiuhai gave him and asked, "What is this medallion? Can I meet the manager of this pavilion with this medallion?" "You can. Young Master has the 9-cauldron pavilion's gold VIP medallion. Please come with me. I'll go and inform him first." Soon, a maidservant led Xiao Chen to the VIP room of this pavilion. After meeting the manager, the matter of buying a map went much smoother. Furthermore, the map that Xiao Chen obtained was not a detailed one that ordinary people could easily obtain. The identity of a VIP helped him a lot. All that remained was to compare the map with the one in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Then, he would compare the current map with the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories and find the old lands of the Blue Dragon. This was not a good task. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been alive for 100,000 years already. 100,000 years ago, there was no such thing as the desolate sea. Xiao Chen needed to walk around, continuously observing and comparing. There were many difficult problems to solve. The sea had changed into mulberry fields. 100,000 years had changed the landscape greatly, something that could not be explained in a few words. However, no matter how difficult it was, Xiao Chen had to do it. As the last Blue Dragon descendant, Xiao Chen was duty-bound to search for the map. 2 months later, on a mountain peak, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. Then he muttered to himself, "Is this the place?" In the past 2 months, Xiao Chen had traveled a lot and encountered many troublesome matters. Finally, he determined the general area. However, he did not dare to guarantee it. Before Xiao Chen was a barren land of death covered in sand. The blazing sun shone down. Even a cultivator like Xiao Chen found this somewhat unbearable, unable to endure this harsh sunlight. "This is too barren." Xiao Chen closed his heavenly eye, showing a suspicious expression. This large region was too barren. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a land of death. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the sound of rocks tumbling came from the cliffs. Xiao Chun looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a child carrying a medicinal herb on a cliff, climbing under the blazing sun. This was a native of the desolate sea, born and raised here. Hence, he was more accustomed to the environment here than outsiders. Over the past 2 months, Xiao Chun had seen many natives. Compared to the ordinary people of other places, they were much stronger. Compared to the ordinary people of other places, the ordinary people of the desolate sea had it much harder. The lack of water, the harsh environment, and the dangers at night were all tests of life and death. The child nimbly dodged the rocks and stopped. Then he revealed joy on his face. The child found a medicinal herb between the cliffs. The harsher the environment, the more valuable the medicinal herb that grew. In this place where vegetation was sparse, one could easily imagine the value of medicinal herbs. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, and a strand of saber chi chopped a venomous snake hidden in the cliffs, about to attack. Xiao Chun leaped into the air and landed firmly, sending the startled child to the ground. "Thank you, Big Brother." "Big Brother, are you a cultivator?" The little girl did not panic. Clearly, she had seen many strong cultivators in the desolate sea. She blinked and asked curiously. The child's voice was clear and melodious. Xiao Chun had not noticed that the child was actually a girl. "You are too polite." Xiao Chun looked at the little girl. Her hands and feet were bruised. He could not bear to see her like this. "Where is your home? I'll send you there." Who knew, right after Xiao Chun said that, the little girl started crying. Little Qing Chen was chased out. Little Qing Chen no longer has a home. "Big Brother, if you want to help me, send this herb back. My little brother needs it." Chapter 2032. So, this girl is called Qing Chen. Why was she chased out? After being chased out, she still has to risk her life to pick herbs. How is this girl going to live in the future? Based on the girl's appearance, she should not be more than 10 years old, and her body was covered in dust. Xiao Chun felt somewhat sad. It was really difficult for ordinary people to live in the desolate sea. "Don't cry. I promise you that I will bring this herb back. However, tell me, why were you chased out? Who chased you out? Where are your parents?" Xiao Chen's string of questions confused the girl. The girl looked at Xiao Chen with watery eyes as she stammered, not knowing which to answer first. Xiao Chen knew that the girl was too anxious. He sighed and asked in a warmer tone, "Where are your parents?" Qing Chen does not have parents. They died when she was very young. This pitiful child turned out to be an orphan. Xiao Chen continued asking, "Who chased you out?" "Grandpa Village Chief." Grandpa Village Chief told little Qing Chen to go as far away as possible. However, little brother is sick. If I do not bring the herbs back to the spirit jades, what will happen to little brother? The girl seemed to have suffered a great grievance. Worried about her little brother's illness, she cried even harder. Xiao Chun did not continue asking. He waited for the girl to calm down before asking, "Where is your village?" "Over there." The girl pointed in a direction. Xiao Chun sent his spiritual sense into his eyes and looked into the distance. There was indeed a village more than 50 kilometers away. Xiao Chun picked up the girl and carried her on his way. "Big Brother, I cannot go back. Grandpa Village Chief will be angry." The girl said somewhat fearfully, "Big Brother, just bring the herbs I picked back. Little Qing Chen cannot go back." As Xiao Chun looked at the setting sun in the distance, he said softly, "The sky is turning dark. Where can you go?" To Xiao Chun, 50 kilometers would not take long. Along the way, Xiao Chun ran into a group of bandits riding mutated beasts. Bandits were like sand in the desolate sea, everywhere. In the land of bloodshed, it was difficult for morality to exist. Chaos and slaughter coexisted. Xiao Chun didn't speak to the other party. He didn't even give the other party a chance to speak. Xiao Chun covered Qing Chen's eyes with his left hand and punched with his right. The 100 bandits in front of them, along with the strange beasts they rode, all turned into a bloody mist. After Qing Chen let go, she blinked. Why did that group of bad people suddenly disappear? Looking at his surroundings, he felt more and more familiar with them. Qing Chen felt both anticipation and fear. She did not dare to say anything in Xiao Chen's embrace. When it was getting dark, Xiao Chen arrived at the village. There were about 100 households in the village. The village was surrounded by a simple fence made of lightning-subduing wood, which was used to prevent dirty things from entering at night. The lightning-falling wood was a kind of wood in the desolate sea that had a suppressive effect on filthy things. Villages and other gathering places mostly had this kind of wood, forming a fence, making it look like a stockade. At this moment, the sky was getting dark. Many villagers were reinforcing the fence. When they saw Xiao Chen and the girl in his arms, they immediately panicked. Quickly, tell the village chief that Qing Chen is back. Quick, quick, quick. These villagers stopped what they were doing and ran back in a fluster. This surprised Xiao Chen somewhat. When Qing Chen, who was put down, saw this scene, she felt sad and could not help crying again. Soon, the villagers escorted a skinny, hemp-robed old man over. The old man looked at Qing Chen, then at Xiao Chen. Then he sighed and said, "Bring her back. This young hero, it is getting dark. Come in and talk." This old man's cultivation was not high. However, the people who lived in the desolate sea were much stronger than the ordinary people outside. If one could not adapt to this harsh environment, one would not be able to survive. Hence, while this old man looked old, he was spirited. Seeing that this old man did not seem like a bad person, Xiao Chen said softly, "Village chief, these are herbs that little Qing Chen picked outside. She wants to give them to her younger brother." Qing Chen's eyes brimmed with tears as she carried the herbs over. She sobbed and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, little Qing Chen will not be going in. Grandpa Village Chief will help me sell these herbs. Take care of my younger brother. He is sick. I'm afraid that no one will take care of him." The old village chief let out a long sigh. A trace of sorrow flashed in his ancient eyes, and tears flickered in them. "Come in. It is getting dark. If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. You should go and see your younger brother. Everyone has been taking care of him." "Really?" Qing Chen blinked but still did not dare to go in. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He picked her up and directly entered the village chief's residence. As the sky turned dark, the villagers quickly closed the village's wooden gates and scattered a layer of black dust along the way. After Xiao Chen sent Qing Chen to her house, Qing Chen could not help but bow to him. "Thank you, big brother. I'm going to see my younger brother." As for the wooden house, Xiao Chen did not enter. The old village chief sighed and led Xiao Chen to the side. "How should I address this old man?" The village chief said, "I am old and the seventh child. Everyone in the village calls me Grandpa Seven." "In that case, I'll call you Grandpa Seven." The village chief quickly said, "You can't do that, you can't do that. With one look, I can tell that little brother is not an ordinary person. You have delicate features and delicate bones. How can you address me, an old man, as Grandpa Seven? It's fine. Let's go somewhere else to talk." Grandpa Seven led Xiao Chen to his house. There were other people in the house. When they heard that Grandpa Seven had an honored guest, they quickly took out wine and started to serve him. Unexpectedly, the wine poured out of the crude beeskin wine pouch was unexpectedly delicious. Xiao Chen drained it in one gulp. Then he exclaimed in shock, "Great wine! Grandpa Seven brewed this yourself?" Grandpa Seven revealed a smile on his wrinkled face. "Yes, a little craftsmanship passed down from my ancestors." An honest-looking youth at the side said, "How is it a little craftsmanship? The wine that our Grandpa Seven brewed is the best in the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. The wine that our ancestors brewed has even appeared in Desolate City's Heavenly Fragrance Banquet." Desolate City, the largest city in the Desolate Sea, could be considered a holy city. This city was very ancient, even older than some of the dragon cities in the Divine Dragon Empire. This city gathered the factions of the world, a dazzling pearl in the Desolate Sea. As for the Heavenly Fragrance Banquet, it was even more incredible. The Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land would hold a banquet every 100 years, inviting everyone. It was a rare event in the world that could attract all the factions. Grandpa Seven sighed, "This is all in the past. The world is too chaotic now, and ingredients are hard to find. The skill of brewing wine was mostly lost in my generation. What is the point of knowing how to brew wine in this day and age?" Grandpa Seven's words were filled with emotion. His tone was filled with sorrow. Xiao Chen changed the topic. "Grandpa Seven, why did you chase little Qing Chen out? I can tell that you are not a ruthless person. Is there a reason for this? The great rock soars with the wind and soars 45,000 kilometers. Little brother, your aura is extraordinary. Sooner or later, you will soar into the sky. Our small village is not even a drop of water in the great rock's eyes. Little brother, why do you have to worry about such things?" The old man could tell that Xiao Chen was not an ordinary cultivator, so he said that Xiao Chen had a great future ahead of him. The small matters of the village were nothing compared to his world, so he told Xiao Chen to ignore them. The great rock would not pay attention to you, who leaped up with the waves as it soared. When it soared, it would cross 5,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it would become nothing. It could only fly higher and further by looking forward. Grandpa Seven's words were a tactful rejection and also out of politeness. There was also some pride, not wanting to ask a stranger for help. He could clearly see that Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen were people of two different worlds. "Grandpa Seven, you can't say things like that." Xiao Chen found this somewhat strange. He put down his wine cup and wanted to say something. However, Grandpa Seven interrupted him. "In the desolate sea, there is always blood and death every day. Even the sages cannot deal with this. Little brother, you really don't have to worry. Everyone has their own fate in this world. You should rest well here tonight." When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he felt helpless. He knew that this matter could not be rushed. The night passed quietly. When the sun rose, Xiao Chen walked out of his house and saw the villagers gathered together, worshipping a lone peak in the distance. The lone peak was a verdant mountain. However, there was no vegetation on it, looking like it was made of divine metal. Xiao Chen looked at it and frowned heavily. He could not help feeling suspicious. This green mountain had an extraordinary aura. When it rose from the ground, it gave off a sharp aura that soared into the sky. However, when it reached the summit, this aura stopped. There was a flat platform at the summit. It looked neat and smooth, like someone had chopped it off. After these people finished worshipping, Xiao Chen went to find the honest-looking youth in Grandpa Seven's house yesterday and asked about it. When the honest-looking youth heard this question, he scratched his head and said, "I don't know either. What's strange about this place? I heard that every morning, they worship this green mountain. This is a rule passed down by our ancestors. I don't know what they worship either. However, after worshipping it, I do feel somewhat at ease. It's strange. Has no one gone to take a look? That place is not clean. Even if it's daytime, it is still very gloomy. After getting within 10 kilometers, no one dares to go over. Grandpa Seven also warned us not to go over." Xiao Chen could not help feeling even more suspicious. Suddenly, the honest-looking youth leaned over and whispered, "I once heard from the elders in the village that this mountain originally had a dragon head. It has always been a dragon head mountain. Later, the dragon head broke, and it became unclean." Chapter 2033. Grandpa Seven, the village chief, smoked his pipe as he watched Xiao Chen go in and out every day. He showed a complicated expression, but he did not say anything. When Xiao Chen saw that Grandpa Seven had some difficulty squeezing through the crowd, his face filled with excitement. Xiao Chen could not reject Grandpa Seven's kind intentions, so he dismounted and bent his back to let Qing Chen put on a garland of flowers for him. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. He had seen many bandits recently, but Iron Egg had never shown such shock on his face. When Xiao Chen opened his palm, boundless electric light and saber chi burst out, and blood blossomed in the air. Iron Egg said anxiously, "Scram. Who said that I, Iron Egg, am not good-looking? I've been walking around the village with Big Brother Xiao for the past few days. Many ladies like me. The ordinary people who lived in the desolate sea always lacked food and water. The old people told him everything they knew, saying that this was how their ancestors passed it down. No one had seen it for themselves. Normally, before the other party could say anything, they would kill them in an instant. You speak a lot of nonsense. Tut, tut, tut. Iron Egg, you told me earlier that there was a dragon head on the Azure Mountain. Which old person in the village said that? Xiao Chen had not experienced life for a long time already. After spending a few days together, he felt rueful. After dealing with the corpses, Xiao Chen turned his head to look at the Azure Mountain. Then he returned to the village with Iron Egg. After searching for many days, Xiao Chen obtained some useful information. As Grandpa Seven smoked his pipe, he led Xiao Chen to his house. Iron Egg, you are not embarrassed. With your dark and swarthy face, you will not look good even if you wear it, someone mocked. Everyone guffawed. Blood flowed endlessly, and Iron Egg died on the spot, falling off the horse. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and nodded. I want to know where the dragon head went. Big brother, wear a garland of flowers and look good. When Qing Chen saw the garland she weaved on Xiao Chen's head, she felt overjoyed. Iron Egg rubbed his head and smiled. Little Qing Chen, why don't you make one for your big brother Iron Egg as well? However, the Azure Mountain, which had soared with an imposing aura, suddenly stopped, made Iron Egg enter deep thought. They would bring large prey back to the village. Xiao Chen said with a smile, why are you apologizing? You didn't do anything wrong. If you have time, come with me to the other villages. I still want to ask around. Let's go back first. I don't have a name. Everyone in the village calls me Tai Dan, the honest-looking young man said shyly. Keep bragging. At this moment, the honest-looking young man said that there used to be a dragon head on the Green Mountain. To think that he was actually a holy venerate like Xiao Chen. However, when asked why they worshipped Qing Shan, no one could give them an answer. Leave it to me. Bruiser felt a little embarrassed that he hadn't found anything. Yes, I know. Brother Xiao Chen, can you teach me martial arts? I want to be like you. Tai Dan said with some longing. It's only been a few days, but he's already helped me gather enough food for several years. I don't have to risk my life hunting anymore. With so many legends put together, it could basically be confirmed. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Big brother, here you go. Xiao Chen did not say much. Tai Dan was just an early-stage holy venerate. Xiao Chen grabbed with his palm. He could not be bothered to waste time with Tai Dan, so he executed Firmament's Rage. Tai Dan was not very knowledgeable and did not understand the difference in strength between cultivators, which was why he was so shocked. All the villages within 5,000 kilometers did indeed have a tradition of worshipping Qing Shan. Qing Shan was the dragon head. Many villages had similar legends. The black-cloaked man glanced at Xiao Chen and sensed that the other party's cultivation was higher than his. There had indeed been a dragon head on the Green Mountain. However, it was already so long ago that it could not be considered. While laughing, Xiao Chen discovered Grandpa Seven in the distance, smoking a pipe and looking at him. But for the mortals of the mortal world, surviving was what they had to face and think about at every moment. Right now, Xiao Chen's combat prowess rivaled that of an initial perfection sovereign personage. Squashing a holy venerate to death would be as easy as squashing an ant. After looking carefully for a while, Xiao Chen discovered that the leader actually cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique and possessed a significant cultivation. There was a dragon head on the Green Mountain? Tai Dan still did not dare to believe that Xiao Chen could kill the demonic Dao envoy with one palm strike. After arriving at the village, Xiao Chen took out a huge ferocious beast from his storage ring. All the households rejoiced. They had been waiting for a long time to cut up the ferocious beast meat. In the following days, many old people have said this before. What's wrong? Big brother Xiao, you don't really believe that there is a dragon head on Azure Peak, right? Iron Egg was astonished that Xiao Chen actually believed the nonsense he spouted. The two did not return empty-handed this time. The group of bandits before them seemed somewhat different. When Xiao Chen looked over, he discovered that the leaders seemed somewhat strange. Xiao Chen and Tai Dan traveled everywhere. They went out during the day and returned at night. They never returned empty-handed. How dare you attack my people? You are seeking death. Tai Dan's attire made him look very valiant. Xiao Chen borrowed a horse from the village, and the two went out together. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a strand of saber qi pierced through the foreheads of the surrounding bandits. Qing Chen struggled out of the crowd with some difficulty. Then she ran over excitedly, holding up a garland she made from tree branches and wildflowers. Young hero Xiao is really our village's lucky star. Xiao Chen never had a good impression of bandits. Their bodies contained spiritual energy. When ordinary people consumed them, they would strengthen their physique, tendons, and bones. They were great supplements. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt startled. He looked at the distant Azure Mountain and remained silent. To cultivators, this piece of land was filled with fortuitous encounters. Naturally, Xiao Chen was not satisfied with such an answer. How could words be trusted without any proof? However, Tai Dan's words made Xiao Chen somewhat wary. Xiao Chen instantly grabbed Tai Dan, not giving Tai Dan a chance to flee. That was why there were no clear words or words passed down. Xiao Chen said softly, "It's hard to say for sure. There is always some basis to legends. Do me a favor and bring me to meet the elders in the village." To think that a bona fide holy venerate would team up with a group of bandits. This was truly shocking. Xiao Chen needed to make time to go to the Azure Mountain and take a look. Just at this moment, the urgent sound of horse hooves rang out. It was a group of ostentatious bandits. The leader wore a black cloak and a conical bamboo hat, covering himself well. This ferocious beast meat was very different from the wild beasts they normally hunted. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. After some thought, he asked, "What is your name?" This was rather rare. The bandits that Xiao Chen normally met only knew some mediocre martial arts. Those who were slightly strong would not go to the extent of becoming bandits. There were too many ways to survive. "Big brother Xiao, it looks like I can't help you." On hearing that Xiao Chen was willing to help him hunt, Tai Dan felt incredibly excited. Soon, he appeared on a handsome horse with a bow on his back and a large saber at his waist. Dragon Head Mountain. A bandit pointed at Xiao Chen as he held the reins of his horse. "Ha! It's just a small matter. Everyone is dying to talk to someone like Big Brother Xiao. Come, I'll lead you there." A look of terror appeared in Bruiser's eyes, and he clenched his right fist in fury. He said coldly, "Friend, you just arrived at the desolate sea. Don't you know the rules? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't provoke people you shouldn't provoke." Xiao Chen and Iron Egg rode ferocious horses and stopped at a riverside, looking up at the green mountains. From afar it approached the two of them. After they sat down and drank a cup of wine, Grandpa Seven said, "Little brother, have you been asking about Dragon Head Qing Shan recently?" "Big brother Xiao, you killed the demon envoy." As for worshipping the Green Mountain, it was already a tradition. All the villages in this area had this tradition. He planned to stay here for a while before continuing his search. It looked like these bandits were backed by a demonic Dao faction. They were not as simple as they seemed. The people in the village were all overjoyed. They did not expect to see a martial artist. He actually stayed in the village and even helped them hunt. Demon envoy? It was just something passed down by word of mouth, passed down from generation to generation. This startled the black-clad man. He had not expected Xiao Chen to attack at the drop of a hat, instantly killing the group of bandits by his side. That's the black-clad man from earlier. All the bandits in the vicinity are under the control of the demon envoys. They are like demons. No one dares to disobey their orders. They are simply demonic gods. The horse that Xiao Chen sat on felt the black-clad man's emotions and started neighing somewhat restlessly. Bruiser was so shocked that he even stuttered. Under Bruiser's lead, Xiao Chen asked several elders in the village about the dragon head on the Green Mountain. "Sure, but I have to go out to hunt. I have not hunted for half a month already." Xiao Chen had long noticed that Grandpa Seven wanted to say something. After saying that to Bruiser, he walked over. "Milord, it's him. Recently, he killed many of our brothers, never leaving anyone alive. We spent a lot of effort to find him." Xiao Chen had found this place based on the maps of the Modern Realm and the Modern Realm. Originally, he had some doubts and did not dare to be sure. Chapter 2034. I would like to know where the dragon head went. Grandpa Seven tapped the table with his pipe. Wrinkles filled his aged face as he sighed. How many years has it been? There have been people coming to look for the dragon head, but no one has found it. People thought that it was just a legend long ago. Little brother, don't take it too seriously and delay your proper business. A thought occurred to Xiao Qin. Others have come to look for it? There were many in the past, but there are fewer now. When I was young, I saw my grandfather entertain one person. Since then, no one has come. Before that, people came intermittently, but they all returned disappointed. There is nothing to look for. Grandpa Seven puffed out a mouthful of smoke as he looked at Xiao Qin through the smoke. From what I remember, that person's aura is somewhat similar to little brother's. Somewhat similar? Xiao Qin casually waved his hand and used his veritable essence energy to draw a portrait in the air. When Grandpa Seven saw the portrait, he exclaimed in shock, "That's him. Little brother, you know him? I remember that back then he came alone as well. He was as kind as little brother. I wonder how he is now." The person in the portrait was the previous generation Heaven Dragon. Now, Xiao Qin was certain that this place was the Blue Dragon's old haunt. There were no more surprises. However, Xiao Qin could not immediately answer Grandpa Seven's question. The previous generation Heaven Dragon was currently locked up in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, suffering inhumane torture day and night. He is very good and very tenacious. Xiao Qin paused for a while. That was all he could say. Grandpa Seven smiled and sighed. You cultivators are good, unlike us ordinary people. We do not have enough talent and cannot cultivate. Otherwise, my grandfather would be able to live until now. However, living in the Desolate Sea is not a good thing. Practically no sect in the Desolate Sea would accept disciples or nurture disciples here. Firstly, the land was vast and sparsely populated, and resources were scarce. Secondly, there were too few natives in the northern region. The sects here were all branches of the various large factions. These sects would draw disciples from their headquarters and slowly develop. Xiao Qin was deep in thought. Since the Heaven Dragon of the previous generation had been here before, did he leave any clues behind? After some questioning, Lord Seven recalled with some difficulty, I really can't remember clearly. Let me look for it. Grandpa Seven gulped down a mouthful of wine and began rummaging through the old house. Found it. Grandpa Seven took out a yellowed book from an old box. He patted the dust off it and said, This is my grandfather's diary. I remember that he would write down all the major matters in this book. Xiao Qin received it solemnly. He revealed a joyful expression and said, Seventh Grandpa, thank you so much. This thing is very useful to me. Grandpa Seven smiled and said, If it's useful, then take it. You've helped the village so much these past few days. I don't know how to repay you. You're too polite, Seventh Master. That's right, when I saw Seventh Master earlier, I wanted to say something but hesitated. It seemed like I had something to say? Xiao Qin put away the book and asked softly. Grandpa Seven nodded and said, There is indeed something that I would like to ask little brother for help with. However, this old man has not been able to repay me, so I have not been able to say anything. Xiao Qin smiled and said, Grandpa Seven is too polite. It is not convenient for me to tell you about my fate with this place for now. However, you can rest assured. If you have anything to say, just say it. I owe you. When Grandpa Seven saw Xiao Qin's sincere expression, he sighed softly. There is a peach blossom city 1,500,000 kilometers away. There is a small-scale peach blossom wine festival every 10 years and a large-scale peach blossom wine festival every 100 years. Peach Blossom City. Xiao Qin had seen this city before when he was roaming around. Indeed, the fragrance of wine spread everywhere. One could smell it from 50 kilometers away. However, as Xiao Qin was in a rush, he did not enter the city to take a look. Senior, please continue. Yes. When I was young, I would bring the wine that I brewed to the wine festival. Even if I could not make it stand out, I could sell it for a good price, helping the village not to worry about food and clothing for a few years. However, 30 years ago, after the ancient well outside the village dried up, it could no longer brew any good wine. When Xiao Qin heard that, he smiled and said, Do you always want to come out of retirement and participate in this centennial wine festival? I am also a wine lover. Grandpa Seven, If you have any requests, just let me know. Grandpa Seven sighed and said, I did not do this on a whim. Peach Blossom City's city lord is a major character. If he takes a fancy to the wine brewed by someone in the Centennial Wine Festival, he will agree to one request of the brewer. With just one word from him, our village will be safe for 100 years. Although the chances are slim, I still want to risk these old bones of mine and give it a try. Centennial Wine Festival. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Grandpa Seven seemed to be worried about something. There seemed to be a hint of worry on his face. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen had already finished drinking heartburn long ago. He had used it to stabilize his cultivation and raise his cultivation. As for the 1,000-year flame, Xiao Chen still had half a bottle left. If he dripped a drop into the Blue Dragon wine flask, he could fill it to the brim, which he could use to participate in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Before Xiao Chen drank heartburn, he had felt that the 1,000-year flame was the best wine in the world. However, after drinking heartburn, Xiao Chen had to admit that there were indeed more outstanding wines in the Great Thousand Realms. It was hard to say whether the 1,000-year flame could take the top spot in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Grandpa Seven, look at this wine recipe. Can you brew it? Xiao Chen thought for a while and took out the wine recipe. Perhaps Grandpa Seven could brew it himself. This is the Dragon Race's wine, heartburn. Grandpa Seven felt somewhat startled. He quickly returned the recipe to Xiao Chen and said, this wine recipe has been lost for several thousand years. If I brew it and participate in the wine festival, I might attract a fatal disaster. There's hope. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, Grandpa Seven, there is no rush. Help me brew it. I won't participate in the wine festival. How about I drink it myself? Grandpa Seven hesitated before saying, however, I'm afraid that I cannot obtain the ingredients. It's fine. Leave the ingredients to me. Grandpa Seven, what wine do you want to brew? I'll take care of all the ingredients. All right, but we need to restore the ancient well outside the village first. Without that well water, we can't do anything. Without that well water, your heartburn and the wine I want to brew will not succeed. I'll go and take a look. If I really can't do it, I'll go further away and look for a replacement well water. What well water was so important? Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen arrived at an ancient well not far from the village. The well water had already dried up long ago. Sang, what's strange about this well? Xiao Chen asked after calling out softly. Xiao Chen did not have any outstanding talents, so he could only ask Sang to take a look. Sang was an expert in this aspect. Sang came out of the Divine Universe Steel and looked at the dried well. Then he looked at the surrounding terrain. His expression changed slightly as he said softly, this is a cold spring. To think that a cold spring can appear in the desolate sea. Cold spring? That's the spring that appears in places of extreme Places of extreme are bone-chilling, extremely cold. It is very difficult for running water to flow. If there is, and the terrain happens to produce a fountain, it will be called a cold spring. First of all, places of extreme are very hard to find in the desolate sea. Having running water is even harder. Furthermore, the terrain produces a fountain, which is even harder. Sang paused for a while before continuing, the spring water of a cold spring is indeed suitable for brewing good wine. It is very difficult to find a substitute. That was somewhat problematic. It looked like Grandpa Seven was right. If the wine recipe stated that it required the spring water of a cold spring, there was indeed no way to brew it. Why did the spring water stop? There are too many reasons. It might be that the water source broke, or the energy might be too dense, causing the water to stop flowing. It might also be that the terrain changed, and the underground water flowed further downstream. As the propping mulberry tree, Sang knew the terrain and the spring water like the back of his hand. There was no need to doubt Sang's words. It looks like I still have to go down and take a look, Xiao Chen said softly as he stared at the deep, dried well. Don't go down first. Sang pulled Xiao Chen back, not letting him rush down. What's wrong? Xiao Chen did not understand. Sang explained seriously, That Grandpa Seven is just an ordinary person and does not know much about the Coldine Spring. I suspect that this Coldine Spring is not naturally formed. Man-made? That is too exaggerated. Who could change the terrain so precisely, even altering yin and yang to create a place of extreme yin? When Xiaochen heard that, he felt flabbergasted, somewhat in disbelief. Sang said softly, "Although it is somewhat difficult, I have seen everything you said before. It is very difficult for a cold yin spring to appear in the desolate sea. It is not appropriate to go down rashly." Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he looked up at the decapitated blue dragon in the distance and then at the cold yin spring. Sang's words were indeed worth thinking about. A green mountain with a decapitated dragon head and a dried-up cold yin spring. If these two were connected, it would indeed feel a chill. Chapter 2035. Cold yin spring. Is this a trap laid by someone else? Xiaochen stood in front of the well and entered deep thought. After a while, he decided to go down and take a look. "I'll accompany you. If anything happens, we can look after each other," Sang said softly. "It's fine. If there is really any danger, it will be easier for me to escape alone. Don't worry." Without giving Sang a chance to refuse, Xiaochen gently leaped into the well. "It's fine. If there is really any danger, it will be easier for me to escape alone. Don't worry." Not giving Sang a chance to refuse, Xiaochen gently leaped into the well. Sang looked at the well and then the surroundings, entering deep thought. Soon, he soared into the air and looked down at the surroundings. He saw indistinct mountain ranges in the distance. The entire terrain gave off an indescribably strange feeling. Below, in the well, Xiaochen descended for a long time. Finally, his feet touched the ground, and he landed. Whoosh! The instant Xiaochen's feet touched the ground, a chill assaulted him. Xiaochen's body trembled uncontrollably. He felt yin-attributed qi in his body, and the chill was overwhelming. If he wanted to remove it, he would have to waste a lot of veritable essence energy. Xiaochen circulated the Ice Feather Divine incantation and directly absorbed this yin-attributed qi, turning it into the power of his ice domain. When he looked up, he could see a bowl-sized light. The ancient well was probably 10 kilometers deep. When he thought about it, he realized that he was now 10 kilometers underground. He could not help but be exceptionally cautious. As for the surroundings, it was pitch black. He could only see within 100 meters. Xiaochen groped his way forward in the darkness. The narrow path widened as he walked. However, the terrain became increasingly complicated. Soon, his vision suddenly widened. Xiaochen had already arrived at an underground cavern. The inverted stalactites were 2 meters long. They gave off a crystalline light, barely allowing him to see the entire cavern. One had to admit that the strange stalactites and the night view of the water looked rather shocking and wondrous. After admiring it for a while, Xiaochen followed the water and headed upstream. The yin-attributed qi became increasingly denser. To his surprise, Xiaochen discovered that his frost domain was rapidly expanding. At this rate, it would not be long before Xiaochen broke through and comprehended the Ice Great Tao. His ice domain had long reached the limits. He only lacked a fortuitous encounter, and he could break through to the power of Great Tao. Perhaps this was an opportunity. With this thought, Xiaochen circulated the Ice Feather Divine art to its limits. The cold qi around Xiaochen condensed into strands of cold qi that glimmered in the night sky. The cold qi around him grew thicker and thicker. The cold qi that had condensed into threads had already condensed into feathers. Countless ice feathers flew up and down, looking exceptionally beautiful. Along the way, they came across many round stone pillars that were wrapped in layers of thick ice. It stood abruptly on the ground. The underground environment was really strange. They didn't run into any danger along the way, but that made Xiaochen even more cautious. He felt that something was off. Gotcha! Suddenly, Xiaochen stepped on a patch of frozen ground, and his right foot sank in. The cold qi instantly froze his foot. Xiaochen cursed himself for being unlucky. Then he lowered his head and tried to pull his foot out. However, he suddenly felt the danger of impending death. Xiaochen could not care less about pulling his right foot out. He tilted his body slightly, and a 2-meter-long stalactite silently slid past his face and into the ground. Whoosh! The sharpness of the stalactite surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. The long stalactite directly pierced into the ground, not making a sound. Xiao Chen immediately felt a chill run down his back. If he had not dodged, this stalactite would have pierced through his head and body, killing him on the spot. Was it a coincidence? There did not seem to be any formation fluctuations or signs of anyone controlling it. It could only be explained as a coincidence. After pulling his frozen right foot out, Xiao Chen stretched his legs. He had to be even more careful from now on. No, suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something and looked back. He saw that on the way here, he looked at the round stone pillars that had suddenly appeared on the ground, and he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Xiao Chen threw a palm strike ferociously, and a saber wind spread out. All the dust on the surface of the circular stone pillar fell off in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. As the thick stone chips peeled off bit by bit, the cylindrical stones revealed their true bodies. They were all corpses. The frozen corpses stood erect on the ground. Their blank expressions before they died could even be seen clearly. The saber wind didn't stop, and in the next moment, all the corpses were turned into dust. Xiao Chen's face was deathly pale. He was completely frightened out of his wits. With his courage, there were very few things that could scare him. However, the scene before him had truly frightened him. It turned out that he had already walked through many paths of death before this. If he had been the slightest bit careless, he would have lost his life on the spot. Xiao Chen recalled the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. In the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, there was a kind of exquisite killing formation that completely merged with the natural environment. One would not even be able to sense the existence of the killing formation. Even when one died, one would not understand what happened. I can't go any further. The killing formation of this place already surpassed Xiao Chen's understanding. Even a divine vein realm sovereign emperor might not be able to leave alive. When Xiao Chen sized up the area in front, he felt that the rather ordinary underground environment was filled with killing intent. Xiao Chen sent out a few palm winds and discovered several more corpses in various states of death. The only thing they had in common was that they all had blank expressions, not understanding what was going on. Among them, Xiao Chen even discovered the corpse of a sovereign emperor. Most of the frigid qi in the surroundings came from the corpse. Xiao Chen understood why this spring dried up. Someone once discovered the secret of the cold Yin spring and came down to explore it. In the end, they all died in there. None of them left. The influence of the cold qi on these corpses suddenly intensified, affecting the flow of the cold Yin spring. The cold spring dried up, and the death gate of the killing formation opened. On the contrary, the life gate might appear only after the cold spring flowed. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen chopped these frozen corpses into pieces. Then, he sat down cross-legged and cultivated without moving. Right now, he was already in a dead end. If he returned rashly, he would definitely die. Only when the cold Yin spring flowed again could this killing formation disappear, giving him a chance at survival. Xiao Chen drove the ice feather divine incantation, continuously absorbing the surrounding cold qi. Firstly, he could save himself and use this opportunity to break through and comprehend the ice great Tao. Whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding cold qi gathered at Xiao Chen like a storm. Boundless ice feathers danced in the air like goose feathers. Xiao Chen held his breath and focused, not bothering with anything. He had experience with the Thunder Great Tao and the Saber Great Tao. Xiao Chen was very experienced in breaking through the Ice Great Tao. He did not panic, taking his time. Ding dong, ding dong. Time passed slowly. After some time, the sound of water dripping rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. With a thought, it's coming. Xiao Chen continuously absorbed the cold qi. The cold qi plummeted, and the cold Yin spring flowed again. Xiao Chen needed to break through before the cold Yin spring arrived. The life gate would give him only one chance. Charge, charge, charge. A heroic spirit surged in Xiao Chen's heart as he drove the ice feather divine incantation to its limits. His long hair fluttered, and his fine black hair gave off a jade-white light. His entire body radiated cold qi. Then, Xiao saw spots of white light the size of grains of rice appear behind him. In the next moment, the spots of white light suddenly gave off a bright light and turned into a complete Dao disc behind Xiao. Boom! Xiao opened his eyes and saw an ice spring surging over from upstream. It was like a dragon, wanting to swallow him up. Before Xiao could feel the ice Dao's great Dao energy, he leaped up and rushed forward. The ice spring gushed endlessly behind him. The life gate of the killing formation was fully open. As Xiao rushed forward, he did not run into any danger. Xiao retraced his original path and finally arrived at the bottom of the well. Without even thinking, his veritable essence energy surged and exploded under his feet. Then he leaped up and soared into the sky. Boom! In the next moment, Xiao soared into the sky. Soon, he leaped out of the well and hovered in midair. Xiao landed on the ground and retreated to the side with Sang. Then he informed Sang of the situation underground. Sang said with a grave expression, "You ran into a heavenly Dao killing formation. This kind of killing formation merged with the heavenly Dao. It is extremely profound and formless. Being able to return alive is truly luck. It is not fake at all." Xiao also